Wait, 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 wait.
Wait for it.
I would have never imagined this much of a fucking crowd at a college campus anywhere in solidarity with the Palestinians. This is what it's about, okay? I did not stop advocating for the cause, and now I don't feel lonely. I don't feel as lonely anymore, and that's because of you guys. I hope that you can continue advocating for the right things.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Tom Piker, and this is Austin Our Broadcast coming to you live from kind of groggy, a little bit rainy California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MPs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a fan-fucking-tastic day. I am in a great mood. Now, why am I in a great mood? You might be thinking, Hassan, why are you in a great mood? Is it because you got back home? That's what you might be thinking. You're like, oh, you're finally home again. You're such a homebody. And honest to God, that is a role. That does play a role. Is it because, Hassan, are you in a great mood because, you know, you saw Kaya this morning? Your mom released Kaya and she like ran up to you like a little baby because she had missed you. Is that the reason? I think that plays a role. That definitely plays a role. Hassan, are you in a good mood? Because you're delirious, you might be asking, right? Like, you're probably delirious. You literally streamed until like 12 a.m. last night and then didn't fucking stop. And then you went to sleep and you woke up probably, I assume, at around 4 a.m. Obviously, like if it's you making this mental calculation, you're probably saying, is that what the reason is? And it's like, maybe you're fucking delirious. You're tweeting at fucking 4 a.m. and shit. What's happening? But I think some people know what the real reason is. And that is...
You know we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday then.
It's freaking
Saturday,
Friday,
Sunday,
baby.
what? It's Friday then.
Flat fuck Friday. It's fuck a man. Fuck a man. Fuck a fan's mom Friday. Holy moly. It is Mufasa's Friday. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. It's fuck a man Friday. We're having sex. We're doing gay sex. We're doing gay sex. We're doing homosexual activities on this Friday. This is a time for everyone to celebrate the accomplishments that our forefathers fought for us. Long and hard with blood, sweat, and tears. Labor unions, trade unionists, socialists, and the like. They fought long and hard so you can have a goddamn weekend. So you're gonna fucking celebrate. We're gonna have immaculate motherfucking vibes on this Friday. You call it Friday, I call it Friday. Some call it Fry Slays. The freaking weekend is here. Some of you fucking wage slaves, you goddamn wage cocks, are gonna have a brief moment of solace in your lives. So we'll be celebrating that by fucking a man. It's fucking man Friday. Okay, folks. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan outside of a Piker between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming a button. For all the parasocialists out there, I'm back. I'm fucking back. I'm back in my house. Did you confirm getting kicked out? I mean, I did. Also, what do you mean did I confirm? You saw it happen. Is the title clickbait? No. Folks, we're live, we're alive. For all the parasocialists out there who are like, Hassan, what did you do in between the time period where you press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button? This is where I would tell you all about that, okay? Not a single bean was licked. I know. I didn't lick a bean. I didn't lick the bean. I didn't lick the bean. I didn't lick the bean. I'm sorry. I want to fucking apologize to the beautiful state of Illinois. I want to apologize to Chicago. Okay? I said I was going to lick your bean, Chicago. I never did, and I will make up for it. I'll come back. I do love Chicago. It's a beautiful city, beautiful people. I can't believe I'm saying that, but it's true. Chicago is like clean New York. It's like Chicago's like light New York, cleaner. Okay. I did not get to taste the beauties. You didn't make it into the article. The Ken Benzinger article, even though I got kicked. Damn. Why didn't I go to O Block, Chicago? We were in South Chicago. We didn't make it. We didn't make it to the Ken Benzinger article. That's crazy. He spent so much time with me. He might be doing a different article. Who knows? Fake friend. I dare you to eat another hot dog. He told you about today's article. You would love Omaha, Nebraska. The United Center isn't in South Chicago, it's West Side. Oh, it's West. Nah, it's a different article. Remember, he said he had a different article coming out yesterday or today. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, folks. West Side, South Side, O Block. I'll venture it all. I'll see it all. Okay. But last night I ended the broadcast at like what 12 Chicago time after I got kicked out of the DNC, as you guys know, not fully kicked out, but kicked out of like politely kicked. Okay, politely kicked out of the DNC. And what do you call it? Yeah, after that polite kick, I made the smart move. I made the right choice to literally fucking evacuate the premises so I could just like, before it got super chaotic, I could get back home and I could do my live reacts from the comfort of my hotel room, which is literally why I got that hotel room to begin with as backup. Because I never thought that I would even get this level of access. So I have a lot of thoughts on this. I'm going to talk a lot about this. Okay. I noticed your rhetoric got way the fuck more radical as soon as it happened too, which was sick. Lemafayao. Wait, what? My rhetoric got way more radical as soon as I left? Dog, I literally was pushed away because of what I was doing that was considered radical, which is wearing a Palestinian flag on my waist, talking to Palestinian Americans, including Cori Bush as well, outside of the DNC United Convention Center. Like, I never stopped advocating for the same things that I was advocating for inside of the DNC, outside of the DNC. That never changed. Okay, was that confirmed? There's just whispers. Okay, it's not like they're not going to release an official statement, but just know that when there's a situation like that unfolding, there's like a million different people that are in communications, and of course some people are going to be frustrated by what they see, especially because like if there's divisions. Remember when I told you about how there's some divisions between like what the Kamala Harris campaign wanted versus what the DNC wanted? Well, the boss call came from the DNC side, I think, who is not exactly fond of me, which apparently they're not fond of anyone really. So that's not shocking. They are fond of AIPAC. I rewatched the stream yesterday after you left, and the way the lady acted after the guy with the vest came to say something to you was sus as fuck. It seems he wanted to help you get a spot and she shot him down. No, all the people that I was working with were fine. They're fine. They're great. They're doing their best. They're doing their jobs. Okay, everybody calm down. I don't want you fucking talking shit about anybody that you saw on camera. They were all wonderful people. They were all literally, they were not only wonderful people, but they were also like, you know, they put up with my ass. Okay, I don't think like my asks were all that crazy. I've given these asks ahead of time, obviously. Why would they think of you as an agitator? Charlie Kirk, Matt Walsh, Michael Pillow, Fox News. What about them? I'm gonna tell you guys all of this. Okay, I'm gonna tell you about everything. I'm gonna tell you about everything. You know what? Let's just blast off real quick and then we'll get to it. All right. I unfollowed so many libbed up Dems on Twitter, but yeah, hold on. You were a bit of a diva. I was not. Like, you guys are so funny because like you're watching from over there being like, oh, you're being a bit of a diva. It's like, no, dog. You have no way of like, bro. I was polite to every single person across the board, always. Even after I got kicked out, I was still polite. Even after I got kicked out, I'm still polite right now. Okay. Not only that, but also on top of that, like that is a really dynamic environment. We're trying to do like fucking, we're trying to cut content. We're trying to do like 8 hours of fucking nonstop coverage in a very dynamic environment with people who are not fully familiar with the back end stuff, with the logistics of doing such a thing. Okay. And all things considered, they were pretty helpful overall, but like, I don't think you guys understand the lift it requires to be able to put something like that together in a situation like that. Like, if I'm the equivalent of like a Jake Tapper type person, right, doing commentary, and also on top of that, a Donny O'Sullivan type person as well, roaming around, asking people questions, you know, roaming the halls of Congress, or not halls of Congress, sorry, halls of the DNC, my first time ever on top of that, you have to understand something. Like, that is not a thing that anyone else does. Like, it's never like one person. What we were able to do in 4 days, me and March, what we were able to do, and like sometimes my manager on the back end too, were able to do, is something that like hundreds of people that spend millions of dollars to be able to achieve. You understand that? Like, it is an unimaginable feat. Okay? It was an unimaginable feat, in my opinion. It was incredible. March pulled through. He's the GOAT. Okay? Like, you on your end, you just watch like a seamless stream. Sometimes it Fs, sometimes there's audio issues, whatever. But on the back end, there's so much. There is so much work that goes into it. So much work that goes into it, like lugging that shit around all over the place, you know? Trying to figure out a fucking area, trying to communicate what we need in terms of how we can fucking put that shit together. Because like even the 8-hour streaming process, like even the fact that I just sit there and stream for 8 hours, like that alone is like it can be arduous, right? It can be mentally taxing, physically taxing, right? But beyond that, now try doing that in a dynamic environment where like things are changing regularly. Okay? Like that shit is like a full news team with producers, but instead we're just operating. We're just randomly fucking, putting this stuff together, and rolling with the punches. Like that's not an easy feat at all. So shouts out to March for the help. And I think all things considered, you need an actual assistant to handle coordination and talks and shit. It looked like, yeah, potentially. I need like another producer, basically. No way you were a diva. Your coverage was great, even a few Israel daily stun locks. But I wonder if other content creators were also kicked for Palestine coverage too. Harrison's a total piece of shit and anti-Palestine, so no surprise. Lots of rumors of him and Harris Camp beefed on day 4 a lot. Yeah, I think that is what is going on. That is, I suspect that was a part of it. You were obnoxious though, reacting, swearing, and baby raging at individuals in chat. You said you were lucky to get to use the spot. Not sure you have it long. You were lucky and you blew it. Yeah, you don't understand anything, my friend. Obviously, you are at odds with people who are higher up in the Democratic Party in terms of like in terms of the value that I was providing, even if I was being contentious. Okay, so clearly you're wrong about that. And also, I'm not gonna stop doing what I do regardless because I'm inside of the fucking DNC. I'm not gonna like all of a sudden button up, right? Like this is literally what I do. And the reason why I got clapped, the reason why I got booted wasn't because I was yelling and baby raging. The reason why I got booted was because I did not compromise on my values. Okay? So, I 100% get it. I've done interviews at music festivals before. It can be impossible to nail down schedules with people, even just get them to agree to meet you in a weird space. You did great, dude. Really impressed with the coverage. Yeah. So I got a lot of opinions now that like I'm back home. Are you sure you weren't just kicked out to give that prime spot to a big name? No, because that prime spot was, I'm almost certain that prime spot was literally owned by a dude, like owned by a donor who was there, who was a fan. So it was not like no one else was. You didn't find it suspicious that no one else left that area? Just me? All the other people that were in that room were in that room still? Yeah, they didn't make anyone else evacuate that area? Just me? Come on, chat. Like there are some things I can say and some things I can't openly communicate to you, okay? Anyway, but yeah, personal news wise, all I'm gonna say is went to sleep, woke the fuck up, and got on a plane. I don't even know how I made it, honestly. Flew in, saw Cornel West as I was getting on the flight. He was going somewhere else, obviously. Shook his hand, said I'd love to have you on at some point. Didn't actually exchange information, unfortunately, because I had to run in. I had to run into what do you call it? Like I had to run into the plane because it was about to take off. I got a Twitch thing about you getting booted out of the convention. Did I miss something, or is it typical Twitter bollocks? But yeah, will you have AOC on? Yeah, we'll have AOC on in the future. Okay. But here it is. Let's blast off. Okay, I'm back from the DNC. Can you turn off the music? Why? What the hell is this music? Can you turn off the music? I haven't blasted off yet. This is what I always do. What is going on with the chat? Let me blast off and then I'll turn off the music. Calm down, okay? Calm down, all right? I'm back home from the DNC. Got booted. is due to my rabble rousing on uncommitted campaign demands. Kamala Harris pivots to center right on final day speech. Trump is in a state of panic. Thoughts on the future of the campaign and more. Get in now. RFK dropout delayed again. Wait, what did he say? Do we have a blast off or what? No, I don't. This one is awful, dude. I'm sorry. That blast off is awful. Will I be able to get Sean Fain on the stream? Yes. You have to remember something, okay? Like, a lot of the people that work around Sean Fain, a lot of the people that work around Sean Fain, a lot of the people that work around AOC, AOC herself, obviously, as well, but Ilhan Omar, like, these are people that I know, okay? These are people that I know. Same with, what do you call it? Same with Bernie Sanders, okay? Some of these people I know directly. Some of these people I know, some of these people whose teams I'm very familiar with, who are very familiar with me. You have to remember, like, the people that I was able to interview wanted to be interviewed by me. They were the ones who made those requests, okay? So, like, there is obviously there's a lot of people in the Democratic Party that are elected officials, and also people in their teams that are very aware of who I am and also like the work I do. So I will absolutely interview them in the future. Cori Bush says she was a fan. Yeah, I know, like, it's crazy. I oftentimes forget like the impact that I might have. Terrible take yesterday by Hassan. Okay, dude, shut up. I oftentimes forget like the like who's watching, you know what I mean? Which is good, because then I can be silly and not restrain myself in any capacity, right? But also simultaneously, that also sometimes causes me to forget that, like, there are literally people who are very aware of what the fuck I do. You know, people who are incredible individuals fighting for the working class, fighting for labor unions, things of that nature. Anyway, overall though, the biggest commentator on the left is definitely going to be seen by these people. Yeah. Overall, I'll say it like this. Okay. The DNC and the Kamala campaign knew what my background was, knew what I would talk about. They knew that I was not going to, engage in any sort of editorial control in terms of like censoring myself. If I see something, I'm going to say something, right? And ultimately, here, we blast it off. RFK press conference lined up. He's holding a briefing on his presidential campaign after withdrawal from the Arizona ballot. Yeah, we'll get to that too. Some people are saying they're voting for Jill Stein now. That's hilarious. I mean, do what you want to do, chat. I won't stop you, but you probably got a stab her hard. No, I didn't. No shot. You ain't never getting in again. Honestly, after all that bullshit, it might just be down ballot vote for me. No, I'm not. I don't even agree with that, because next time I'll just go as press. My highlights from this week: Greg interview, Donnie interview, New York Times interview that turned into a walk and talk, participating in protest, streaming from the hotel, and honorable mention to the girl that shot at you on Streamlaw. Yeah. So obviously we started off the week strong. The first day they just like were completely oblivious to what I do, kind of like in terms of what was necessary, like what kind of needs I had to be able to like conduct these live streams, right? So they were like, okay, well, I knew that wasn't going to work the first day, so I just like started off in the hotel. Then I went to the Palestinian protests. Then we went into the DNC. We did walk and talk. We roamed around in the DNC first day. It was fun, right? Great stuff. Second day, they were like, no, we have access for you. We got a room for you. And I was like, listen, it's not just a room. I need a desk and I need an Ethernet cable. That's it, right? Second day, we started off with a Donnie interview. Donnie actually drove us in. CNN drove us into the fucking DNC. It was sick, right? We rolled in with the big dogs, okay? And not only that, but we set the shit up. We started. We let it rip. You already know what happened when we let it rip that day. The Obama spoke. Third day, Wednesday, Third day of the DNC, I had to leave early. And literally as I was leaving early, they had an even nicer area for me, as you guys know. Okay. There was an even nicer area that they had set up right behind the fucking stage. It was crazy. Same area, same space that I have like for CNN. Now, the entire time I'm telling them, by the way, like, it's okay if I don't have space. I'll just, you know, stream from the hotel. If I have interviews or whatever, I'll come over to the DNC. I'll conduct my interviews and I'll fuck off. I'll go back to my hotel, right? If I want to do my desktop stream. So they were like, no. It's better if you're here. It's better if you're inside of the DNC, which makes sense. Like, I'm a fucking, you know, I'm there as an influencer, right? So they wanted me to be there. So I was like, fine, you know, I'll take it. As long as they have space for me, I'll take it, right? So yeah, the piss jug is back. So we did it the second day. Ironically, of course, sadly, or third day when I was leaving the DNC to go do the Chapo Truanon podcast, it was fucking hilarious because that was the day when Ilhan Omar's team, Sean Fain's team, and AOC's team, all three of them sent me communications being like, oh, we're here now, we can do the interviews now. And that day I wasn't kicked out. So like, I could have technically, if I didn't do the Chapo Truanon podcast, I could have done all of my interviews that day. I could have gotten those out of the fucking way, right? But it is what it is. I'm not upset about it. You know, I love those boys. I'm always gonna fucking roll with them. So I did the pod live audience. It was great. One of you guys actually gave me fucking fat stack of sixers on the Zin. So shouts out to that Hasanabi head at the Chapo podcast. Anyway, so that was one thing. And then the last day, they're like, no, you got the same space from 2:30 all the way to the end. And I'm like, are you guys sure? It's a big day. Are you guys sure? It's a big day. I understand if there's limitations, like I'll just, you know, do my thing. I'll do my thing and I'll fucking go back to my hotel room. And they're like, no, you have the space. You have the space. You have the balcony. It's uninterrupted the entire day. Unlike the day before when the fucking Warren staffer came in and was like, you need to get the fuck out. You know, it was like chirping at me. They were like, no, this time you have it fully, right? I was like, okay, sure. That's great. We start off roaming. Okay. We start off roaming with March. We go to the uncommitted campaign, the uncommitted delegates. Remember, these are Democratic Party operatives that are from all around the country. They represent hundreds of thousands of Democratic Party voters that participated in the primary that said, we are uncommitted because of the actions that the Democratic Party is engaging in terms of Israel, okay? In terms of like what they're doing with their unconditional support to Israel, right? So did you actually get kicked out or is it thumbnail bait? No, I mean, I didn't get fully kicked out. So here's the thing, okay? There are different levels of credentials inside of the Democratic Party. That area that we were at is the lower level suites, right? That is that area that I was at when I was doing this interview with the New York Times, was at the lower level suites. This is the same exact level that like CNN is on. It's the same exact level that like MSNBC is on. When you see like Jake Tapper and whatever, like sitting in front of that podium, in front of that stage, like they are literally, they're on the same level. They gave me the balcony on the same exact level, which is insane access. Okay. And at that point I was thinking like, honestly, like, I mean, those are like, yeah, those are $500,000. Like people pay $500,000 to get those suites. Okay. And the fact that I had the access to that level to like show you this background at all, I'm happy. Like I was going to take anything they were giving me, right? Anything and everything that they were giving me, I was taking. Yeah, Chris Cuomo said those suites cost millions of dollars. Someone at the DNC probably said, why the fuck are we giving this guy this great suite who's shitting on us the entire time? Yeah, I know. So they didn't obviously like say, fuck off, you're done. We're revoking your access completely. You need to leave the premises. They didn't do that because that would have been a much larger, I think, that would have been a little silly for them to do. But they basically made it so that like, you know, they made it as impossible to stream for me as possible by coming in and saying randomly, you know, out of nowhere, coming in and informing me that I had to leave immediately. Like they were like, you have to clear out immediately. That's what they said. And I was like, what the fuck? You saw it. I think it's on my It's on my last like YouTube, getting kicked out of the DNC YouTube. Like you probably with at gunpoint. There's no fighting back. If they say, when someone says you got to leave this area and like move to a different area, do you know how many secrets are permanently space? We're fine for now in this. Well, not, we're not fine for now. We're like literally like we're permanently done here, bro. That's so whack. Yeah, Chowder's gonna understand those boxes are all owned by individuals, meaning they have the rights to any and all events held in the United States. The box owner ultimately has final say who's in there and can kick out whoever they want. So yeah, I did the Dr. Disrespect face gestures when my mic was muted. Okay, they also told you to stop stream. No, that's they didn't. Sounds like someone gave you that space without permission. No, dude, what are you talking about? You have no, just stop speculating. Okay, stop speculating. I'm telling you exactly what happened. I don't know why you're like, it's not enough for me. I don't know why you're like, I know you know better than I do. You were literally there. You have access to so much more information on this process than I do. Stop speculating. I'm telling you exactly what happened. Okay, I'm telling you exactly what happened. I don't know why the fuck you guys are like trying to make up your own goddamn stories. Okay, this is what happened. That morning, I interviewed the uncommitted delegates. Okay, these are Democratic Party operatives themselves, people that have fought against Republicans in their own states, people that have positions within the Democratic Party. These aren't like, anarchists. These aren't like the protesters outside. These are people who work within the confines of the Democratic Party. These are Democratic Party delegates. That's why there wasn't so many people outside in the protest, because they're not letting everybody in. They're obviously not letting anyone in, as a matter of fact. Okay, so like they had a Palestinian American. They had multiple Palestinian Americans that had speeches that were pre-vetted and pre-scripted, as always, that would endorse Kamala Harris at the end of that speech, as a matter of fact. That was those are the conditions, right? And they had put forward these speakers, and the Democratic Party was not playing ball with them at all, which was kind of fucked up. Not even kind of fucked up. It's really fucked up, because this is a very reasonable demand. It's a reasonable demand. It's a moral demand. It's a just demand. It's electorally positive for the Democrats to like show that they're a big tent that also features, Palestinian voices as well. These are American voters, right? These are American Palestinian voters and their friends. These are Arab voters and Muslim voters in key states. Okay, so obviously, I find it ridiculous that they would not, they just wouldn't do anything about that, right? Like they wouldn't let that happen. The UAW was pressuring, donors were pressuring the Democratic Party. Okay, a lot of pressure was happening for on the last day to have to have a Palestinian American speak. They had fucking Border Patrol guys on. They had, like anti-choice Republicans on. They had other Republicans on. They had a bunch of fucking Republicans on. Like, it's crazy. They had an Israeli American family speak, whose son was being held hostage by Hamas as well, which is of course understandable. Like, those are families that are suffering. Their voices also must be heard. Okay, that makes sense. But to do that and to then turn around and not have any Palestinian Americans, it obviously shows that there's a double standard. Okay. And now you have like UAW and other unions also applying pressure as well. And I think they should apply more pressure, as a matter of fact, regardless of the fact that like Joe Biden was very pro labor union and, walked the picket line. Like, it's great that he did that, but I think that there's no other way. There's no other way to get the Democratic Party to fucking meet these demands. Pressure from all vectors need to happen in order to get the Democratic Party to move on this issue, to get the Kamala Harris campaign to move on this issue, right? So I said last night, the attitude from the Dems cannot be, or 2 nights ago, cannot be that these people are simply spoiling the fun. Their demands are moral, reasonable, and just. Forcing Israel to commit to a ceasefire through measures beyond tough talk will also be electorally beneficial to the Democratic Party. So it's a win-win-win-win-win-win-win-win, okay? It's a win-win-win. Everybody with eyes can understand it. Everybody with a fucking brain can see what's going on. Unless you're completely in a fucking bubble. Unless you're completely in a bubble, you you look at the situation and you're like, why the fuck wouldn't these guys speak? What are you talking about? Right? Do you think it was a space management issue, or was there a problem with you and your ideas? Because this sounds like a big and chaotic event. No, it was straight up about what I said and what I was doing there. Okay. UAW posted this as well, which gave many others courage to also come out and speak. If we want the war in Gaza to end, we can't put our heads in the sand or ignore the voice of the Palestinian Americans in the Democratic Party. If we want peace, if we want a real democracy, if we want to win this election, the Democratic Party must allow a Palestinian American speaker to be heard from the DNC stage tonight. This is like not, this is literally the lowest, like the lowest hanging fruit. Okay. Like this is a gimme for the Democratic Party to even present themselves as though they are pro-Palestinian, as though they recognize the humanity of Palestinian Americans. Like that's it, right? That's it. That's all they are doing. That's all they're fucking doing at this point. That's all they're asking for. Families of the Israeli hostages joined the demand that Palestinians should not be barred from the DNC stage. Both groups demanding ceasefire and a deal to return the captives. Okay? Mehdi Hassan also then reported on other reporters being briefed that the DNC accepted the Dem state rep Ruva for Georgia, who is a Palestinian American Georgia state representative, who is, who had a speech that was ready to go. That they lied. The DNC lied and said basically, oh, it was actually the uncommitted movement that turned her down, which I think is fucking ridiculous because obviously, what do you mean it's the uncommitted movement? They are the ones who fucking put her forward. Okay? It's a lie being told, I assume, by DNC spinners now on the defensive. Uncommitted are the ones who pitched her, and there's still time for the DNC to put Ruva for Georgia on stage tonight for 2 minutes. If they have time and space for a former Republican congressman and for Israeli members of a hostage, they have time and space for an elected Palestinian Democratic lawmaker. Anything else is straight up racism and erasure. The DNC is strenuously denying that they put out any such false claims. So whichever Dem is saying this bullshit the reporters about uncommitted isn't even speaking on behalf of the party, it seems. But the bigger question is, why didn't the DNC accept Ruva for Georgia as a speaker tonight? Okay. To which I, of course, quote tweeted, why does the DNC have one speed? This is identical to how Israel does Hasbara Lamal. And I think literally right after I posted this tweet, like maybe 30 minutes after, is when I got booted. Rashida Tlaib also said, I know for a fact that the DNC did not act in good faith and continue to lie about the negotiations. They are exposing themselves. So yeah, I ate the boot right after that tweet. Okay. And remember, they came in, it was less than half an hour. Yeah. It was very close to after this tweet. I don't know the exact timestamp, but.
So we'd love for you to share that and talk to you a little.
But here's the thing. Okay. Here's the thing. I had a fucking New York Times interview that was being conducted at the time when they were like, yeah, you got to clear the space, which I thought was pretty crazy. Okay. It was like 25 minutes after that tweet, but I still had a New York Times interview that was coming. Ken Benzinger. And we still did the New York Times interview, and then they made me clear out my desk and clear out my underestimated Hassan's power. You were walking around openly declaring you had more consecutive viewers than the big news guys. I mean, I was memeing about that shit. Okay. Anyway, now I know because obviously there's like a shit ton of people involved in these decisions and like, playing roles in this, but now I know that like there was, I had heard that there was like, already a little bit of a difference in opinion with the Kamala Harris campaign, who I believe wanted me there, versus the DNC, which did not think it was a great idea. Okay, there was a little bit of friction, a little bit of tension. And then obviously, like after that, the boss call was the reason that I got exited in a polite manner. It was not like, fuck you, you're out of here, get the fuck out of here, you're done. Okay, it was more so like, hey, you can't be in here anymore. There's a really important person coming in here and we have to clear out the space. Except we're not really clearing out the space. We're only getting you out of this space, right? And when I asked, like, is there another place that I can go to? I have these interviews lined up. I have the Ilhan Omar interview. I have the AOC interview. I have the Sean Fain interview. Like, I set all this stuff up with the full knowledge that you guys gave me, that like with the confidence that you gave me that I have this space where I can do these private interviews, like conduct these private interviews. They said, no, you don't have any other place that we can put you to. Okay. But anyway, do you think you'll be invited back to the next DNC? Probably. I think so. It was not very polite. They were pretty fucking curt law. I mean, they used the language of politeness, but these Yeah. Would you do the DNC coverage from the inside again if you knew in advance the uncommitted movement would not be allowed to speak? Yes, I would. What do you mean? Of course I would. And next time the DNC happens in 2028, I will still go. Like, I'll probably even have a better slot this time around as well. Also, they said AOC needed the space as their first excuse, not knowing you were the one interviewing her, which is crazy. Yeah, they lied about that. They were like, oh, AOC's coming into this space. I was like, no, she's not. I know she's not because I'm literally talking to her right now, and she's stuck behind a fucking motorcade. Yeah, that was also crazy. And then lastly, they were like, oh yeah, we can put you in the meme room that doesn't have even like Wi-Fi. And also simultaneously, not only did it not have Wi-Fi, but there was no Ethernet either. It wasn't just a space issue. And I know that they were like watching because they obviously stream sniped me because they forgot to take my fucking badge for the lower level suites. And then I brought it up and I said, oh, they forgot to take my badge. Maybe they're not kicking us out. Okay. Maybe they're not kicking us out fully because again, like my press credentials are still there. This is like a different level of access. Okay. And they literally right after I said, oh, well, they didn't take my, lower level press credential from me, which means like maybe it is a space issue, right? Like maybe it is actually a legitimate space issue and like we'll be able to recover from here on out. It turns out, no. Okay.
Someone is definitely fucking watching the stream because I literally said, oh, they didn't even take our credentials away. And then they showed up. Someone is watching the fucking stream. But
just have to watch what you say, I guess, or they'll boot you out for being butthurt. Yeah. If that New York Times reporter was smart, he'd be covering this story, to be honest. I mean, potentially. Dude, I love Ken. He was cool. Yeah, he was dope. And you said on stream as a joke that you would use someone else's space, and said space owner came over rolling up his sleeves to make sure you weren't going to use their space. Wait, what? No, that was a different story. You're wrong about that. That's Crooked Media. They actually were willing to give me their space so I could conduct interviews. That was being handled on the back end. No, it wasn't. So it wasn't just that tweet. Okay. That tweet was like the straw that broke the camel's back, but it was my advocacy for having a Palestinian speak at the DNC consistently. It was me wearing a Palestinian flag around my waist, which they consider to be a big no-no, apparently. And also, it was the fact that I talked to the uncommitted movement as well. Now, the reason why it was a little bit different for me, if the DNC kicked out Osama while he's being interviewed by the New York Times to 60,000 people, dumbasses, I have to take responsibility here. I was doing a hysterical Hasidic tunnel callback bit that necessitated burrowing into the actual United Center with dozens of Haredi tunneling experts. When accosted by the Secret Service, I kind of panicked and said Hassan was my boss. My bad. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. It is crazy that they did that.
Of like literally only having Israeli victims and their family members be held into question while Palestinian and pro-Palestinian people are getting fucking beaten out. Okay. Like they're literally the delegates themselves that dare bring up the Palestinian
it didn't happen right after this. That's a lie, by the way. That's not correct.
Casualties get fucking booed, they get humiliated, they get kicked aside. It is fucking ridiculous. Okay.
Oh no, man, why would they even invite you? They knew what you say and you were yourself for 4 days straight, but at that moment they decided to kick you out. I'm straw that broke the camel's back. If you knew you'd be kicked out, would you have been less contentious? No. Other people interviewed the uncommitted people as well. Yes. But the difference is they were press. They didn't have like the fucking suite level access. Press doing it is different than a creator for Kamala doing it in front of 60,000 people and also in a fucking suite that they gave him. Okay. They see that as like a big fuck you. At least the DNC sees that as like a big fuck you. Do you understand? Like there's obviously a difference between like where I'm doing it and how I'm doing it versus like how other people are doing it. Okay. Don't you feel like what they did was worse? They cut off your ability to do your coverage while pretending you were still welcome, honestly. No, I mean, look, my point is this, okay? My point is this.
I was never going to like moderate my views or change my perspective because of the unimaginable amount of access I got. And I did get an unimaginable amount of access. Okay? It's true. I mean, think about it, dude. There are literally fucking professional journalists and press people and media outlets out there that are spending a shit ton of money, that had to spend a shit ton of money to get that level of access that I was able to get. Okay? That's huge. So everything I was able to do within the DNC, within the confines of the DNC for the past 4 days, even with the like last day, fuck you, I don't care. I'm very happy about. Okay? I'm very happy about it because obviously I still was able to do all of this shit, and I took all of it I never took it for granted. You know what I mean? I was able to do all of this, and I considered it to be a bonus, right? Because I would be covering the DNC regardless, even if I was there and I was streaming from the hotel room, or if I was here in Los Angeles streaming from my house. I'd be doing that anyway. So the fact that I was able to do it inside and also get this like level of unprecedented level of access on top of that was an added benefit. Do you see what I'm saying? The way I look at it is like, I'm happy for everything that I got because I never thought that I would get any of this shit anyway, which is precisely the reason why I think a lot of people were like, how the fuck did they let you in here? Like, why are they doing this? And I wanted to do it justice. Okay. I wanted to do it justice. I wanted to do the level of access that I got as much justice as possible. I wanted to show as many people as possible in my community that you know, this is how it works. This is the background. Like, this is what a convention is, right? Like I showed you every aspect of it, from the protests outside to the protests inside to the regular process. I interviewed politicians. I talked to them. Ultimately, I think I made the most of it. And I find it to be I found this to be a very, very fortunate situation. I was very lucky to be able to get all of this. I think they thought they could use you and live up your audience by giving you so much accommodation. Like, look, we have progressives too. Even that guy that said America's 9/11. Yeah, they don't care about that part. I feel like you made a shit ton of big connections. Not necessarily. I mean, all the people that I was talking to already, I had access to already. I just like kind of used them because I was right there. But anyway, Safety Vest DNC guy was watching stream and tried to jump in to stop the bad press. Yeah. Seeing it kicked out for what we all assume was support for Palestine just killed my spirit. I thought that we would get a voice in the DNC and we all got shut down. I'm back to not wanting to vote again. Look, I'm not gonna fault you for that. Okay. But overall, I think, and this is going to now get to my commentary portion, right? We're going to start talking about, we're going to be talking about the Kamala Harris speech and all this stuff, but I haven't watched stream in a long time. I catch up a little with what's going on with you and Ix. When I saw you were going to the DNC, I was hoping you wouldn't be simping for the Dems, so I'm super happy you haven't changed when you stand and speaking out against oppression. Yeah, of course. But it is, it is what it is. I'm overall very, very happy with everything. Okay. You said next time you let press credentials. Can you explain what difference it would make? I would have like a dog shit area, if lucky, if I even get an area at all, to be able to stream from the pit. Like, I'll probably be like near TYT in the press pit, because like all of those other major outlets, like, they pay for those rooms, and I'm not trying to drop fucking $500,000 on the Democratic National the DNC, the National Convention, to be able to fucking get like that level of access. So I can't get over what it must have looked like to the journo who was previously unfamiliar with you, seeing you kicked out while so many fans in the DNC are thanking you for your work and how much you mean to them. Yeah. Overall, I think that it was a wild thing that they did, especially when I was like being interviewed by the New York Times in front of 60,000 people. I don't know why they did it like that. I think it's not like that serious, that significant in the grand scheme of things. Like, I don't know if that'll like be a bigger news story or anything like that. But regardless of that, regardless of their actions, I still am very happy. I'm still very happy with like what I was able to do. And that's it. I hope that it was entertaining, and I hope that not only was it entertaining, but also informative. And I hope you guys got a better understanding of, what was going on internally over there. But yeah, I was mauling last night with the Kamala Harris speech. But here's a funny moment where, I was having fun with the New York Times guy.
I got a friend who's a nicotine gum addict. I'm wondering if I should.
I am
push
too.
her on Zyn.
I am too, but then she's gonna be a Zyn addict. She's gonna be a Zinfidel.
Isn't
Osama Bin Laden.
I feel like I got a friend who's.
I have it on good authority. Okay, dude. Emphasis on convention. This was sick, man. This is undefeated. Okay, this is literally undefeated. What is this? Canute mentioned you. Colette calling Hassan insane. KW. It was not only the best week of content ever, it was so rejuvenating to see you go into Liberal Alliance Den and be treated like the biggest celebrity there. Such a good sign for the left's future, in my opinion. I don't know if it's a good sign of the left's future. The lady that came to make sure you were leaving that were asking about another space also said it would be best if you went back to your hotel to continue the stream. When you said that that would be your next step, they definitely just wanted you gone and were trying to do it with grace because you were live to so many people. I mean, I don't know if she was trying to do that. I think it was just more so like they were all fine. They were great. I'm not annoyed with them at all. Nothing will ever top you sitting down with Ro Khanna and immediately talking about sometimes leaving your mic on while you're pissing. You literally said pissing to Ro Khanna. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I was excited when you mentioned going to the DNC and it felt like a place to get a view. Love the insight. Yeah. They kicked you out for the Zinfidel comments? No, dude. They kicked me out because I served too many 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. And I did that so gracefully. I'm not going to lie. I was shocked at how many people were fans inside of the Democratic Party. Maybe not the delegates and maybe not the people that are working. Maybe not the people that are like volunteers. That makes sense. But it was genuinely fucking shocking how many like I had like council members and shit like that from all around the country coming up and being like, yo, I'm a huge fan. It was like, damn, that's crazy. That's wild. Have you tried the citrus flavors in? Yeah, it sucks. Hassan is interviewing Cori Bush right now. Yeah, she said she was a fan of mine, which was crazy to hear from someone who I respect so much. But yeah, I think the strip showed that the MJ glazing is alive and strong, and you loving LeBron was going against that love. Yeah, I think that's why I got kicked out, honestly, because I just spoke truth to power about how LeBron is the real GOAT. Anything you do differently? No, not even. Like, I think we maxed out. Okay, we maxed out. We did everything right. We did everything. I don't think there was a single aspect of this that I would change. Like we took every right step. I guess maybe mute my microphone when I'm pissing in the bathroom.
A big theme here at the DNC is that they're going to go after corporate gouging, and they're going to go after corporations, whether it's in taxes, largesse, loopholes. The RNC, we heard the same thing. They're going after the elites. The two sets of rules. Let me reveal a reality to you that has to be spoken to here, okay? These are the soldiers. These are the men and the women that go back to their constituencies and their communities, and they fight. They take time from their jobs. They take time from their families. Republicans and Democrats alike, that's what they do. They need to charge these people up. They need to be able to get them on board. But there's another reality that is literally looking down on them. Greg, look at the ring of sweets, okay? This is not unique to Democrats. There is a game of money. When people talk about uniparty, we are strangled by the money reality in our politics. Those suites start at 500 grand. You think there's like a teacher group up in there? You think it's like the Cub Scouts of Columbia County, South Carolina, that's up in those boxes? Some of them are lobbies and good things. The media boxes, you think they're free? Why do you think I'm on the floor? News Nation is not a broke company. Nexstar is a massive organization. We are corporate media. We don't have one of those boxes because that's the game. You pay to play. Those boxes are filled with the same people that they say they're going to regulate. They are literally looking down on the faithful and being told, yeah, we're going to break down on them. We're going to make them pay their share. They paid $500, $700, $1 million, $1.5 million to have those seats. They get hotel suites that are probably gifted to the party. And the same thing is true at the Republican side. And they're going to take them down? They're going to change how it is. They are looking down from on high at the people who make the difference in their communities. And that is the reality of politics. And I had my producer walk around and show you those tweets. Now, they're not all the same. They're not all the same. But the reality is, in 2000, they spent $300 million on presidential campaigns. 24 years later, you know what they're expected to spend? $10 billion. Do you know how much money Harris has raised in the last couple of weeks? Hundreds of millions. And that's success. A lot of it's small donor, a lot of it isn't. The most dangerous money in politics is now legal money because of Citizens United. You've got to know this. The idea that they can fight against it is almost laughable. It's almost laughable. So look and listen when you are told these things. Because I don't care what they promise you. Not here tonight, not at the RNC, not that Trump knows them, not that they don't own them. He did one of the biggest fundraisers I've ever heard of in my life out where I live. Millions of dollars a plate. That's the reality of politics.
I don't know what the fuck happened to this man, but like, it's crazy. What are the odds of you getting Cuomo on the show? Bro, are you kidding me? His fucking producer doesn't stop texting me all the time. I have been ducking his show. Non-fucking stop. I maybe have him on my show, though. Potentially. Playlist for later. I don't know if you saw. Yeah, RFK, by the way, coming out swinging. I did not get the playlist. No. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. RFK will end his independent presidential bid and endorse Donald Trump. We already knew that it was going to happen, and it's happening. It's not shocking. Obviously, Zim pouches and the Mountain Dew sent me to the hospital with heart palpitations. Scariest day of my life. I cold turkey both that day on God. For real, no cap. Hi, chat. You're looking cute. You said it changed your view of how that world is different. Oh, yeah. So what I was going to say is, like, being at the DNC, it made me realize why. Being at the DNC made me realize why, the Democrats are, like, so out of touch with the desires of, like, the average person. Okay, like it totally made me understand like why the DC bubble works. Okay, how the DC bubble works in the way that it does. It made me understand why like these guys have no fucking clue. Okay, they have no clue. They have no clue what like real human beings and what their desires look like. I would say that they're like almost allergic to it. A couple things that really frustrated me. Couple things that really frustrated me in terms of like what I saw was the attitude inside of those halls. The attitude inside of those halls was elated. It was ecstatic. They were, in my opinion, doing fucking touchdown dances when the game wasn't over yet and they weren't even winning. Because the Democrats are not winning right now. This is something that we need to remember. Okay? Like liberals off of just vibes alone, because of the fact that it is no longer Joe Biden, but instead a much younger, more dynamic candidate, off of those vibes alone, they think they're going to Brad Summer their way into an electoral W. They will not. And I think Kamala Harris herself is smarter than this because of what she has communicated thus far. Okay? I think Kamala Harris herself has said time and time again, like, don't take anything for granted. We're not winning yet. Okay. Is your opinion that the Harris administration took a heel turn last night regarding Gaza, or was it the wall's momentum and hope that we just kind of gaslit ourselves? Is it a change to a previously more empathetic stance, or are we just now seeing Biden fascism that's always been there? I'm going to get to all of that. In a second. Okay. I need you to understand. I'm still talking about the vibes here. In terms of that, like, I think that they are, like, I think that the Democratic Party, people that are in positions of power within the Democratic Party are too cocky and too confident. They should not be cocky and confident. If they want to win against Donald Trump, they should not be this cocky. They should not be acting like they won the race already. Okay? That's number one. Number two, the Democratic Party went back to its old fucking ways last night and throughout this entire week. Like, people have asked me over the course of this past month, over and over again, wow, now that Kamala Harris is the president, will you endorse her? And I kept saying, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. They kept saying, like, do you think this is different? Do you think that, like, it spells a difference in the Democratic Party, right? In terms of their attitude, in terms of how they're campaigning. And I kept saying, it seems like it, but we will wait and see. Now, part of the reason why I kept saying that is because I haven't seen anything yet.
I have not seen anything from Kamala Harris's team so far, with some exceptions. You know, price caps, great. Okay. You know me. I'll be the most critical person on the planet. I'll always do adversarial commentary. But when it comes down to it, if any campaign really is doing something good, I will openly recognize it. Okay. But last night's speech for Kamala Harris was very consequential. Why? Why was last night's speech in this DNC, why was it so consequential? Because Kamala Harris is a empty shell for the most part in terms of her political acumen, in terms of her ideology, in terms of her positions. That is just the reality. She was a senator for a short period of time from California under the Trump administration. In that circumstance, in that situation, of course, she came across very progressive with her legislative decision making. When she ran for president, she ran on the Medicare for All ticket in 2019 in the primaries. She got destroyed, but it doesn't matter. Like, the fact that she thought that that was a successful way to brand herself for the presidency was good. Okay. That made me think perhaps she might be actually a little bit more progressive than the average Democrat. Considering that she's gone back on a lot of that stuff, now that she is in power, makes me feel like she never was obviously interested in this at all, right? In progressive legislation at all. So I think, and the fact that there's still no policy page, by the way, holy fuck, I'm becoming like one of these Republicans, but like they're right. Still no policy page, still no interviews at this point. It's fucking crazy. You have to endorse her. The stakes are too high. Many progressives aren't going to vote because of you. The stakes, like the sizzled steaks. If I have this level of motion and this level of clout that I could actually dramatically alter the trajectory of a fucking political campaign, then they should listen to my voice. Okay? Then they should listen to me. Okay? What you say makes no sense. I am not in these calculations because why the fuck would I be in these calculations? I have an international audience. Okay? You're ridiculous. If you think I have that level of motion, then it would be an unimaginable mistake for the Democrats not to listen to me. Because all I'm saying, all I keep reiterating over and over again is that these people should not take your votes for granted. It is the foundational principle of democracy, the democratic process. Okay? This isn't fucking team sports. They should earn your vote. Me saying that is unacceptable for so many people for some weird reason. Well, the weird reason is that they don't care about the democracy either. They just want their own team to win over the other team. They're invested. They don't even know why, but they're invested nonetheless. Most USA Dems are center right, so yeah, they're doing what their constituents actually want. No, this is a silly notion. It's not correct. It's objectively not correct. Okay? Ryan Grimm, it's worth just mentioning that Kamala, here.
She's on the brink of the presidency without ever having really won like any competitive elections.
Yeah.
Like she was a machine politician. I wish Dan was here because he knows the California politics better. You're a little closer to California, so maybe.
And your name is David.
She had the last really competitive election she had must have been
AG.
The AG primary.
Right.
Yeah, the AG primary where she had the support of the entire Bay Area machine.
Yeah.
So she had the advantage there. When she ran for Senate, it was against Linda Sanchez's sister.
Yeah.
It was just a totally hapless candidate.
Yep.
Whose seat was she?
Barbara Boxer.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So, who? Linda Sanchez?
No.
Whose seat was Kamala?
I think it was Barbara.
It was Boxer.
Oh yes.
She replaced.
Right, Boxer. So she didn't. There was no Republican.
Right.
No serious Republican running, and she beat a hapless Democrat. And then she runs for president and just gets absolutely wasted and drops out in 2019 before any votes are cast. And then she gets picked as vice president.
Yeah.
And now here she is.
She's going to wait until after the debate to post policy because posting the policy will become a blueprint of attacks Trump could use against her on the debate. This whole campaign has been strategically planned. That is ridiculous. If she posts policy in September, like 2 months out from 1 month out from election, that is insane. Okay, this is a truncated speech and a truncated campaign. Okay, for understandable reasons, because it is a swap out that happened only a month ago. But at this point, But at this point, like, we should have a better understanding of what she represents. And last night was important for that reason. Okay. The DNC this week was important for that reason. The DNC and the campaign might be at odds at times, but, you know, they are a collective unit. Together, they represent the Democratic Party. And what you need to understand is what they communicated last night was very important. What they communicated last night was, for me at least, September is like 10 days away. Lol. You're saying like it's a month from now. September is like 10 days away. It doesn't matter, bro. The DNC happened. They need to fucking start telling people what they're, you know, they need to start communicating to all of the people in that room, like what they're going to be advocating for. What are you talking about? Do you know anything about fucking campaigning? What is happening? You have to knock on doors. When you knock on doors, what do you want to tell the people that you knock on doors on? You knock on a door and then you just go, Brad Summer. Yeah, I'm going to go to fucking like rural neighborhoods in Georgia. Okay. Or North Carolina. I'm going to go to the suburbs in North Carolina, knock on a fucking door. Right. And they're going to be like, hello, what's going on? What the fuck are you doing here? You're like, oh, I'm here with the Kamala Harris campaign. And I was wondering if you could spare a moment of your time so we could have a conversation about potentially voting for Harrison Walz in the upcoming election. And they're like, okay, well, I'm afraid I have no talking points for you, sir, even though normally under regular fucking canvassing campaigns, regular door knocking campaigns, like they'd give us talking points that we could disseminate. We, however, don't have that because the Kamala Harris campaign has not actually given us the talking points at all. We have no idea what her policy positions are, but you should vote for her regardless. Here's a Brad Summer sticker. Boom, slap it in the face. Is that what you think is going on? Is that how you think that happens? Twitch chat thinks its opinion is the popular one and you're the only one that matters, lol. Like, Democrats run so scared all the time, and they have this like they have this attitude forever that causes them to just have poor political instincts and oftentimes straight up disagree with like good things that normal basic things that campaigns are supposed to do. Okay, there is no defense for not revealing the policy positions of the Kamala Harris campaign at this point. Do you understand? Like, there is no, because the policies are very important. At the end of the day, that is how you make an argument as to why people should vote for you. That's how you get undecided voters and those who have previously, if you have time and if you have bandwidth, if you have money, if you want to have a more expansive door knocking operation, you then go out to people who are not voting and try to get them on board as well. And when you do that, you have to tell them why they should vote for you. If you don't have that, if you don't have those fucking policies ready to go, you're fucked. How are you going to do door knocking? I don't understand why people are fighting Hassan on Harris needing a policy page is the bare freaking minimum, because these people are the same, exhibiting the same exact energy that the Biden dead enders were exhibiting, which is obviously running scared and trying to engage in post hoc rationalizations for why the campaign is doing certain things that normal campaigns would never do. Okay, that's it. Because they want, they are demonstrating unconditional loyalty and support to the Democratic Party. They are obviously scared of the Republican Party, understandably scared of the Republican Party, and that fear causes them to fucking behave in this like idiotic manner where they just like ultimately try to run defense anywhere and everywhere when certain things might be indefensible, like Biden staying in the race was indefensible. And yet so many fucking people, great meeting at a convention, why'd they kick you out, send me your t-shirt size and an address, the speech was ass, positioning her as post 2012 re-elect Obama, also as if Trump is incumbent and she's challenging him. Yeah, it was really, I didn't like the speech at all. We're going to get to that in a second. I'm just like gearing up for what my criticisms were on the speech. Okay. The literature we hand out at the campaign when door knocking is literally just a picture of Kamala and a QR code. It's wild. Would you say that the Democrats are running a good anti-Trump campaign, but a poor pro-Harris campaign, or just bad all around? Bad all around. Okay. They're not even running a good anti-Trump campaign right now. Last night's speech was so heavy on Trump personal attacks and very, very light on Trump policies that are damaging and devastating. January 6th, you got to make a mention of that, right? He's a sore loser. You got to make a mention of that. I understand. But overall, like, the best part of the speech was when Kamala talked about her own personal background. Okay. She revealed a lot of stuff about her personal life and her personal development that she had never talked about, including Donald Harris, her father, who she's been estranged from since she was 6, right? That was unique. Talking about how she was at the park and her dad said, run. And her mom said, don't move away from us. Like, stick around, be around us. And her dad said, run as far as you can. That juxtaposition, all that stuff is good. The fact that she, the fact that, like, she had a personal connection to why she became a prosecutor. I think, like, she did a really good job of explaining how she became a prosecutor in, like, the most, like, progressive way you can mention that, right? Even though it's inherently not a very progressive position. Talking about how one of her friends in high school was being sexually assaulted and abused by her stepfather, and that was what, like, geared her towards being a prosecutor. All that stuff was great. Having said that, however, everything after that intro was just, like, damn near identical to the fucking Biden script. Like, it almost felt like she was just reading out the Biden script that was written for her. Is now the time to be going up against Kamala? Brother, I'm a political commentator, okay? I am not a party booster. I am not a Democratic Party operative. Okay, we're back. I don't know what happened. No, I don't know what happened. No, it was on my end. It wasn't Twitch. I had a mini drop off. It was fine though. I mean, it's good now. I hope. I think. So anyways, I was saying I'm not a party operative, okay? My job here is to tell you what I think the Democratic Party should do, and I will tell you what I think the Democratic Party should do from good policy positions and good politics positions as well, okay? And if the Democratic Party does things, or the Kamala Harris campaign does things that I think are bad, I'm going to tell you that. Why would I not do that? Okay? Like, I'm not going to be like, oh man, I really don't want to criticize Kamala Harris because like the calculation didn't change from Biden to Kamala Harris. Why the fuck was I criticizing Biden? It was still Biden running up against Donald Trump. Like, think about that. What changed? If all the other worst aspects of the Biden re-election campaign and Biden administration has not changed, okay? Like, I listened to Pod Save America this morning, and the funniest part was when they said, when people get into focus groups asking about Kamala Harris, often they want to know about her policies. What will she do for me? People more or less want a white paper of what she plans to do. Instead, the speechwriter smartly ignored this and just focused on Kamala's personal values. I don't think that's smart. I think that's actually not smart. I think that's very bad because it's bad instincts in general, especially because Kamala Harris, I'm sorry, is not charismatic like Barack Obama is to be able to keep that afloat purely on vibes alone. Okay? I don't think you guys get that. I don't think a lot of people understand that. It's only smart if her policies are bad, which is to be determined right now. Like, it makes, I don't know. It's so crazy. The Democrats are running on vibes and feelings, no policies yet. More fuel for the Republicans. I mean, not necessarily. How likely is she to advocate for Medicare for all? She will not. Don't be crazy now. What an RNC, huh? Captain, those were the Dems. 10-10. Their starting point on negotiations regarding immigration is the right-wing border bill. In the next Congress, that bill will be even more right-wing if they lose the Senate. Yeah. It's genuinely devastating. And it is genuinely scary seeing what the fuck is unfolding right now. Anyway, on that note, let's get to Kamala Harris's speech and the way that mainstream media is presenting it or viewing it, and then I'll give you my thoughts on it as well. I already started talking about some of the things that I liked that she talked about, like her own background and stuff. Like, that stuff was good. And then a lot that I did not like.
Kamala Harris becoming the first black
I'm
woman
gonna pee.
and the first Asian American to accept the nomination of a major party.
Take a look at this photo. That is Harris's great niece, Amara, watching her auntie take the stage, bearing witness to this history-making moment.
What an image that is. Harris pointed to the future, saying America can chart a new way forward. She called Donald Trump an unserious man posing a serious threat to America and the world, capping off a convention week the Democrats could not have imagined just a few weeks ago. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce starts us off from the convention floor. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. Well, Kamala Harris told the crowd here that she is no stranger to unlikely journeys, and last night she shared hers with the nation, reintroducing herself to voters, taking shots at Donald Trump, making her case, and yes, making history too. Overnight, Kamala Harris stepping onto the convention stage and into history.
On behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be president.
The first black woman and first Asian American to accept the nomination of a major party, sharing her American story. The daughter of immigrants, her worldview shaped by the strength of her mother.
She taught us to never
Like, the dynamic is really good because America is comprised of immigrants, okay? America is a nation of immigrants. So that dynamic on the aesthetic front is perfect. You have, on the one hand, a middle-class immigrant family, the daughter to a middle-class immigrant family of academics, right? Obviously, you know, as a black woman, taking advantage of, like, what a person like this, from a background like this, can do to get to the highest office. On the other hand, you have Tim Walz, a white guy, like just a perfect fucking white dude, all right? Straight up, from the middle of America, from the heartland, who was a teacher and has a very progressive background. Like, it is a perfect ticket on that front, on the aesthetic front. The only thing that we don't have in this ticket is policies and a genuine commitment to progressive economic policies and a willingness to fight for said progressive economic policies. Okay? If they had that, and if they demonstrated that tonight and throughout this DNC, I would have a very different attitude. I would have a very different attitude right now. Okay? Right now, this race seemingly is still very close. I think a lot of Democrats are you know, they consider this a done deal. Having said that, this race is currently only close and not and not one that Trump is, like, very clearly winning because of the Trump campaign's failures, because of Trump's failures, because of the Republican Party's failures, their hyper focus on weird culture war issues, their lack of interest in, like, offering people anything other than resentment and anger and frustration. Those are the reasons as to why the Kamala Harris, the Harris-Walz ticket is performing better, seemingly better, and has momentum behind it against the Trump-Vance ticket. Okay? It is shocking. Okay? She did roll out progressive economic policies last week. She even defended them from a non-deficit hog, borderline MMT perspective, which is highly progressive. I know. I'm aware. I talked about that, except for this one, by the way. Okay? Except for the housing policy, which is deregulation. I don't know what that is going to look like, and I don't really like it, but that's why I need to see the fucking policy papers.
To Kamala cast the tie-breaking votes.
So we'll look at the fucking Trump side of the equation in a minute after I'm done with this. Okay? I told my coworker the same thing. I feel like Kamala isn't winning, Trump is losing. He laughed and called me a cynic. It's true. Anyone that tells you that that's not the case is delusional. Okay? Like, there isn't much that is fundamentally different than the Joe Biden campaign versus the Kamala campaign so far in terms of, like, what they've shown us, whether it be the Israel policy, whether it be, like, jingoistic sentiment in terms of, like, having a muscular military, right? Whether it be even talking about fucking NATO. Biden also has some pretty solid, dare I say, progressive economic policies anyway that he talked about. So on that front, they're also pretty closely aligned, which is a good thing, right? But it's supposed to be a focus on that and a willingness to fight on those boundaries. What you need to put forward in that situation is exactly that, not fucking vibes. Okay? I think overall, my fears early on when this swap out happened are now coming to unfold. I was worried that they would just simply see the momentum of the Biden-Harris swap out and the Waltz choice and just go, this is going to carry us across the finish line. We don't have to do anything else. And then the attacks would start coming, calling them radicals. If you recall, I said all of this. Republicans are going to start calling them radicals, communists, crazy. And on that point, in that situation, they had two options. Either say, we're not radical. These positions are popular. These policies are popular. There's nothing radical about feeding children. There's nothing radical about, child tax credits. There's nothing radical about whatever, litany of progressive policies that they might have. Okay? And that you guys are the radical ones for being fucking weirdos that only care about like culture war shit and not actually putting food on people's tables. Okay? Or they would do the old school Democrat thing. We almost word for word said if they do what they're doing right now, they're dead in the water. Yes. Not dead in the water necessarily, because again, the Trump side of the equation is too devastating. Okay? You need to remember that. Like, Trump is just so bad. They're doing a horrible job. He's maxed out on his name recognition. He's flailing around like a madman. Like, their campaign is underwater. It's sinking. It's hemorrhaging funds to Trump's legal battles. Like, the Democrats are running on easy mode. So it's not done yet. But the problem is it should not be close. Just like I said with Biden, it should not be close. It should not be a close race at all. With Kamala Harris, that still remains, okay? And yet it is. Now, there was momentum, but I think this will ultimately soften that momentum. I thought that this would be a first-time Obama-style campaign. They would activate those same demographics. They would go out and run the table. Young voters, Hispanic voters, black voters, okay? And they would be able to even pick up some of the non-college educated voters back with a campaign of hope and change, similar to Barack Obama, right? Even though Kamala Harris obviously is not nearly as charismatic as Barack Obama, the policies would speak for themselves. What you would do for people would speak for itself, okay? But they didn't do that, and now they are, in my opinion, running scared again. This, and I talked to so many normies after the speech because I wanted to hear what they had to say, like Democratic Party, high information voters that like vote for the Democrats. And they kept reiterating, well, this speech wasn't for you, Hassan. It was for the moderates. It was for some mythical person, right? Some other guy, not for me, but some other guy. Okay. And that's the same thing that a lot of liberals in this community reiterated as well in the chat over and over again. Guys, this speech is not for us. It's for some other guy. It's not for us. It's for some other guy. The fuck are you talking about? Of course it's for you. You're the voter. What are we talking about? This is a ridiculous calculation. It's copium. When you say things like running scared and Democrats are cowards, can you explain what you mean? I've been here since the 2020 election and I'm still not 100% clear on what you mean there. Easy. Running scared and Democrats are cowards is Democrats let Republicans run the conversation. Okay? Republicans don't campaign every 4 years like the Democrats do. They campaign every single day. They change the narrative. They change the discourse on a regular basis. They know that their policies ultimately are very unpopular, oftentimes violent, maybe even abhorrent and gross in terms of the immigration agenda, for example. Trump is running on mass deportations of migrants. Mass deportations of migrants. In order for that to stick, he's also running on lies about migrants. Migrants being responsible for hundreds of thousands of murders, for example, something that Trump says all the time. This is an abject lie. It's completely made up. It's pure hysteria. Democrats do not counter message against that and have not counter message against that for the past 4 fucking years. And obviously, when there's no counter narrative that brings people back to the fucking truth, to the middle, to the center, or even, dare I say, the left, obviously, people are going to start believing that. If only one side is chirping about migrants being rapists and drug dealers and shit, okay, and the other side's not saying anything, then yeah, people are going to fucking, oh, God damn it, what is happening today? What is happening today, man? What the fuck? What is going on? What are these little blips over and over again? Anyway, when Democrats don't counter message against like the Republican lies on immigration, they leave too much. They literally leave too much on the table, and people become more reactionary on the issue of immigration, as Americans have. And then you arrive at like insane polling numbers, such as 60% of Americans are positive on mass deportation of migrants. Okay, it's crazy. Dude, you've said to yourself that a random Democrat would win over Biden. Is it not a good idea that Kamala isn't presenting any policies then in order not to mess up their bonus? Wait, what? No, dude, absolutely not. A generic Democrat would win over Biden because a generic Democrat is associated with like the Democratic Party's policies. That's why I always say in the heartland of America, in the South, everywhere around this country, the most popular thing is a lifeless, faceless ballot measure that is the most progressive ballot measure you've ever seen, okay? Not associated with a fucking Democrat at all. It's directly the policies that are popular, okay? No, you said a generic Democrat ticket, not a faceless person? Yes, when I say a generic Democrat ticket, I mean the Democratic Party's platform is popular. The Democratic Party's policies are popular. That's why I kept repeating over and over again that, like, I mean, I always said a generic Democrat polls better because people are obviously not frustrated with the Democratic Party in general. They're frustrated with Joe Biden. Okay? That's it. Geldim anne. Anyway, let's continue.
Complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it. That was my mother. She taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote.
Harris acknowledging her unusual path to the top of the
Republicans have out-messaged them so fucking hard on immigration. People's minds have been totally broken on the issue. Yeah, brother, I'm sorry, but like, that's an easy fix. Especially because it's like literally a house of cards built on fucking lies. Okay? Democrats need to counter message against it. At the very least, they need to fucking say, oh, they want to do mass deportations. Like, I've been begging, screaming from the fucking rooftops for Democrats to be like, Republicans keep claiming that migrants are responsible for the fentanyl crisis in this country. Why do they keep saying that when 90% of the drugs coming over the southern border and every border in the United States of America are apprehended at fucking regular points of entry? Why is that not something that they keep saying? Like, why is that just not a fact that they reiterate over and over again about the lies? The fact that 90% of fentanyl traffickers, 90% of all drug traffickers that are caught at the border are American citizens. I had this conversation with Ro Khanna. Why aren't they talking about the fact that America is a nation of migrants? This is like regular Democratic messaging. Always. We are all children of migrants. We all came here at a certain point. Okay? We are all children of migrants in this country. That's what makes us great. It's one of the most beautiful aspects of America is that a person who has a mother who's Indian and a father who's Jamaican can come together and literally fucking build a future for themselves. What are we talking about? She is literally the daughter of migrants. It makes no fucking sense. Instead, they're literally pushing the same fucking right-wing immigration bill that Republicans wrote. They should drop the border policy anyway. They should have dropped the border policy months ago. It blows my fucking mind that they're still pushing that, like actively, a right-wing border bill. It is dumb as fuck. And I have lost my voice screaming about this over and over again, about how stupid it is to actively run and try to outflank the Republican Party on the border. If the border is a problem, if people do see immigration as a problem, they're not going to vote for the Democrats. They're not going to vote for the Democrats to fix that problem. It is so fucking stupid. They won't. Oh, here's Greg Kazar.
Everyday people. And I would support a bill that actually had that in it. But unfortunately, this current bill does not have something in it for everyday immigrant families that have been here.
My goat. He's saying exactly what I've been saying, non-fucking stop, by the way. Democrats at least used to push and pull. They would do compromise, right? On immigration, like Obama did. He did the Dreamer shit, but then he also deported a fuck ton of migrants, right? But there was a compromise there. Now the compromise is gone. It's just a pure right-wing bill with nothing in return. Kamala Harris said she's going to work on amnesty. I haven't heard a single fucking peep from her on this front. Hassan, use your fucking brain. Remember, your words carry weight, and you have a lot of dumb fans who are going to voting. Way too many people will continue to be in serious danger and worse in this country if your rhetoric results in another MAGA presidency. Dude, you are literally the stupidest person on the planet if you think a fucking random Twitch streamer is capable of changing the outcome of this election and not like the Democratic Party itself. Okay? If I had this kind of juice and this kind of motion, Bernie Sanders would be president. That's number one. Number two, if I do have this kind of juice and this kind of motion, maybe the Democratic Party should fucking listen to me. Okay? I don't, and that's why they do not listen to me. And even if I did, they would not listen to me regardless. But I don't. So you're just fucking chirping at a random Twitch streamer. Okay? We have 80 days. What do you mean? Okay.
Here 10, 20, 30 years. And so we're ready to compromise and push forward on something that can help people who are here. But unfortunately, our politics have been pushed so far to the right on immigration by Donald Trump that we have to fight back against Trump and try to realign our politics on immigration back to where they were just a few years ago so that we can actually send a bill to a President Harris's desk that actually meets what it is that she's laid out in her speech, which includes both security, but actually also taking care of the immigrant community and providing immigrants' rights.
And Greg, I mentioned in a segment earlier that it seems to me the Democratic Party, as you say, in shifting to the right on immigration, is really adopting a policy of a kinder, gentler form of mass deportation and militarization. You were recently traveled to South America because I think what most Americans don't realize that the reductions in
He is wrong, though. Most of the chat doesn't vote. That's like, you guys are ridiculous, okay? You're silly. You're fantasizing about whatever you think this chat represents in your mind. It's like, you guys are ridiculous, okay? You're silly. You're fantasizing about whatever you think this chat represents in your mind. This is a community that is incredibly fucking focused on American politics, okay? We not only have people who vote, we have people who are literally fucking community organizers, those who go out and engage in direct action, those who go out and engage in fucking mutual aid. This is ridiculous. This is a fucking objectively nerdy ass community in terms of politics. There are people in this. Dude, I went to the fucking DNC, man. I went to the DNC. Thousands of people that are literally fucking council members and shit, mayors of random cities, came up to me and said they were fucking fans of mine. What the fuck are you talking about? Stop fantasizing about how this community doesn't fucking vote. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, they don't just vote. They also go out and literally fucking become actual politicians. Okay? They participate. They become labor organizers. You're wrong. I don't know what more I can show you other than the fact that I was literally inside of the fucking Democratic National Convention for 4 fucking days. And tens of thousands of people came up to me in that process. The fuck are you talking about? Yelling louder doesn't make you right? Oh my God, I'm not just yelling louder because it's making me right. I am right. Objectively. Like, what more do you need to see? Listen to the words instead of just hyper-focusing on the fact that I'm yelling. And you will understand that there's a 3-minute ad break coming for you right now. Okay? What is happening, dude? I'm one of those, an organizer from a community and past average of most chatters here. Yeah, there's like, brother, so are you a random Twitch streamer or a lefty powerhouse dog? No, dude. I am a random Twitch streamer, okay? I do my very best. And I have a sizable community comprised of community organizers, people who definitely go out and vote, people who are paying close attention to politics. But that doesn't move the needle. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Because at the end of the fucking day, if the Democratic Party chooses to make bad decisions, for example, in terms of their campaigning, I can't change that trajectory by simply dick riding Kamala Harris and Tim Walz unconditionally, okay? Because I don't have that kind of power. I can't overcome multiple billions of dollars at this point of campaign financing, dude. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Be real. Be a goddamn adult about this, please. Haas Maz, not everyone is a fan of you, Hassan. Yeah, of course not everyone's a fan of me. I have plenty of fucking haters too. I'm just simply saying that, like, you saw so many people that are in the heart, okay? So many people who are in the heart of the Democratic Party's, like, political machine being a noteworthy person there implies that, like, yeah, clearly there are people who are paying attention in this stream, many of which have, like, gone on to participate in the process in a more meaningful fashion than just simply voting too. I don't understand it. I don't understand what you guys do not hear when I say this. While I do have some semblance of influence, that does not move the fucking needle, okay? Like 2016, I was a Bernie bro. 2016, I saw the writing on the wall. I knew that Trump was going to be devastating. I said, vote for Clinton. I'm with her. I voted for Hillary Clinton, reluctantly. Okay, but my advocacy for Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders' advocacy for Hillary Clinton, is not going to have the same impact as Hillary Clinton refusing to campaign in Wisconsin. Do you understand? Campaigns and the entirety of mainstream media focusing on campaigns is going to have a significantly larger impact on the outcome of an election than a random fucking Twitch streamer. Okay? And having said that, you guys want me to shut the fuck up about my criticisms, which is something I'm never going to do. Demonstrably, I am stubborn to a fault. So much so that my stubbornness and my advocacy got me fucking kicked out of the studio space that was given to me at the DNC. So it's additionally silly for you to be like, hey man, maybe you should dial back your criticisms because, you know, we're 70 days out. Like, I have no loyalty. Okay, I have no fealty to the Democratic Party. They should have fealty to you and to me as a voter. Okay, they should need to earn your vote. What happened between yesterday night and today for you to change the reason you got kicked out of the suite? Sorry for repeating the question. I'm a fan of you. Nothing changed. I literally said that it's either because it's chaotic. I'm sure maybe it's because it's chaotic and not because of what I said, versus it was always in between either or. Wait, you said you weren't so contentious? What do you mean? Stop arguing with libs. They only care about aesthetics right now. Your aesthetics are bad. Arguing won't change that. Why are my aesthetics bad?
Border crossings are largely a result of the U.S. pressuring Mexico and now Panama to basically shut down the transit routes of migrants coming up through Central America. Wondering your experience there and the sources of this continued flow of migrants.
Well, you know, the mainstream media focuses on immigration as if it's just a border issue. But immigration doesn't start at the border. It starts in people's home countries, economies that have been destabilized, democracies that have been destabilized. And so we've founded now in the Congress the Global Migration Caucus, where we're going to start talking about those issues that people don't want to talk about in Washington, D.C., how the United States' own policies contribute to mass displacement of people out of places like South America. And if we actually help people stay in their home countries, not force people out, then actually that'd be a humane and thoughtful way of reducing mass migration.
Feels great to have Diet Dr. Pepper again. Fuck me. Anyway, we haven't even gotten to the Gaza part of the equation yet, by the way, which is what's crazy. So let's continue with
the ticket. The path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected.
Curious, you say Democrats should earn your vote, but if you actually ever withheld your vote or voted for a Republican, I would never vote for a Republican. My criticism of the Democratic Party is because of their closeness to the Republican Party on issues. Okay? My expectation from the Democratic Party, because I recognize the duopoly for what it is that they don't fucking capitulate to right-wing framing, that they don't advocate for right-wing bills. Okay? That they actually fight back. I will never vote for a Republican. That's why last night I said it over and over again, that liberals like Republicans more than they like progress. Liberals love Republicans. They want to be loved by Republicans. Okay? I did not get a chance to meet Summer Lee.
But I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys.
With her family watching proudly on, Harris speaking to the urgency of the moment.
Our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past a chance to chart a new way forward. Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans.
Harris arguing Donald Trump presents a danger to democracy.
In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails.
The former prosecutor point by point laying out her case against Trump, saying he would put wealthy Americans ahead of the middle class and continue to endanger reproductive freedoms.
Simply put, they are out of their minds. One must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well, we trust women. We trust women.
And on foreign policy, as the first female commander-in-chief, Harris vowing to stand up to dictators, not idolize them.
I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump. President, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs.
And on the Israel-Hamas war, vowing to ensure Israel's right to defend itself while also protecting Palestinians.
What has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their to dignity, security, freedom.
So let's talk about this. Like, by the way, it's crazy how much this kind of thing gets applause in this room, which once again implies that like there is demand even in a room like this. Okay, there is demand for self-determination even in a room like this. Maybe some people don't understand it. However, the party apparatus is refusing to lean on it. Okay, do I believe her? I believe her as much as I believe Joe Biden. She did not say anything different than Joe Biden. Okay, anyone who tells you that she said something very like dramatically different than Joe Biden is wrong. The Biden administration has said exactly these same things over and over again. Okay? Just understand that. Like, oh, we are committed to a ceasefire. Oh, Palestinians deserve a dignity. A two-state solution is an absolute must for security on both sides. Okay? Those are all the same exact talking points. One thing that I have to mention specifically on the Palestine front is, oh, this was great compilation as well. Here, look, I'm seeing a lot of about how Harris's speech took a new and different approach on Gaza than Biden has, but Biden has been saying exactly the same things Harris just said, as you can see here in remarks he made on May 31st.
War in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock.
So, couple things I need to mention, okay? Couple things I need to mention is that she didn't just both sides the genocide. She didn't. She one-sided it. She was on the side of Israel. One, she reiterated the lie that mass rapes and Hamas-led mass rapes occurred on October 7. As of now, 10 months later, there is one verifiable instance of a sexual assault that didn't even occur on October 7, but occurred. This is a primary source, a victim. Okay? This is the only verifiable instance of rape is a hostage. Okay? A hostage that was taken hostage on October 7, and it happened after October 7. The notion that there were mass rapes occurring on October 7, okay? There were mass rapes occurring on October 7, that they did mass rapes like directed by Hamas is an abject lie, okay? It did not hold up to the journalistic standards of the New York Times. Its own editorial board was frustrated with the screams without words, the story that was supposed to conclusively prove that mass rapes had occurred. We covered it pretty aggressively at the time, and they kind of had dropped that, actually. Like, they kind of dropped talking about that, with the exception of Joe Biden bringing it up. So that's number one, because October 7 had a litany of atrocities in and of itself. You don't have to, like, also invoke the imagery of, like, rapist barbarians, especially when there's no evidence to suggest that, right? Having said that, however, what was also frustrating about this, especially saying it right now, is that for the last couple of weeks, Israel has been having January 6th style riots because of their actual mass rape facilities where prison guards are raping Palestinians to fucking death. Not a peep of that in mainstream media for the most part, but that is the fucking reality. That is the reality that is happening right now. It is pure projection. So the fact that she would invoke this on the Palestinian side, while simultaneously the truth is the exact fucking opposite, is insane to me, right? Like, there is systemic rape occurring in Israeli detention centers, okay? She's trying to win votes. No, she's not. This is ridiculous. Like, what do you mean she's trying to win votes? Then she should just lie about everything, I guess, because you don't give a fuck about the truth at all. You're like, oh, well, she's just trying to win votes. Of course you're going to lie. What the fuck are you talking about? She's objectively losing votes by doing this, by the way. She's not winning any new votes by doing this. She's objectively losing votes. So you're wrong. There are plenty of Arab voters, plenty of Palestinian voters, plenty of Muslim voters, especially in a key state like Michigan, that are going to hear this and go, what the fuck is this shit? She already has liberal Zionist voters that are going to vote for this ticket regardless. They're not going to drop their support. You're tweaking. I am not tweaking. I'm like, how? Don't say I'm tweaking. Just say why you disagree, please. Let's just cut through the bullshit, okay? You tripping, bro. I don't disagree. I just like to troll you and say you're tweaking. Okay, take a week off. I have time and time again shown you with both critical thinking and also direct evidence that there is not a single likely Democrat voter out there that's like, we want unconditional loyalty and support for Israel, and only then I'll vote for Kamala Harris, as long as we're maxing out on genocide dollars. That's the only way I'll vote for Kamala Harris. On the other hand, however, there are hundreds of thousands of voters who are like, I'm not voting for you unless you end this genocide. Now, the campaign calculation is those guys don't matter. And that might be true, okay? That those guys don't matter. We can win without them. We are writing them off. And that's what the DNC is doing right now, okay? Writing them off. The calculation is twofold. One, we can use the Brat Kamala momentum, okay? Brat Kamala momentum to basically fucking, write out the Palestinian voter, like the anti-genocide holdouts. They won't be a part of the calculation. It won't matter for us, right? With Michigan, we have the UAW. With Michigan, we have all of these other suburban voters potentially, and they will be able to carry the Democratic Party across the finish line. So the Arab voter base will not matter, right? Or even some of the Arab voter base will vote for the Democrats out of fear that Trump will be worse. And Trump will objectively be worse, of course. Now, after all of this, I need you to understand something, okay? After all of this, like, this speech was, I think, terrible by my standards. And I think this speech is not as great as it could have been, okay? Broadly for this election. Anyone that says this was a banger is, in my opinion, doing the classic, like, oh, thank God they're recentering. Thank God they're moderating for this, like, other voter. Not me, but for some other voter out there that will like this. Okay? Who's the source that said there's systematic rapes in Israel? I am thinking you're completely wrong. There's literally video evidence, by the way. It's like not just there's video. There's an active case on it too. Even before Sede Taimon, the concentration camp, okay, even before Sadeh Taman. Also, majority of Israeli Jews believe prison rape suspects shouldn't face criminal charges. 65% believe army punishment is enough for reserve officers accused of sexual assault at the Sadeh Taman prison. Adamir is a Palestinian human rights group that has been talking about Israeli detention facilities. B'Tselem has a massive report of the harrowing conditions in all of the Israeli detention facilities, not just Sadeh Taman. Okay? No mass rapes with sexual violence. I saw videos at Nova exhibit and I made my stomach turn. Naked girls passed out in the back of the truck. Pants, shorts, and crotches cut out. Not saying Israel isn't doing propaganda, just definitely upsetting sexual violence happens towards a few of the women at the festival. So frustrating because the way Israel messages is so disrespectful to the women actually harmed. Yeah, that's the other side of the equation, is that like the likelihood that there was sexual violence that occurred is very high. I've always said this since October 7. It's just that Israel has literally shown zero fucking evidence for it. Like none. That's what's crazy about this. Okay? They, as a matter of fact, claimed that they had a shit ton of evidence and then refused to show it and never showed it at all. Investigations have happened on this, chatters. Investigations have occurred since it's been 10 months. Anyway, the Palestine rape woman over there, too. Let's not act like they're all innocent people. That's a crazy fucking assessment, dog. Like, you know, there's a difference between like sexual assault occurring, rapes occurring, versus like a systemic problem in detention facilities that the Israeli human rights group B'Tselem has openly investigated and found. The United Nations have found that there is sexual violence happening at a systemic level in Israeli detention facilities. Anyway, they had an emergency Knesset meeting. Here, this is the report. Welcome to hell. The Israeli prison system has a network of torture camps. This is the report, if you want to fucking see it, the full report from the Israeli human rights group B'Tselem. There is so much evidence, and perhaps the worst piece of evidence of all is that there was an Israeli Knesset emergency meeting after they detained 9 prison guards in Sadeh Taman, the concentration camp that even New York Times wrote about. And a Likud party member, Benjamin Netanyahu's own party's member of the Knesset, openly in that emergency meeting in front of cameras advocated for the Israeli prison guards' right to rape Palestinians. Like, with no uncertainty, okay? There were Knesset members at the January 6th style protests that the Israeli far right engaged in to physically take the guards, the prison guards that were detained, and free them. The major rapist went on national television with a balaclava on his face and defended his right to rape. Yeah, let me talk. Why do you keep answering the Zio lies in the chat? I feel like I'm watching Shapipo. What do you mean? There are a lot of people who are completely oblivious to the reality. What do you think my job is? My job is to have people who are uninitiated, who understandably haven't seen this because there is not a lot of broad coverage in the Western media, what the actual truth of the matter is. This is what I do. Anyway, what the fuck? 100% of foreign agriculture workers were sexually assaulted, expert says. This is from the Jerusalem Post. I didn't see this. This is from 2021. A report uncovered during the Knesset Special Committee on Foreign Workers on Tuesday shows that all Thai foreign workers who work in Israeli agriculture have experienced some form of sexual assault on their jobs. Every day that I cover Israel news, there's some new fresh hell that even I did not realize was happening. And I like to think that I'm pretty in tune with what the fuck's going on out there, you know? Every day, a new fresh hell, man-made horrors beyond your comprehension. Yeah. The UN panel found widespread sexual violence against Palestinians. Like, this isn't just, wait, by the way, who was that chatter? Did that chatter get his like information? Did he learn? Keep banning people who disagree with you. You're just going to become an egotistical know-it-all because you surround yourself with yes men. Be better. You're fucked, bro. Banning anyone who disagrees with you. Think of what that will do to your ego, dummy. First of all, you got timed out for a day, but I'm going to untime you out. But what does this have to do with ego? A chatter came in here and said, I don't think you're right. Okay? I don't think you're correct on mass sexual violence happening. We got to this conversation. We got to this point in the conversation because I find it fucking ridiculous that Kamala Harris would say, like, there were mass rapes conducted on October 7, directed by Hamas, where there is no evidence for that whatsoever, in the eve of a major, like a litany of different UN panel investigations and human rights organizations finding conclude that whatsoever, in the eve of a major, like a litany of different UN panel investigations and human rights organizations finding conclusive evidence that Israel is engaging in mass torture and mass rape in their fucking facilities against Palestinians. This is no longer, you know, a both sides are the same equation. I don't believe everything that the Palestinian groups talk about. They always want to blame Israel for everything that happens to them because they don't want to see what Hamas does to their own people. Okay. Who's the source that said their systemic? Wait, so you don't believe the UN, you don't believe the Guardian, you don't believe the New York Times, you don't believe B'Tselem, which is an Israeli human rights organization as well. It's not just Palestinians that are saying this. I mean, we know you don't believe Palestinians. And in the process of me talking about like all of this evidence, like a litany of evidence that showcases that this is a atrocity that is ongoing, which makes it additionally weird that like the person running for president on the progressive side of the American duopoly is invoking mass rapes, okay, for mass rapes against Israelis, where there's no evidence for that, while this is like, well, there's so much, a mountain of fucking evidence for Israel engaging in this sort of thing. Amnesty reported torture of Palestinian detainees in November. UN report in March described widespread abuse, including sexual assault. CNN reported the same in May. B'Tselem calls it hell. It's been a full day since the video of Israeli soldiers raping a detainee was leaked, confirming the abuse we know has been happening for months, and there's barely a whisper of it in Western media. I just don't see these people moving because of facts. Yeah, that person that just said, oh, it's Palestinians that are fucking lying about their own conditions because they don't want to see what Hamas is doing to them, that person might not understand facts, okay? That person might not agree with the facts that are presented, but there are 37,000 people in here, and I know for a fucking fact that in that group of people that are in this chat right now, there are plenty of people who just found out about this shit, and I don't even fault them for not knowing about it, because I don't even fault them for not knowing about it, because obviously there isn't that much coverage in the Western world on this stuff, okay? That is the role I play here, okay? I try to make up for the gaps in your information, in your education, because you might not have access to the right resources. I'm generally pretty tuned into politics, but I had no idea this conflict has been so complicated and so poorly covered. It is deliberate. It is poorly covered by design. It's just the case. Suki Saperstein, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Yeah, Hassan learned something new that was depraved just a minute ago. There is absolutely information that is censored or hard to find. I mean, that the new information wasn't new. It was from 2021. That's why I had never seen it. I didn't even get to talk about like Kamala Harris's like wishy-washy approach to Israel that was, you know, no different than what Joe Biden has done so far and said so far, because we got to this point where, you know, chatters were questioning what I was saying.
Because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done.
My negotiators, the foreign policy and intelligence community and like, have been relentlessly focused, not just on a ceasefire that would inevitably be fragile and temporary, but on a durable end of the war.
I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself.
Israel will always have the right to defend itself against the threats to its security and to bring those responsible October 7th to justice. And the United States will always ensure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself.
Because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7, including unspeakable sexual violence.
Ordinary Israelis whose lives were forever marked by the shattering event of Hamas's sexual violence and ruthless brutality.
At the same time, What has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating.
And the Palestinian people have endured sheer hell in this war.
Many innocent lives lost. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking.
Too many innocent people have been killed, including thousands of children.
President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel.
She can't undermine Biden's stance, so I don't know what people expect her to say. You're wrong. She can, and she should. You're wrong. And I'm not alone in thinking this. There are Democratic Party senators who have also reiterated this. There is historical precedent as to why she must, as quickly as possible, separate herself from the Biden administration on this, to apply another vector of pressure on the Biden campaign, or on the Biden administration specifically. And it's not necessarily a separation that it's not just a separation that is like going to potentially harm her electoral prospects. Okay, it's actually one that would be positive. It would be received positively. Okay, because Biden's approval rating on Israel is in the shitter. Trump is outflanking Biden by like 20 points on Israel. You understand that? That means that there are Americans who think Trump would do better on dealing with Israel. Can you talk more about the historical precedent? Yes, I have before, and even Ro Khanna, I believe, brought it up as well. It was a friend of the show, Waleed, who put out a really solid thread on LBJ with Vietnam, a comparison that he made with LBJ in Vietnam. Okay, LBJ dropped out of the race. LBJ dropped out of the race directly as a consequence of Vietnam. Hubert Humphrey, on the other hand, had an opportunity. Hubert Humphrey, on the other hand, had an opportunity to separate himself from LBJ's policies, but refused to do so until it was far too late. Okay? What makes you say that it's very likely sexual violence occurred on October 7? I haven't seen any evidence to that effect, so I'm wondering if it's just a generalization based on what tends to happen during armed conflict. I think it might be dangerous to entertain these possibilities. It is because it is what tends to happen on violent and during armed conflict. That's number one. And number two, once the border wall was penetrated, there was a lot of criminal elements that also seeped in, like people that, you know, wanted revenge, people that wanted to do whatever the fuck they wanted to do. There's always going to be opportunists. Okay, it's not like this was a specifically conducted by militants in a resistance group. There were plenty of fucking people that had no affiliation whatsoever. I'm pretty sure your UN report found sexual violence. No, the UN report found one instance of one instance of primary evidence coming from a victim on sexual assault, which happened in captivity. The rest of the evidence was the exact same as what the Screams Without Violence Screams Without Words article was talking about. Like looking at photos and saying like this may have happened. The issue is looking at photos and saying this may have happened is no different than what I'm saying, right? The fact that the Israeli government, the Israeli police, completely fucked up their own investigations into the matter and just like refused to collaborate, refused to work with international organs of justice on the matter is ridiculous. As an ignorant viewer, not knowing any of the facts, I have had negative views on Palestine because of the protests. Not saying that's right. That's just how my social group tends to feel. I should be more responsible and learn more. I mean, it's good. This is like a good start. At least you recognize that. So
Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom.
A better future for the Palestinian people, one of self-determination, dignity, security, and freedom.
So yeah, like I said, it's a direct carbon copy of Joe Biden with like some exceptions. Exceptions being, it's not just Biden. She sounded like Donald Trump's position on Palestine. People are literally fooled by anything. Wait, what? Palestinians and Israelis alike deserve a future of peace and prosperity. A realistic two-state solution will protect Israel's security, fulfill the aspirations of self-determination for the Palestinian people. and ensure universal and respectful access to holy sites of Jerusalem. Donald Trump's position on Palestine. You people are literally fooled by anything. Felix says, it's really strange how this has been the exact position of the last 8 presidents, and none of them have quite cracked the code on making it happen. Very unlucky, I've got to say. Trump used Palestinian as a slur. No, I know. Trump also is like directly responsible for setting in motion October 7, the pressure points that created October 7. Like, I talk about that regularly. To be fair, Biden has never really harped on the depravity and the descriptions of what's happening in Gaza like this. Her DNC speech was basically an abbreviated version of these remarks. I know words are meaningless, but it's different from Biden's messaging. I know you keep going back to this one singular instance where Kamala Harris talked about this on my birthday after talking to Benjamin Netanyahu. But like, you just, Megaphonics, we just watched. Like, she also doesn't say babies were lit on fire with kerosene. Okay? Yeah, she doesn't say that. Biden does. Biden goes above and beyond. Biden is a fucking freak. Okay? But like, saying that she is committed to the human rights of Palestinians, while also, and this is a key part of the conversation that I didn't even get to yet, when she talked about, okay, one thing I have to mention here is this, okay? When Kamala Harris talked about what Hamas had done to Israelis, she used no uncertain terms. She said directly that those rapist barbarians went in and fucking killed as many people as they could, raped as many people as they could, right? I'm paraphrasing a little bit. But when it came down to speaking on the other side for 40,000 Palestinians that have been ruthlessly slaughtered, mercilessly, with American weapons, mind you, she made it seem as though they were victim to a natural disaster, a naturally occurring phenomena. Okay? That is completely unacceptable. She specified young people at a music festival. Israeli victims of violence were humanized, and their perpetrators were called out. But when the opposite, when it came down to speaking to the Palestinian plight, they were suffering, they were hurt, they were found dead, they weren't murdered by Israel. Okay? That is the problem. So yeah, I think Tommy Vitor is completely wrong when he says Kamala Harris talks about the suffering and humanity of the Palestinian people in ways you just don't hear from President Biden. That's not true. She used identical terms that the Biden administration has used so far. But this is still a microcosm of a much larger, glaringly obvious problem that I see, that I simply am unable to communicate to some of you. Okay?
With 74 days to go, Harris with a call to action.
Do we have the full-blown Palestinian side of the equation, like the speech? I want to watch the whole speech because I want you to I want to go through it. I want to comb through it, especially the foreign policy front. Okay? How would you address these two issues I see with Kamala separating from Biden? In the LBJ example, Humphreys would have been going in alignment with Nixon. In today's race, Kamala would not be aligning with the opposite party. The Hogs would have another attack for the line. Why aren't you doing that now? No, that is what I'm banking on. That is what I am banking on. The Hogs would, and everyone would be like, well, what the fuck? You could do this now. You're at odds with the president, forcing the Biden campaign by another much more valuable vector of pressure into taking more serious stances, like threatening an arms embargo or actually engaging with an arms embargo. That is why I want her to say it. Do you understand? What? I'm so glad to hear you talking like this today, because when you first joined the DNC, it seemed like you were so libbed up, almost blinded, but you're not blinded. You're seeking out the truth. Dog, my first day of the DNC, I went to the Palestinian protest before I even entered the DNC. What are you talking about? How would an arms embargo have to go through Congress? Brother, there is a law called the Leahy Law, okay? It is currently illegal for the United States of America to send weapons to Israel. If they were to hold the United States government, if the United States government were to abide by its own laws, they would not be sending any arms to Israel right now. Anyway, the full speech, but I want to get to...
Be clear, all of us need a chance to chart a new...
Which part does she talk about, like Israel, and then also...
Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
That part. So this part was terrifying. Okay? Was fucking terrifying. Yeah. Harris can change Biden's policy on Israel by just upholding the law. It's that simple. Okay? It's that simple. That's what's crazy about it. Because we already have a law in the books. Do you think they're avoiding saying arms embargo because they're afraid Iran will use that as an opportunity to attack when Israel is less defended? It will not get to that. Because an arms embargo and the Iranian attack, the subsequent Iranian attack, literally is working hand in hand to get Israel to the table to agree to the terms of the ceasefire deal that we wrote. That's the point. That is literally the point. Do you understand? The threat of an arms embargo alone will cause Israel to recalculate and rein in its bloodthirsty agenda, okay? Led by a self-interested, narcissistic, fascist madman.
Steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world, fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor.
Like, that is nutty, okay? When I first heard it, I could not believe it. Like, America has to be the most lethal. What do you think lethal is? What do you think most lethal means? It means like we're gonna kill more people, okay? A fucking Democratic candidate running for president should never say that, okay? This is jingoism that you hear from some of the most aggressive Republicans. Like, this is like neocon shit. She dropped the fucking, like, there's a reason why we don't call the War Department anymore. We call it the Department of Defense, okay? Words matter. Words have a capacity. Words have a tendency to hide the truth. This is unshackled. She's saying the quiet part out loud. That is fucking terrifying. Dude, she means defensively lethal, not offensive? Okay, dude. Yeah, when Trump says it, you play a fucking different tune, though. Okay? That's the difference. When you guys hear a Democrat say it, you make up your own mind about it. You're like, oh, no, it's different, actually. She probably means like defensively lethal or some shit. It's just pure cope. Okay? So many libs on Twitter going, what do you think the military does? The mask off is crazy. This was one of the worst aspects of this speech. Her foreign policy was chock full of Western chauvinism, jingoistic sentiment, terrifying shit. Actually terrifying shit. Okay? There is no reason for her to say anything like this, ever. That's crazy.
And never disparage their service and their sacrifice. I will make sure that we lead the world into the future on space and artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen, not abdicate our...
Yeah, that other part. Liberals fucking chanting USA after she said we have to have the most lethal military force. What is this, bro? What is this? Like, welcome back Hitler? Like, what's going on? What the fuck's happening here? If you don't recognize how fucking terrifying that is, that a Democrat is saying that, and a room full of Democrats are cheering that on by going USA, USA, you've lost the plot. This is shit that you hear at a fucking Trump rally. Hertler. Welcome back, Hertler. It's no longer Hitler or Himmler. It's Hurler.
Global leadership. Trump, on the other hand.
Now, this is the other part of this that is scary to me. Her saying, like, we got to have a lethal military. We got to fuck shit up. We got to have, you know, we going to show the world who's got the longest dick. And then turning around and fucking talking about Iran, talking about China, talking about Russia. It makes me feel, and Iranian proxies. It makes me feel as though she's pushing for what is yet to come, gearing up the base to be open-minded to potential military incursions in the region at the behest of Israel. That is hawkish nonsense through and through, and it fucking terrifies me. Okay? Like, at that point, we've moved past partisanship. We've moved past like her electoral chances, which many of you only care about. Okay? It also does have a capacity to negatively polarize people against the ticket in general, which I will get to in a second, because that's what Hillary Clinton was doing as well. And Trump very effectively ran against Hillary Clinton as a peaceful dove candidate. Obviously, he was lying, but the fact that he was lying in that regard, in that direction, matters. Okay? Because Trump is doing that right now. He's saying that so many wars happen under the Biden administration, I will stop them. I will stop those wars. So from an electoral calculus, this gives Trump an advantage on foreign policy in the eyes of Americans. Okay? That's something that you have to remember. If you don't care about like the actual morality of the situation, if you don't care about like the fact that the Democrat is saying like, we're going to have a lethal ass military, we're going to fuck shit up, we're going to fucking kill Iran, we're going to do whatever the fuck we can. Like, if that doesn't terrify you, because like, what if she wins and then she does do that? Do you want that? Is that something you want? Is that something that would be good? At that point, what difference does it make, Republican or Democrat? On that front, they're just completely aligned, I guess. It's ridiculous.
Threatened to abandon NATO. He encouraged Putin to invade our allies. Said Russia could, quote, do whatever the hell they want. 5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize a global response over 50 countries to defend against Putin's aggression. President, I will stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO allies.
Thank God. See, that's the other side of this. Okay? This is not, once again, foreign policy already doesn't really hit top of mind for American voters. I know I said top of, and now you guys are geared because it's the top of the hour and there's a 3-minute ad break. I know it's coming. You already know. I didn't even do it on purpose, okay? But at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Butt Hugger MD, thank you for the Dr. Butt Hugger MD. Thank you for the 5 community gifted subs. With Twitch Prime. Butt Hugger MD, thank you for the Dr. Butt Hugger MD. Thank you for the 5 community gifted subs. Okay. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Yeah. Most Americans oppose sending U.S. troops to defend Israel, poll finds. Just, you know, fun little reminder. American flag, chanting USA tax cuts, a secure border, freedom. Incredible to watch Democrats hijack symbols with terms of the conservative handbook only to empty them all of all content and wear around like a costume. See, this is not a good way to fucking argue against this. Okay? The correct way to argue against this for the Republicans is to say, Democrats are doing this. We're the ones who actually are committed to it. And you know that already. And the Democrats are terrified. This just comes across as petty and childish. Where you're like, oh, they're stealing from us. Like, nobody cares. You're a fucking baby. Anyway. The most lethal military part is so scary because what can America do? Is there something worse than a genocide? An Omega genocide. Genocide plus. Who knows? This TikTok exactly?
I want to translate for you all that when Kamala Harris said yesterday, I will always make sure Israel has the ability to defend itself.
I'm going to pee.
She meant I will continue to supply them with weapons and money and resources. I will not support an arms embargo. That is what I heard. Did anybody else hear that? Okay. And let me be very clear where I am standing today after 4 days of the DNC waiting for a policy. Today, I am not going to vote for Kamala Harris without an arms embargo. It will not happen. No. And for those of you who are bothered by that notion because you're afraid Trump is going to win and take away all of your rights, genocide, funding and supplying weapons for a genocide is the peak level of violence on this planet. If you can't speak up and make some demands around how your country and elected officials support an ongoing genocide, the highest level of violence, I cannot and do not trust and actually know that you will not show up for our communities when we are experiencing lesser violence. I can't even trust that you would recognize the experiences that Black people, that trans people, that poor people, that children, people at the intersections of those identities. I can't even trust that you would recognize the types of violence and the levels of violence that we experience with your candidate in office. I can't trust that. So I don't know what to tell y'all. Y'all need to call your people and tell them to push an arms embargo. You need to call your elected officials. You need to actually show up and do something other than yelling at people who are uncommitted on social media. Call them.
With respect to the war in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done. And let me be clear, I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself. I will ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that it.
So do you understand? Like, this is like when you say, I will always defend Israel's like God-given right to defend itself, blah, blah, blah. Like when you say that, we know that Israel is not defending itself. Okay. Like, is Israel defending itself over the course of the past 10 months? How can you say we always will defend Israel's right to defend itself and we will give them all the weapons to do so? And then simultaneously be like, and we want a ceasefire. There is no defense. There is no defense over the course of the last 10 months. It's just offense. There is no defense. This is basically her reiterating her commitment to blank checks to Israel, permanent genocide.
A terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7, including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time,
yeah, she then goes into the other side of the equation. Now notice, she talked about direct victims, humanize them, right? On the Israeli side, young people at a music festival, sexual violence that was unspeakable, okay? That Hamas did, right? Now let's hear how she talks about the Palestinians. Now, 1,200 Israelis were murdered on October 7. 1,200 Israelis total. I believe around 400 of them were already were IDF, so they were enemy combatants. Out of the 800 that were not IDF, civilians, okay, former IDF, doesn't matter, okay, not a majority, but a decent chunk of them were also murdered by the Israeli Defense Forces, okay? Hamas and the Palestinian resistance groups that operated alongside Hamas and criminal elements that also broke through the boundary, the Gaza border fence, were responsible for the majority of the civilian deaths and the majority of the IDF deaths. Okay? For sure. Like that's not an unfair estimation at all. Okay? On the other side, since October 7, Israel has killed more than 40,000 Palestinians. The overwhelming majority of 40,000 Palestinians that Israel has murdered, okay, are women, children, and the elderly. Think about that. Think about the numbers. Lancet estimations put it at 185,000 once the dust is settled, right? That's an estimate. That is not what the actual number is, please. It is a conservative estimate because Israel hasn't just killed 40,000 Palestinians. They've also destroyed the entirety of the Gaza Strip, like the entirety of the Gaza Strip. Okay? Numbers on a board, civilian versus enemy combatant per capita targeting. Israel is infinitely more evil than Hamas ever could be. When you just straightforward look at the numbers, Israel has targeted significantly larger percentages of the civilian population and civilian infrastructure than Hamas has. Okay? That's just a fact. You cannot deny that. That is just an abject fact. Okay? They've also done this while having access to the Palestinian civilian registry, as in they know where every Palestinian is. They have 24/7 round-the-clock surveillance. These are things that the Palestinian resistance groups did not have in terms of their targeting capabilities. They also did not have an air force. They did not have these offensive weapons capabilities in general, right? And now there's a polio outbreak in Gaza. I mean, it's a fresh hell. It is a genocide, right? So how does she talk about that side of the equation? Because she used direct terms when talking about what Hamas did and who the perpetrators were and who the victims were. Let's hear how she talks about the other side of the equation, which is infinitely worse. Like, I'm sorry, infinitely fucking worse.
What has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. Many innocent lives lost. Desperate.
Innocent lives lost. So many innocent lives lost. Yeah, here. Gaza doctors face a new battle, the war on polio. Polio has resurfaced in Gaza for the first time in 25 years, thriving in the same conditions in which people are dying. The first case was confirmed Friday in a 10-month-old unvaccinated child in Deir al-Balah, the enclave's health authorities have said. So Palestinians, now, the words are important, okay? Words are very important here. When you say we're going to have a lethal military, that's important. That's different, right? That's different than saying we're going to have the most powerful defensive capability. Usually means the same thing, but it's important that she's like no longer even using the veiled threats, okay? But the IDF aren't hiding inside of schools and hospitals. Yes, they are. What are you talking about? The IDF headquarters is quite literally next to a fucking mall in Tel Aviv. The fuck are you talking about? There's a higher combatant density inside of Israel than there is in fucking Gaza. The entire country is a reservist. They've all served in the military. Far more people inside of Israel have served in the IDF per capita than people inside of Gaza have served in any of the armed wings of Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad or any other armed factions. So no, you're absolutely wrong on this. There is no way to argue around this point, okay? The notion that like Israel must target schools and hospitals because Hamas is hiding there is bullshit anyway. It's not correct. It's completely incorrect. That's precisely the reason why they keep saying there's a command and control center under this hospital, so we have to blow it up. And then there's no command and control center. So then they go, oh, the command and control center actually moved to the other hospital. We got to blow it up. Then there's no command and control center. So what are we talking about? These are outdated lies that have been proven to be lies over and over again. Genuinely curious, didn't they find tunnels and stuff in hospitals? They did. But a tunnel system does not mean that it's an operational command and control center. And as a matter of fact, that's precisely what they found under the major hospital in Gaza that they claimed had a command and control center. Half of the tunnel system was already built with Israel's supervision, because hospitals do have tunnel systems under them, of course. But regardless, I thought they actually had their command centers in hospitals and schools. Yeah, that's a lie, brother. That's just a lie. You can show Chatter all the evidence of the IDF using hospitals in Gaza as military bases. Yeah, they set up shop inside of the hospitals. The Israeli military is using the Nur Kabi dialysis hospital in the Jabalia refugee camp as a military base and operational center amid the ongoing invasion. This is the second hospital that they hide behind, following the Tika hospital in Netzarim. It's always projection, okay? It's always projection. Everything that Israel says Hamas is doing, they do tenfold, and nobody fucking cares. How does the chatter actually think that? What the fuck? Capri Sun Poppy. A lot of these guys are just completely uninitiated. They don't care. They haven't really paid attention. And the moments that they do pay attention, of course, that's what fucking mainstream media is telling them. So why should they know any better? You know? You know how it is. It sucks, but it's just the truth. It's just the reality. I don't think that guy was a Hasbara bot, Chatters. Some people are just genuinely confused, and I don't fault them for it.
Hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to...
So wait, the scale of suffering is heartbreaking. Who's doing the suffering? How did the suffering happen? Who are the Palestinians fleeing from? Why are they hungry? Again, man-made disaster. Israel killing Palestinians is regarded as a man-made disaster. Palestinian resistance groups killing Israelis, direct action. You have to understand how this actually plays the role of speaking about atrocities in the worst possible way possible by running defense for Israel, even in this situation. It is a lie by omission.
To end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and know this, I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend our.
So when she said that, I thought, oh my God, is she going to say to get Israel to like when she said, I will do whatever is necessary, I thought she meant she's going to talk now about how she's going to get Israel to commit to a ceasefire. Turns out I was wrong. Turns out she was actually, once again, and I'm very fearful of this, okay? I'm very fearful of what this spells for the future. She was gearing up for what America might do in terms of defending Israel.
Our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators.
Yeah. She means Lebanon, Ansar Allah in Yemen, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and Iran and other Iranian proxies in the region. The axis of resistance, if you will. She means I will continue Biden's policies in the region. 4,000 Marines, aircraft carriers in the surrounding the Arabian Peninsula. I will use them. Get ready for that. And when she says she doesn't cozy up to tyrants and dictators, I find that rather strange because she's talking about a tyrant that she's cozying up to, Benjamin Netanyahu. So every part of this is just hypocritical, contradictory, and silly. It's utter nonsense. I said this last night, but a fascist who's rooting for Trump is Netanyahu, but the Dems seemingly have no issues with sending him endless arms forever under the auspices of Israel's right to defend itself.
Dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for.
Yeah, that's a tyrant. Netanyahu's a tyrant rooting for Trump too. You love him. And that is far more consequential than Kim Jong fucking Un. Okay? What kind of juice, what kind of motion does Kim Jong fucking Un have in terms of American politics? If you believe that the Iranian Ayatollah, okay, or Kim Jong fucking Un, or even China for that matter, represents a grave threat to American interests or America in general, but especially Kim Jong Un and especially Iran, you have been duped. Okay? This isn't to absolve them of their own domestic affairs and their responsibilities internally. They're not great. They're dog shit. Okay? They are autocracies. 100%. But the idea that they represent a serious threat to America is insane. Okay? Also, in terms of cozying up to tyrants and autocrats and dictators, America has its fair share of Gulf monarchies that it is completely aligned with because it represents our interest in foreign policy in the region. Okay? It is ridiculous. Rare China autocracy admission? No, dude. That is not a rare China autocracy admission. There's plenty wrong with Chinese governance in terms of restrictions on civil liberties. But no, I think considering what the Chinese system to be an autocracy is ultimately refusing to reckon with how their electoral structure works. Okay, that's it. Kamala Harris claims Kim Jong-un is rooting for Donald Trump. This is false. Trump tried to claim Kim Jong-un and endorsed them. This was North Korea's response. No matter what party takes office in the U.S., the political climate does not change. We do not care. I mean, he's right. Do you realize that America doesn't just represent America, right? You idiots represent the free world. What is the free world? And how do we represent it? I don't even understand what you're trying to say here. Sam Cedar mentioned during MR's coverage of the DNC that there will be a pressure on Kamala to be tough as a euphemism for militaristic because she doesn't want to be seen as too weak to be a commander-in-chief because she's a woman. And I think that plays into this. I hate it because she should just focus on delivering the American people instead of these potential Republican attacks. Yeah, that's just silliness, though, because Hillary Rodham Clinton was one of the most bloodthirsty ghouls to run on a Democratic ticket, and she fucking lost to this asshole. Please. Someone in the chat said even Ezra Klein said this was the most conservative DNC speech he's ever seen. I couldn't comprehend how people in my chat were not hearing what they were saying. Like, I couldn't understand it. For many people, I think the aesthetics is all that matters. Hello? That was crazy. I'm back, I think, but I can't. Yeah, it's saved. I don't know what the fuck just happened. That was crazy. It's not the website. Chat, it's not the website. Recently, it's not the website. It's my internet. I don't know why. My internet is not great. It never used to be this bad, but recently it has been this bad, and I don't know why.
An autocrat himself, and as president, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs. So fellow Americans, I love our country with all my heart. Everywhere I go, in everyone I meet, I see a nation that is ready to move forward, ready for the next step in the incredible journey that is America. I see an America where we hold fast.
All right, the rest of it is like, other bullshit, but that's what I wanted to show. We keep getting a Twitch network error and have to manually refresh to see you again. Yeah, I know. I'm cooked. So overall, very bad stuff. Don't like it. Not a fan. Okay. Do you see that they took being against torture from the 2024 Democratic Party platform? Wait, what? Democrats believe torture is immoral and ineffective. What? I don't understand what this is. I don't know how real this is. I don't know what that is. So what I'm trying to say here is that overall, the speech was very, very conservative. The speech was very conservative, okay? Which is not good. They're doing the thing where they're trying to moderate. They're doing the thing where they try to run to the middle, which is genuinely terrifying. I don't know. It scares me because it just pushes the Overton window further and further into the right. Full tilt fascism, okay? But not only that, but also I suspect that it will be deeply unpopular in general in the long run. Wishy-washy, mealy-mouthed, vibes-based bullshit will only work if you have the level of charisma of Trump for his base or Obama for the entire base. Kamala Harris does not have that. And the reasons why I was excited was because, for once in my lifetime, I saw the Democratic Party respond to voter pressure. It felt like they were responding to voter pressure partially because the donor pressure and the establishment Democrat pressure was aligned with voter pressure. And then when the Tim Walz pig happened, I thought, oh my God, maybe they won't run away from good policies that are objectively popular, that people want, that they will run a solid campaign on issues and say, here's what we're going to give to you. Okay. And it feels like maybe I was wrong, and that this will be yet another election cycle where the Democrat, it feels like maybe I was wrong, and that this will be yet another election cycle where the Democrats will just keep running on how shitty the left is and how the left flank is fucking up the bag and how moderate they are. In terms of immigration, we got a right-wing border bill. In terms of housing, she says she wants to deregulate housing. That was like one of the only policies. The only genuine difference here is fucking abortion. Something I'm constantly confronted with is that most people cannot understand political ideology and policy arguments and substitute aesthetics and group membership to indicate to them what is a good policy. Once I understood that, I understood why people say dumb as fuck shit to me constantly. Yeah. It's just like, it still fucking hurts my soul seeing that, especially in a community like this where we got like people who are actually interested in policy. You know what I mean? Fucking sucks. They had a CNN panel of undecideds and unfortunately the pivot to center worked on them, at least to secure votes. Come on, guys. All right, we'll look at the fucking undecided panel now and shit like that. But this is mad.
It is now our turn to do what generations
The Israeli military confirmed that preliminary forensic findings indicate all 6 Israeli hostages found in the Khan Yunis area this week showed signs of gunshot wounds. Officials.
Oh, Hamas killed them. Oh, got it. It definitely. Hey guys, these 6 hostages that they found, they definitely weren't murdered by our fucking. They definitely weren't murdered by, the bombs that we dropped on them.
Stress it's unclear if they were killed by their captives or by friendly fire from Israeli forces. And it comes as Israel announces a senior delegation has landed in Cairo to help with faltering talks for a ceasefire. At issue, among other things, who will ultimately control parts of Gaza? CBS News foreign correspondent Imtiaz Tyab is joining us now with the very latest from the area. Imtiaz, good morning. As Vice President Kamala Harris accepted her party's nomination last night, I'm sure she also spoke about what's happening there in Israel.
Yeah, hey, Anne-Marie. She did, and she also gave what many are describing as her most extended and direct marks yet on the war on Gaza, where she directly addressed the issue that has divided some Democrats.
Oh, speaking of like IDF stories being refuted, Noah Argamani, the Israeli retrieve from Gaza, says Israeli media is lying about our conditions in Gaza. She says she was injured in an Israeli airstrike, not beaten by Hamas, as the Israeli media has been saying in the last 24 hours. I can't ignore what happened here in the media in the last 24 hours. Things are taken out of context. I was not beaten and my hair was not cut. I was in a building that was bombed by the Air Force. The exact quote is, this weekend after the shooting, as I said, I had cuts all over my head and I was hurt all over my body. I emphasized that I was not beaten but injured all over my body by the collapse of the building on me. As a victim of the 7th of October, I will not allow myself to be victimized once again by the media. Israeli media is scrambling to remove the Hamas beat me references. It's a miracle I'm alive. They changed the article title, updated it one day later. Yesterday, Hamas beat me all over my body, Noah Argamani says in first testimony on her captivity. Today, it's a miracle I'm alive. Noah Argamani says in first testimony on her captivity. Bro, this shit is so fucking whack. Like, dude, this is wackadoo, okay? This is so nutty. Like, this doesn't happen in America, okay? If this shit happened in America, if the Republicans in the United States of America were using this, like, think about it. If the Republicans in America were like using a story about like an undocumented migrant or something and they lied this much, liberal media would be fucking plastering this on every outlet, being like, look how they lied. And vice versa. If the Democrats did it, the Republicans would be fucking going crazy over it. Okay? It's just crazy. I say bring back the draft and let's see how war-loving these dumb liberals will remain. I think that's a terrifying prospect. Didn't the right wing try to submit Chinese propaganda in a formal congressional hearing before? I don't think it would get called out this hard on the side. Oh, it's just crazy to me. Anyway, there's more that I wanted to talk about. With the one last thing I was going to bring up with respect to Israel is scoop. Biden has appointed a new top Israel-Palestine official at the State Department, per two people with knowledge, Mira Resnick, a major proponent of arms shipments to Israel throughout the Gaza war. This is being seen by foreign policy professionals as a significant worrying sign. This is according to reporting from the senior diplomatic correspondent of the Huffington Post. Here's my story. Former State Department official Annaline Shalin told me the move reflects a doubling down on the administration's determination to continue to provide unconditional material support for Israel's genocidal campaign against civilians in Gaza. No, is no one going crazy at this terrible speech from Kamala? No, of course not. See, that's the other side of what I wanted to talk about, okay? The other side of this story that I wanted to talk about, other than this, is that speech, like, Americans, for the most part, don't give a shit about the contents. You know how we always talk about Republicans, they advocate for certain policies without really thinking about what those policies might look like and might even harm them in the long run, including but not limited to abortion restrictions, for example, okay? But then when push comes to shove, and those policies are in action, Republicans are met with the reality that they cannot avoid, and they go, oh my God, this shit sucks. A similar predicament exists in the Democratic Party as well, within the minds of the Democrats as well. Democrats operate on electability metrics. They are so primed. They are so primed into thinking, well, I might not like this, but other people might like it. Okay? This was Hassan not knowing you really make him lose aura points. He looks genuinely terrified for his life. Yeah, it was because I was like getting kicked out at this point of the DNC. So he caught me in the worst possible moment. I was like, what the fuck am I doing right now? Like, what is my life currently? Should I even say that? No. I don't understand how the majority of Americans seems to not care about the continuation of weapons sales to Israel. I understand that there are issues here in America too, but why does it seem like the majority of people have major lack of empathy? Americans do not care about foreign policy. They are literally, our entire media apparatus is designed to make sure that Americans don't care about foreign policy, because if Americans had to reckon and recognize the endless amount of bloodshed that is American foreign policy, they would probably go crazy over it. Okay? That's it. That's the reason why most people don't care about it at all. And that is beneficial. That is beneficial for the powers that want to maintain American hegemony. Anyway.
Democrats in her own party, and of course drawn thousands of protesters to the DNC convention in Chicago. Now, Harris gave a forceful defense of Israel, saying that she, as president, would always stand with Israel, and rather what she called its right to defend itself. Now, the vice president also described a post-war future in which Palestinians can, and I'm quoting here, realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination, something which drew one of the loudest cheers of the night. Now, here in the region, her words were closely watched as the fighting in Gaza rages on. Over the past day or so, at least 24 Palestinians have been killed in multiple Israeli strikes, including in Gaza City in the north and Khan Yunis in the south. And as the violence rages on, another crisis is emerging. Gaza has recorded its first polio case in 25 years. Now, health workers and aid
How's that happening, dude? How's all that happening? I guess natural disaster.
Agencies are now really grappling with these really incredibly steep obstacles to conducting mass vaccinations in the war-torn Palestinian territory. Now, Harris also said in her speech that she was working around the clock with President Biden to reach a ceasefire deal in Gaza that would also involve the release of American and Israeli hostages still being held by Hamas and the release of Palestinians in Israeli jails. But even though we have that delegation going to Cairo, hopes of an imminent deal are already starting to dim. Marie.
All right.
I thought the explicit mention of self-determination was interesting, but I guess from your tone, it's likely bullshit. Yes, people are trying to make it seem like it's different. It's not a deviation from any American foreign policy, which is always bipartisan. Americans have said two-state solution under Donald Trump. Americans have said, the American government has said that they are committed to Palestinian self-determination in order to maintain Israel's security and the Palestinian security and its right to self-determination in perpetuity. It is the American foreign policy, which is bipartisan. What matters is not what they say. What matters is what they do. It's wild people who have been outspoken against Israel are still gawking on Kamala. Yeah, because I think for a lot of people, their commitment to that is, simply because it was viral. Like, that's it. I think that a lot of people just simply were like, they hated Biden, and this gave them like a good reason to hate on Biden. All right, I'm going to move on. I'm going to talk about Jon Stewart's DNC recap. It was a shit show in there because of how fucking intense it was.
You either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats.
But Kamala Harris, she gets us. She sees us.
This is funny too. They're making fun of like the New York Times fact check.
She is us.
Thank God, dude. The media is unbiased, and they showcase that. Okay, they showcase that. Thank God.
Bring in Democratic strategist Joel Payne, a CBS News political contributor. Joel, good morning to you. This is your line of work. Who cares what I think? Do you have any notes or compliments for the vice president?
Well, look, I'm a baseball fan, a tortured New York Mets fan. She pitched a perfect game last night, but, just talking a little bit more about athleticism, I think last night was a feat of political athleticism. Not just last night. That speech was difficult, the valleys that she navigated, the way she continued to keep that coalition together. But look at the last month. Look at what Kamala Harris has done in 31 days since July 21. She's consolidated the Democratic base. She's rewritten the political map. And she shifted this race from a conversation with two octogenarians, near octogenarians, talking about the past to one talking about the future. Kamala Harris may or may not win this race, but she has created political relevance for herself that will go well beyond what we saw last week.
It was a patriotic.
That is objectively untrue. Kamala Harris is a lifelong machine politician and a straight up generic Democrat. And the reality of the matter is that if she doesn't win this election, she's toast.
Patriotic speech. It was a speech that was very strong on defense, a lot of pride and talk of democracy. What does she need?
Are you going to talk about FD Signifier's light work? The online left is cooked. People are saying that like he cooks me in this. I fucking doubt that he does. Why would he cook me in this? This is a script they're going to give you if you go in 2028.
Democratic presidential nominee Kamala.
The undecided voters said Harris's speech made up their minds. Here's why. We got to watch this one. This is manufacturing consent.
Need to do now to take this excitement and then the next 74 days turn it into votes?
Yeah, well, Tony, that's remarkable, too. She reclaimed that freedom mantle. It was one that Joe Biden talked about in the frame of democracy. Kamala Harris has reframed it in a way that widens the circle of potential voters that Democrats can go for and potential routes. What she needs to do going forward is she needs to think about what does she want to do in terms of building a winning coalition. Does it look more like Joe Biden's 2020 winning coalition, or does she look like a 2008, 2012 Barack Obama coalition, which is more reliant on voters of color, African-American voters, young voters? I imagine the folks in Harris High Command are thinking about things like that this morning.
Joel, our man in Washington, Major Garrett, is in New York this morning, and he's got a question for you as well.
Sure thing.
Good morning, Joel. When you give a speech like that last night, you have to talk about foreign policy and national security. Kamala Harris did that. Ukraine unifies the Democratic Party. The war in Gaza does not. She was very specific about that. Evaluate what she tried to accomplish and the divisions within the party on that underlying issue.
Yeah, Major, it's a good question. I mean, I talked about that political athleticism again and the deftness. You could tell her in the building, she was riding kind of the emotion and the energy of the crowd. She did it in a way that, frankly, we think about who the previous Democratic nominee was, Joe Biden. That would have been a very difficult speech for him to give, one, given the political baggage that he's dealing with, but also the skill, the ability to have the crowd understand that there are things you need to say, but also getting the crowd to a place where you understand where the United Democratic Coalition, the United Democratic Party is. I think she did that, and I think she continued to give herself flexibility to have credibility on that issue.
Yeah, Joel, she really hit the Palestinian-Israeli question, I would say, perfectly. Yeah. Security for the Israelis, dignity and sovereignty for the Palestinians, that is the equation.
Yeah.
Implementing it, of course, is another matter.
By the way, not all that different from where Joe Biden is. It's just a matter of the messenger, and does the messenger have the credibility, and does she allow for the hard work to be done for peace to be brought about in that region of the world? I think she continued to do that, and she was able to manage it politically.
Joel, thank you very much. Major, as I sent it back to you in New York, I said it was hard to hear some of the speech because there was so much applause in the arena, but I got a copy of it here. There's so much that stands out describing her approach to leadership, and there's a note here where she says to the audience she'll be a leader who leads, yes, but also who listens. That stands out this morning as well.
They're saying the same thing you said, but from a glazing angle, not at all different from Biden. I know. It seems like Jon Stewart was critical, but in a funny way, and said the exact same things that I said. Okay, but people didn't get mad at him. It seems to me like CBS Mornings is saying the exact same thing that I said, but this time as a positive, right? And no one's getting mad at them. Once again, the reason why I'm pointing to this is because people are not reacting to the actual statements. They're reacting to the fucking vibes. People, I make you feel bad because you want unconditional loyalty. You are understandably afraid of a Trump presidency, and you think that, like, I am going to be able to change the outcome of this election single-handedly if I don't just defend Kamala vociferously. But understand that ultimately what I'm saying is correct. Okay? Hero. Now we'll watch the undecided voters that said Harris's speech made up their minds.
Well, Harris,
because this will this was a banger from the undecided voters' minds at this point.
Portraying herself as an underdog candidate and a fighter, she addressed her party's convention on this closing night here in Chicago. Right now, we're getting reaction to the vice president's speech from some undecided voters in the crucial battleground of Pennsylvania. Seeing as Gary Tuchman is in Allentown. So, Gary, who's with you, and what are they saying about the speech?
Well, Anderson, we do come to you from Allentown in the heart of the beautiful Lehigh Valley in eastern Pennsylvania. And we are with 8 residents of the Lehigh Valley who've been watching television with us tonight and watching Kamala Harris's speech. I do want to say they all have something in common. As you said, Anderson, none of these people before tonight have made a decision about who they will vote for in November. And at least one person here before tonight wasn't sure she was going to vote at all because she doesn't like either of the candidates. Also, what they have in common, 5 of these people, they are all 5 of them, loyal union members from the UAW local, United Auto Workers, here in the Lehigh Valley. So thank you all for being here. First thing I want to ask you, I want you to grade loyal union members from the UAW local, United Auto Workers, here in the Lehigh Valley. So thank you all for being here. First thing I want to ask you, I want you to grade the speech, okay? A is excellent, B above average, C average, D below average. We all know what F is. Let's start with you. How do you grade the speech?
I gave her a B+.
B.
B+.
A.
B+.
A.
A.
C.
C. So mostly A's and B's with 1 C. I want to ask you why you made the decision you made. First of all, we start with Scott, who is the president of the UAW local here in the Lehigh Valley. Scott, what grade did you give it again?
B+.
How come?
I gave her the high grade because I thought she looked very confident. I liked how she spoke from her heart. I liked her message of unity and the division that we have in America. I like her fight for the middle class and families. The reason I didn't give her an A.
I love watching focus groups because it just like completely showcases the insanity of the median voter. But of course, in this circumstance, when you have people saying like they love Kamala Harris's speech, people will all of a sudden forget that like this is oftentimes not an exact demonstration of like how people operate, and it simply just shows how crazy normie voters are.
A was I thought she needed to go into a little more detail on some of her plans, of how she would, do some of the things that she envisioned.
Okay, Lindsay, you're in sales. You're the person who wasn't sure she was going to vote for anybody because you don't like either of these 2 candidates. I'll ask you more about that in a minute, but first, what grade did you give the speech?
I gave it a B.
How come?
I thought it was a good speech. I mean, she did what she was supposed to do. I liked that she was talked about her upbringing, made it feel a little more like personal. But yeah, I thought it was a good speech.
Okay, Andy, you're also with the UAW. You make cars and trucks for us Americans, so thank you for that, along with the rest of you. Your grade again was?
B+.
And how come B+?
I liked her plan for the middle class. Like my wife's a nurse. I'm an auto worker. I'm as middle class as you can get. I just felt like she should go a little more in depth. But I guess I understand you can't really go as in depth in these speeches. But a little bit more would have been like nice.
Okay, Donna is your mother.
Yes.
Donna's a retired dental hygienist. Donna, what grade did you give it again?
I gave her an A.
And how come an A?
Because she hit all the points that I wanted to know about. I wanted to know more about her economic policies, her foreign policy. I know she
talked about foreign policy, but like in terms of economic policy, what I think that was part of the reason why I thought her fucking speech was not great. She has some policies that she's floated already that I would have liked to hear her commit to and reiterate. Like in terms of domestic policy, in terms of like, she basically just vaguely talked about once again how she's going to build more housing units, which is fine. Like that's not a bad issue. But like that was one of the reasons why I was upset with her speech. In terms of like, in terms of her speech, I want her to do a Bernie style speech. Maybe not to the same degree as Bernie, but I want her to, and maybe not the same policies as Bernie, but I want her to fucking run on issues. You know what I mean? I want her to run on issues. The idea, I think that like, if you want, you already have people on your side. Okay. You already have voters that are going to go out and vote for the Democratic Party. You have some undecided voters, but there is a shit ton of voters who are not voting in the voter eligible population. I still maintain the belief that what Bernie failed to do in the primary, the Democratic Party could absolutely do in the general, which is activate those non-voters with exactly what you are going to do for them by communicating what you're going to do to them. That's it. And Walz does a pretty good job of like, keeping on message with issues and with what he wants to do.
couldn't go into depth about that, but I mean, I felt that she looked very presidential. She sounded presidential, and I think she's going to be a unifier.
Yeah, by the way, going into tonight, Andy was 60-40 with Kamala Harris. Yes. You were 50-50, which is interesting. We'll talk more about that in a second. Patrick, also with the UAW. Dwight, you gave it again?
A B+.
How come B+?
Well, she was very confident in what she was saying. She showed leadership ability and understanding of the topics at hand. But again, she didn't go in depth. I did like what she said.
Like, they're all reiterating the same thing. They all repeating the same thing I said. Like, I'm not expecting people to do like Elizabeth Warren style nerdy shit either. Okay? They're saying the same shit though. They're like, yeah, I like the speech. Vibes are good. Where are the policies? I would like to hear more about that. And these are like undecided fucking voters who are obviously primed on optics in general. Because like their minds were changed through the optics alone. But even then, there's still a desire for more policy. Because every American, unless they are a party loyalist, every American still obviously has that understandably selfish desire of, what are you going to do for me? What will you do for me? And then once we look at what will you do for me, the second question always is, are you actually going to do it? Like, are you making these proposals in an earnest manner? Are you really going to fight for me? Okay? That it's pretty basic stuff. It's not that difficult. I swear to fucking God, it's not that difficult. You're a politician. You're supposed to go up there and be like, I'm going to give you this. And then you're supposed to say, I'm going to fight for you in a way that is convincing. It's that simple. That's what politics is supposed to be about. Chomsky on voters in Vietnam, very relevant. To answer why people are mad at me, from what I can see online, difference is the vibe you give. Is speech is trash and all terrible. Fuck this. Since your tweet said that, law. But these people plus Jank and media, our speech is amazingly good, well delivered, A+. Just need more details. No, not these guys. Jon Stewart literally also said that the DNC vibes were fucked. He didn't say it was A+ at all. But you're right. I do use more direct language because I'm tweeting it. But that's not what I was talking about. I'm also talking about how people receive it in here. People's reactions in this community were also very aggro. Like, they found it ridiculous that.
About what she's going to try to do for the middle class, about a tax break for us, which will be very nice, but still a little bit more information on some of the things that she's planning on doing.
Sean, also at the UAW, the grade you gave it again?
I gave her an A.
How come?
I was looking for policy information. I really wanted to see some substantive policy information. And I thought she did give enough. I like what she gave on military, what she wants to do for our veterans, and with border control. I just think that she has a lot of good ideas, and she's very well spoken. I think she was very professional.
Sabrina is your daughter and also a UAW member, helping to make cars and trucks for America.
Wait, but she didn't even say any substantive policies on the military. She just said she's going to have a fucking super hard dick. I love the American voters so much, bro. The best.
America. Your grade again?
A.
How come an A?
I think she was very well spoken. She was very clear on what her policies were and elaborated on them with the time given, and the fact that she's wants to bring back rights for women.
And Brian, you're in real estate. You're a nice guy too, like everyone in this panel, and you gave the only C. How come you gave a C?
She was
because he's a Trump supporter secretly, and he got on this panel as a Trump supporter.
been clear enough on the policies. She did speak a lot of her personal history, which was great, but I still don't feel like she's ready. I feel like more so she should wait. I don't want to, per se, vote for someone that is a backup.
All right, well, but I'm going to ask you shortly. You're obviously not ready to vote for Kamala Harris.
Right.
I'm sure about that.
Right.
But what I want to ask all of you all together at this point, like I said, none of you were ready to make a commitment to any candidate in November. Please raise your hand right now if you're now ready to make a commitment after today. Wow. I'm just kind of surprised by it. We haven't rehearsed this. I'm going to make that very clear. Maybe we'll test this. 7 of you are now ready. Scott?
Yes, I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris.
Andy?
Yeah, Kamala Harris, yes.
Donna?
Yes, I'm voting for her also.
Sean? Sean?
Yes, Kamala.
Sabrina?
Kamala.
Patrick?
Kamala.
Brian?
Trump.
Trump. And finally, Lindsay.
Still probably not voting.
So probably you don't like either of them.
Nope.
Okay.
What led to...
Wait, didn't she give her like an A? What the fuck? God, I love focus groups, man. Bro, this is why I love focus groups, because it shows the absolute depravity and the lack of coherence in the mind of an average American voter, dude. She said it's a B+, and I still am not riding. She's like, I fucking love that speech. I gave it a standing ovation. And if you think I will vote for her, you're delulu. I respect the commitment that people have to just being impossible to decipher. It's pretty cool.
While making a decision, was it that decisive of an evening, Scott?
Yeah, I really, as I said before, I really liked her comment.
Like, she could be a single issue voter or whatever, but like, you have to remember, then why did she rate her a B+, like her speech? You know what I mean? Shouldn't you be saying that it sucked then? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, she could have been like, oh, I'm a single issue voter, and she didn't mention my single issue. What's up? Hi. Look at that little tail wag.
Confident. She's really seemed presidential. She seemed very confident. Like I said, she spoke from her heart. I liked how she filled you in on her background, that she struggled, her mother struggled,
All right.
middle-class family.
And Donna, you were 50-50 going into the evening. What made you make a decision?
Well, I've been doing research since she was, the nominee, and I like what I'm reading. And here I've been watching the convention, and her speech was just, that just sold me.
And Brian, you decided on Trump. What about tonight? Because when we met last week, you were undecided. What about tonight made you decide you were going to vote for Trump?
Her speech was great. I like how she went into personal history again. It was just not moving for me.
But it made you think that Trump's a better candidate than her.
He's here for it. He's a little bit more aggressive. She's aggressive in her way, but I think she'll be aggressive in the next term.
So Trump over Harris for you, Harris over Trump
What?
for most of you. What I will
Breaking. Last night's VP Harris speech, one CNN undecided voter panelist said he'd now vote for Trump. We found his pro-Trump social media posts, including Trump's mugshot, and disappointed that Mike Pence didn't overturn the election. I wonder if they looked into the background of the pro-Kamala ones, too, to see if they were also already pro-Kamala. Because a lot of those panels are kind of silly in general.
I'll tell you, 75 days now until Election Day. So, Lindsay, you have a few more nights to sleep on it. Thank you all for coming and joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anderson, back to you.
Gary Tuckman, thanks. That was fascinating.
It was fascinating because instead of talking about the Trump curious, which we often talk about, we have Kamala curious.
Mm-hmm.
There are some people who still want to know more. They're not all the way there. And I think, that is going to be an interesting dynamic in some of these battleground states where there are still swing districts. I don't necessarily believe we can have wild swings the way we used to, given gerrymandering, et cetera. But there are people who want to know more.
One of the things that was said there's no doubt about that, one of the disadvantages she has, and Scott's talked about it a lot, is she's the vice president. So what did she do as vice president? The advantage she has is people don't know a lot, and they're getting new information, and that new information, certainly the way she told her story tonight, the way she shared her views, was, I think, important. The two things that I want to mention is, I think that the line that probably tested best in this whole speech was, I will be a president for the whole country, because that's such a contrast with the way Trump presents himself. And then the whole end of the speech was a paean to America and basically going after the idea of denigrating the country, which has been so part and parcel of Trump's attack. I think people like to think of America as a positive place, and that was the tenor of the end of her speech, and I think it was very powerful.
It's crazy how the 2020 public was more pro-immigration than ever before, and then 2024 public is more anti-immigrant than any time in the last 2 decades. I wonder why. This is literally what I talk about all the time, man. This is literally what I talk about all the fucking time. That's it. That is precisely what I'm talking about. It's an untested, no counter narrative, right-wing framing on the issue of immigration for 4 fucking years. The Democrats lost this battle because they just stopped giving a shit. 3 state elections with migrant caravans will do something. Yeah, everyone knows they're bullshit, though. The migrant caravan narrative is bullshit. The description of the account, it's James Medlock. Yeah, it's because until 2020, being pro-immigrant was being anti-Trump. He's right. This person is right. And when Biden came to office, the dem enthusiasm faded because immigrants are their problem now. A cause of resentment. There's the Mother Jones video on black conservatives, black Republicans that I haven't watched yet, but I will, as my man who made the video. Everyone only voted on immigrant sentiment informed by their personal direct experiences. We wouldn't even be having this conversation because it's so minuscule, but the GOP and the media have created an imaginary scandal in the minds of millions of Americans. Yes. The look of terror, Peepaw was scared. I wasn't scared. I was just like so fucking confused as to what was going on. And in my mind, I had a million different thoughts going on. My heart was racing. Did Ro kind of basically copy or take here?
If the election were tomorrow, Vice President Harris would win. But the election's not tomorrow. It's November. And my fear is that if she doesn't make a clean break on Gaza policy and say, here is how I'm going to be different, the way Hubert Humphrey made a break from.
No, he brought this up. He brought this up in our conversation as well. No. He brought this up in our conversation as well. He said that to me as well, which is, it's something that I've talked about before that conversation too, which is why you think it's like my.
And if something unfortunate happens in the Middle East, because that's a tinderbox there where we haven't gotten the ceasefire.
This part I said to him. The second part, the Hubert Humphreys part, he also has mentioned. The second part, as far as like Netanyahu fucking up the bag, I was telling him about.
Israel and Hezbollah are intensifying their attacks. Iran may retaliate. And if that becomes front and center and she hasn't made a break, that to me is the biggest risk. That's why I couldn't believe that they didn't give 5 minutes to a Palestinian American speaker. I mean, I looked at the speech, that the speech was simply saying that a lot of people in Gaza have lost their lives, that a lot of Americans who have family or know people in Gaza, and that we should honor their lives, and that we should bring the war to an end, and the hostages should be released. It was the most anodyne speech, basically asking for empathy. There was no.
Anyway, let's continue with this. Kamala Harris talks but takes no action from Trump. Now we're going to move on to the Trump shit. Okay? And this is important. Okay?
Joining us now by phone, the 45th President of the United States, former President Donald Trump. Mr. President, thank you for joining us. You were truth socialing along this speech. What is your first reaction to it real time tonight?
Well, the biggest reaction is why didn't she do the things that she's complaining about? All of these things that she talked about, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do everything. But she didn't do any of it. She could have done it 3.5 years ago. She could do it tonight by leaving the auditorium and going to Washington, D.C. and closing the border. She doesn't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I closed the border and created the safest border we've ever had in the history of our country. She could have done all of these things, and she could still do them. She's got 4.5, 5 months left. She can go there right now. She can do all of the things, many of the things that she's talking about and complaining about. It was a lot of complaining. She didn't talk about China. She didn't talk about fracking.
She did. Well, not about fracking, but she did talk about China. Also, what's crazy about this is like, why is he dictating what the Democrats talk about?
She didn't talk about crime. She didn't talk about 70% of our people are living in poverty. She didn't talk about housing, really. The trade deficit. She didn't talk about child trafficking that she's allowed to happen because she was the border czar and she presided over the weakest border in the history of our country. It's an invasion. I was there today.
Yeah, he hit the button.
As you know, Brett, it's an invasion of our country taking place at our border, our southern border. It's a total invasion. And now it's starting at our northern border also, through Canada. And she didn't talk about any of that because she talks, but she doesn't do. It's no action. But, look, other than that, it was a nice-looking room.
Mr. President, Martha McCallum here. She said that she is promising middle-class tax cuts, and she says that if you are elected, it will cost Americans $3,900 more a year in increased taxes. She's tying all of that to this Project 2025. That's where that number is coming from. What do you say to that?
Well, she knows I have nothing to do with Project 25. They throw it out. A group of people got together. They did a thing. I haven't even seen it. I don't want to see it. I told them specifically, I don't want to see it. People know where I stand. I lower taxes. She's raising taxes. She's going to give a tax increase of 4 to 5 times what.
Yo, He needs to stop. Yo, he needs to stop doing that. That's so funny. Oh, that's so good. Man, Trump is really killing it. Grandpa, here goes Grandpa. Bro, by the way, those things do matter, especially now, because he's no longer against Joseph. What is going on with you? Why are you coughing? Why are you dry heaving? Ew. Get out. Go eat your food. You're dry heaving.
People and companies are paying right now. The country will go into a depression if they do it. She didn't talk about interest rates. I mean, the interest rates are now getting close to record rates. People can't do business. Nobody can borrow money. People can't go to the American dream and buy a house because they can't afford the interest rates. And even if they could, the money isn't available. She didn't talk about any of that. No, if she got in, look, she's a Marxist. She always was. She always will be. She's going to leave the border open. I was there today, and the Border Patrol, as you know, gave me total endorsements and all of that. I've gotten endorsed by almost every major police group in the United States. But she is a Marxist with open borders. She's not going to have any fracking in Pennsylvania. She's going to close down the oil and gas industry, and our country is going to go bust. She didn't talk about the $35 trillion, which I was going to start paying off with liquid gold that we have right under our feet. We were going to start paying off debt, lowering taxes still further. And
damn, bro, the motherfucking Fed is in the tank for Kamala, dude. The motherfucking Fed is in the tank for Kamala is so Jover for Trump. You know his ass is going to be chirping about this. He'll be like, I should control the Fed. Class analysis at DNC. Is this going to be Chris Cuomo again? Oh, no, it's this guy. Yeah, this guy's dope. I'm actually kind of surprised they let him speak, but I like this guy a lot. But yeah, all of those fucking Truth Social tweets that he was tweeting out and everything else since then, I feel like I don't know. It's just he's flailing around.
And, you know, she wants to raise the taxes on corporations. What they're going to do is pick up and move to another country, like the pharmaceutical industry moved to Ireland.
My dad believes Kamala is a communist. So does mine. God, Americans are incredible. Incredible.
Ireland, and they moved to other places. Many of these industries were...
Coworker said this to me today. Yeah, no, it's a coworker take for sure. Isn't that Kamala a communist?
They're international companies.
Perhaps if she were to actually talk about her policies, it would probably make Americans understand that this is not like a radical opinion at all.
She raises
she's not a radical person at all. Even if she were to actually commit to, bro, Trump literally fucking said if Kamala Harris is elected, every American will have health care. That's communism. Okay? At this point, I don't think we're hearing words and understanding the words that we're hearing. We're hearing, we're not listening. Okay? That's crazy. He said that as an own. He said that as a bad thing. What is happening in this fucking nation? We've gotten dumber and dumber over the course of these past couple of decades. It's wild.
Taxes like she wants to do on companies. There go those jobs. I'm more interested in the jobs than the companies. But there go those jobs. And what's going to happen, Martha, they're going to pick up. They're going to move to another country. They're going to pick up and move to another country where they're going to be promised taxes at half the numbers that she's talking about and more than that.
Mr. President, on the issue of immigration, Vice President Harris, like many Democrats in this hall throughout this week,
at half the numbers that she's talking about and more than that.
Mr. President, on the issue of immigration, Vice President Harris, like many Democrats in this hall throughout this week, have used the bipartisan Senate bill and your efforts to lobby Republicans not to move forward with that, to use the issue in this election as part of this speech. She said she will sign that bipartisan bill. She, to your point, doesn't talk about executive orders that could have been launched in the beginning of the Biden administration. But how do you respond to that? And are you ready to debate Kamala Harris on September 10th, given what you heard tonight?
Well, number one debate on September 4th at Fox, and she turned it down. Because, as you know, Brett, I was willing to debate with you and Martha I was going to debate on September 4th. She turned it down. And I'm willing to debate on, I don't like ABC. I think ABC is probably the worst of the group. But I'm willing to do ABC. I was willing to do CNN with Joe Biden, and you saw what happened there. I mean, CNN does not treat me or Republicans very good. But I was willing to do it because it was the only way I could get to debate him and ask him how that turned out. But look, I am willing to debate, and I think we should do much more than one debate. But you know better than anybody, I'm ready, willing, and able because I told you yes, and she turned you down.
And on the immigration issue?
On the immigration, it's very simple. The bill was horrible. It would have allowed millions of people to pour into our country. Would have been horrible. It was a horrible bill. It was a joke. She doesn't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I closed the border. I had the safest border in the history of our country. I closed it up. As president, now she'll have to get Joe to do it, but she could probably have a lot to do with that, right? Now Joe's missing. He's on a beach in California. But you know what? All she has to do, or all he has to do, is say, I want to close the border. The border is closed as of now. They don't need bills. They don't want to close the border. I stood at the border today in 100-degree weather, and I will tell you, it's a dangerous place. And I was being told by Secret Service and a lot of other law enforcement, sir, it's really dangerous here. I think it's time to leave. You wouldn't believe the things that I saw at that border. She's the border czar. Now she wants to deny that, but she's the border. In any event, she was in charge of the border. She's the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border so unsafe as this one. 20 million people have poured into our country, many of them from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylum, and record number of terrorists. And other countries are releasing their prisoners from their jails. They're emptying out their jails into the United States of America because of her incompetence and her bad border policies. She is a horrible, horrible person to run this country. We won't have a country if she gets elected.
Let me ask you this, sir. There has been a huge appeal and momentum for women voters. She's trying to pull the youth vote, the Hispanic vote, the black vote back in her direction. Polls show that she's having some success in that at this point. So what are you going to do? What's your strategy to rebuild the momentum that you had with those voters?
No, she's not having success. I'm having success. I'm doing great with the Hispanic voters. I'm doing great with black men. I'm doing great with women because women want safety. They want safety. And they don't have safety when they have somebody allowing 20 million people into our country, many of them very dangerous people. No, it's only in your eyes that they have that, Martha. We're doing very well in the polls. We're leading in most of the polls. And in the swing states, we're leading in almost every one of them.
Mr. President,
let me
interrupt.
The auto workers are voting for me because you're not going to have an auto industry if she gets elected. They're going to all electric cars. All electric cars are going to be made in China. And you're not going to have, you literally will not have an auto industry. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed of themselves. They sold the workers down the tubes.
Two quick things as we wrap up here, Mr. President. Tomorrow, do you expect to be endorsed by Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? And are you making a specific effort in Georgia to make up, if you will, with the governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp?
Well, I just saw Brian on a very good man. Did you ever hear of a man named Sean Hannity? And he was interviewed by Sean Hannity, and he was very nice, and he said he wants Trump to win, and he's going to work with me 100%, and I think we're going to have a very good relationship with Brian Kemp, and that was on just before you people went on with that speech that we just listened to.
And RFK Jr.?
It just happened. And as far as RFK, I've had a great relationship with him over the years. I respect him. He respects me. I have no idea if he's going to endorse me. I know he's got a news conference. We happen to be in the same state. Arizona will be in the same state, but in quite different parts of the state. But it's possible we will be meeting tomorrow, and we'll be discussing it. He said, look, he was treated very unfairly by the Democrats. He would have beaten Joe Biden in a Democrat primary. I have no doubt about it. And they made it absolutely impossible for him. They made it that you have to get 60, 70% of the vote just to get in. And you know what? In the end, the Democrats did the same thing to Joe Biden. They threw Joe Biden out of the party.
And that's
they
why
did
we
the
saw a
same
different
thing
night
as they
tonight.
did to RFK.
Mr. President, thank you so
very
much
sir.
for the time.
Okay,
we appreciate
thank you very
that
much.
live feedback.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey,
I can't believe they cut him off. That's like, bro got kicked out of the DNC Lamont. Okay, I didn't fully get kicked out. I only got kicked out of the fucking studio space. Okay, calm down. How you gonna hate from outside the club? Okay, come on now. The debate is gonna go crazy. Kamala stands on ad breaks. I just got fucked over by Megaphonics. It's not even a good one. By Megaphonics? By fucking Megaphonics? That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous, man. Can you give me a more detailed explanation of why you don't think it's important to talk about the deficit? I low-key think it might cause the downfall of the world economy type shit. No, it won't. That's it. And neither side gives a shit about it either. Trump can't be talking about fucking the deficit when he contributed to it. And it's ridiculous. No. It's the United States of America. All right. I just got from Megaphonics. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. What are your personal thoughts on the future of America? I think the future of America is in a dire state. You guys what was the rating that you gave to Megaphonics? What was the rating that you guys gave? 9.7? He's never going to stop. You did this. You unleashed a monster, okay? You unleashed a monster, chat. You have become death, destroyer of worlds, okay? You don't understand. At least 35 memes a day that I will yell about because he will keep spamming them. While also simultaneously posting about how Kamala Harris is good, actually. Lib posting. He is a mega donor to the Democratic Party. A Democratic Party mega donor. Okay? Megaphonics, more like mega donor. Okay? It's my fault. I fell for it.
Washington correspondent Jonathan Carlin. Jonathan, as I look at who this speech was aimed at last night, I think of a lot of M words. Moderates, middle class, middle America.
The fuck? That's crazy, George. Yo, calm down, George. Hey, chill, bro. George coming in hot, dude. Bro, you can't be saying that.
Absolutely, and a direct response to the way Donald Trump has tried to define her. You know, they talk about her, the Republicans, the Trump Republicans, as a San Francisco liberal, as a radical. They call her Comrade Kamala. But she gave a speech, George, that if you take out that section on abortion rights, much of this speech could have been delivered at a Republican convention before Trump. She talked tough on Iran. She promised that as commander-in-chief, America would have the most lethal and strongest fighting force in the world. She talked tough on Russia, on China. She talked about border security. She really gave a speech that was designed to go at independents, moderates, disaffected Republicans, the vast majority of undecided voters in the country. A very interesting move and quite a contrast from the way she ran for president the first time when she tried to get the nomination 4 years ago. This is a Kamala Harris that sounded a little bit more like Maggie Thatcher or Ronald Reagan, especially on national security, than like Bernie Sanders.
Well, and it's interesting you mentioned that. There's more talk about Ronald Reagan at the Democratic convention than the Republican convention, and the Democrats really making a play to claim patriotism on their side.
Yeah, I mean, there's an opening there. Donald Trump has used words like American carnage to talk about America, has portrayed a more isolationist, protectionist view that is at odds with what Ronald Reagan was all about. So this was Kamala Harris. I mean, she didn't say the words city on a hill like Ronald Reagan did, but full embrace of patriotism, the American flags waving here, the chants of USA, USA, USA. This is a party under Kamala Harris that is saying that appealing to patriotism. And you also heard that message, by the way, George, from Republican speakers at this convention every single night saying voting for Kamala Harris is not about being a Republican or a Democrat, it's about being a patriot.
It will take some time to see what impact the convention has had on the polls, but we already know that Kamala Harris, since she's gotten into this race, her favorability numbers have climbed.
Yeah, look, this is going to be, I mean, this is likely to be a very close race. But if you look at what has happened, her favorability, she was as unpopular as Joe Biden was a month ago. Her favorability in the polls has steadily gone up over the past 4 weeks, even before this convention started.
Okay, John Carl, thanks very much.
Here's the good news.
Don't let the browbeating and fear-mongering from DNC loyalists bully into voting for a little neocon more longer. Do not vote for KKK Kamala, chat. KKK Kamala. So they're saying exactly what you said. They must be crazy leftists too. No, the difference is they like that Kamala is saying that. And I think a lot of people also like that. Or rather, a lot of people listen to those guys and think, oh, well, they're saying it's a positive, so I must think it's a positive for other people. Maybe not for me, but for other people. That is the major vibes I get. Liberals are scared of Donald Trump. Liberals are scared of Donald Trump. They go to mainstream media, and mainstream media says, they go to mainstream media, and mainstream media tells them it's good that Kamala Harris is moderating her positions. It's good that Kamala Harris is showing, I can't even talk. I really need to sleep more tonight for sure. They say it's good that Kamala Harris is moderating her positions. It's good that Kamala Harris is showing a strong commitment to the American military, right? And I think they see that as a positive, or they're taught to recognize that as a positive. So then when someone looks at that exact same thing and says, this is a negative, actually, this is scary for the future of America, then they go, fuck you. Why are you saying that? It's funny because a couple weeks ago, I was saying this exact same thing about my worries, actually. About my fucking worries about the Democratic Party doing this exact same thing. I literally said, I'm waiting and I'm seeing, but I am actually fucking terrified that the Democrats are going to rely on their worst instincts, run scared as they have before in election cycles where they've lost, and try to moderate their positions once Republicans start calling them radicals. And that is precisely what happened. Of course, I'm not going to be happy. I've been warning about this. Actually hates Republicans, okay? Here, this is my rant from yesterday. The only motherfucker that actually hates Republicans, okay? I'm gonna say it. I'm saying it, dude. I think Democrats don't fucking hate Republicans as much as I do, okay? They love saying, oh, I guess you want to vote for Trump then. But dude, you don't fucking hate Republicans. You want them in your party. You desperately advocate for them to come to your party. You literally have them at your convention. You have them at your fucking convention. You have them come and speak at your convention. You literally have their loyal soldiers come speak at your convention. The border guards, the fucking cops. You love them. You want to fuck the Republicans. You want to hug the Republicans. You want to kiss the Republicans. You want to be Republican. You want to be Republican. You're just a fucking Republican. I hate Republicans. You don't. You want to fuck them and you want to suck them, okay? So stop with this bullshit. That's it. I want to kiss the Republicans and then become Republicans and then kiss myself. How bad did you want to yell? I did, but I couldn't because, my hotel neighbor had complained about my noise. Kamala Harris speechwriters just leaked. It's true. All right, this was a good line. A good speech. Let's watch this.
We kept the lights on in this country for generations, but the wealth made by our broken backs and our black lungs never did trickle down. And Washington listened to rich men demanding that we stick with dirty energy at any cost. Across the country, working class people are looking for a political home after years of both parties putting profit above people. Now, Trump, a billionaire, says that he'll take on the elites, but then he promises handouts to big oil, and he punches down at anyone with the guts to be different. But populism that insists we are too different to get along, is just divide and conquer by a different name. There's another sort of populism with roots in this party that we in West Virginia know well. They called us rednecks back in the 1920s because striking workers from all different races wore red bandanas around their necks as they fought and died for respect and a living wage. Yesterday is our fight right now. Right now. It is our choice to build on this progress and to create a political home for the mass of working Americans fighting for control over their government, their workplaces, and their planet. And it is our moment to live up to. Let's get after it.
Do you have been nervous to speak on that stage, or are you used to it by now? No, I don't have a problem speaking on stages. Yeah, More Perfect Union. More Perfect Union also aired this video at the DNC, which is interesting because the room that I was utilizing, I believe, was with the More Perfect Union donor. Like, I think the room that they kicked me out of was a More Perfect Union room. They didn't have any say in it, though. I don't think.
Year, and both parties are battling to prove that they stand with workers. But sometimes, workers don't get the invite.
Do you know where the auto workers are?
I haven't seen anybody from the UAW.
Nobody from the UAW?
After we struggled to find any auto workers at Trump's Rally for Auto Workers, we hit the road to find out what Democrats have been up to.
The Inflation Reduction Act, helping a few.
What? Hey, Unc, I love your stream, but my wife struggles because of the hate dehumanization of the hogs. She makes the point that this is how Israel sees Palestinians, and I wanted to know how to engage in class consciousness with Republicans so we don't engage in hate. All love, King. Wait, what? I don't want to kill... what? I don't want to fucking ethnically cleanse Republicans, which is not an ethnicity to begin with. Hogs aren't even all Republicans. They're a very specific type of Republican that fucking oinks and chirps nonstop like a little piggy. Okay? Hogs can also be convinced not to be hogs. There's plenty of former hogs in this community, as a matter of fact. It's the dehumanization. I dehumanize Nazis too. Is your wife upset about that? The fuck are we talking about? Yes, if someone is an angry little fucking demon, we're going to have a little bit of fun. Okay? If someone is a bully, I'm going to bully them back a little bit. Okay? Being a hog is a very specific type of Republican. Having said that, I still want them to have health care. I don't think, last time I checked, I don't think Israel is down to fucking, give health care to all Palestinians, nor even stop them, or nor even allow them to live, really. Hogs are the #1 most oppressed minority in the U.S. Yeah. Hog is a mindset, not an immutable attribute. Thank you. There are literally a shit ton of former hogs in this community that have been convinced not to be hogs. That's it.
Fuel a boom in clean energy,
creating 9 million new clean energy jobs over the next 10 years.
As a pro-Israel Democrat, thank you for your loyalty to the Democratic Party, your vote for Kamala, and your efforts to try to corral your audience to vote for our party. Despite our disagreements on Palestine, we all see the bigger threat of a Trump presidency. Dude, that's a hog right there, brother. You see that? They don't just have to be in the Republican Party. No way, this isn't a joke. Nah, this is probably like a Destiny fan or something. They're writing this to be like, ooh, I'm going to get him. Or maybe he's being sincere. I don't know. Because he's confused. Damn, DNC over and 20K libs, poof, gone. Just like their morals? Nah. I mean, that was a big deal for a lot of people. That's why they were in here watching. As a pro-Israel Democrat. I don't understand. If you're pro-Israel, why are you voting for the Democratic Party? I don't get it. That's what you care about it so much that you like put that in front of you being a Democrat.
And a generation investment.
I thought that American manufacturing was supposed to be dead. Here I am looking at one of the biggest auto mega plants being built.
We talked to work.
Bro, you joke about that, but my Democrat family members are low-key considering not voting for Kamala because they think she's not pro-Israel enough. They thought even Biden wasn't. Yeah, I mean, they're gone. You know what I mean? They're fucking gone. Like, they're just far gone. Good luck having a normal conversation with them on the issue of Israel at all.
Workers in rural Tennessee who joined a union for the first time to build one of the largest battery plants in the country.
We have 20-year-old people thinking about their future. We never did that.
I got things now that I never thought I could have. Generational wealth. I'm working on that.
Medical, dental, vision, pension, something to fall back on when it's all over with.
We went to Vegas, where union workers are building America's first high-speed rail. To Lordstown, Ohio, where auto workers who lost their jobs under Trump returned to work at a new battery plant.
This could be the future. This could bring industry back to Lordstown. We saw it in its heyday, and here we are. We have the opportunity to make the battery.
And Milwaukee, where workers are replacing every lead pipe in the city.
It helps with the struggle. You don't have to struggle with 2, 3 jobs. You know, you can maintain with one job. This is my own neighborhood.
This is your old neighborhood?
Yes. Makes me feel good because I'm giving back something
It's easy for stories like these to get drowned out by fake worker rallies at non-union plants.
Does anybody know that there's a Donald Trump event just an hour away from here? Yes, no?
No.
Was anybody invited to it?
But over the last 4 years, only one party has invested trillions in clean energy, bringing back manufacturing and rebuilding
Is Gianna and my friend's dad wants you to know he's not a Dem donor? Damn, Gianna's back. I thought he was a Dem donor. My bad. I don't know what he does, but he just texted me. That's so funny. Why are you texting your friend's dad, Gianna? What the fuck? Why is he watching? Is he a watcher? Thank you for correcting the record, though. Real-time fact-checking. Valve new game Deadlock is playable on stream. Why are you playing Democrat propaganda on stream? This is more perfect union, dude. What are you talking about? I mean, they do a little bit of Dem propaganda recently, but...
infrastructure, putting workers at the center of it all. And this...
they do pretty good work overall.
...is just the start.
Anyway, new Kamala ad in swing states. Let's see.
Standing up for everyday Americans is at the very foundation of who Kamala Harris is. Raised in a middle-class home by a working mother who instilled in her a passion for justice and equality. That's why when Kamala Harris became district attorney, she stood up for our kids, keeping them safe by prosecuting sex offenders. She also pioneered a program to give nonviolent drug offenders a second chance. As president, Kamala Harris will continue the fight for everyday Americans. She's already lowered the cost of your health insurance and medications. Insulin is now capped at $35 for seniors. But there's more to do, because mortgages, rents, groceries, and utility bills are still too high. Harris's plan to fix it? Build more homes to lower prices and make the wealthy and billionaires pay their fair share so we get a break. All her life, Kamala Harris has been standing up for us, and she doesn't plan to stop anytime soon.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Found that Democrat.
You're a Democrat, but you're choosing to vote for Trump this election?
Yes, without question. Both as a Jew and also as a gay man. I'm an activist. I led the opposition to Anita Bryant and Jerry Falwell. I know where Biden is at. I'm not there to support men having babies and homos for Hamas and trans men taking over women's sports. You know,
dude, fried, deep fried brain. I swear to God. My man's brain is deep fried, okay? Homos for Hamas. America is such a wonderful nation, though, because, like, it has the capacity to fucking fry people in this very specific way, where, like, if this man just came up to me not wearing this garb or anything like that, or even with this garb, I would have immediately clocked him as, like, an evangelical. You know what I mean? I never in a million years would have thought he was a gay like that, or even with this garb. I would have immediately clocked him as like an evangelical. You know what I mean? I never in a million years would have thought he was a gay Jewish man. That's the beauty of America in many ways, you know? Don't judge a book by its cover. Or if you find out that someone is an American, the cover might be different, but what's inside is still going to be very similar. Anyway, Donald Trump's campaign stop in Arizona is starting, and he's walking on stage. Does this one have what the fuck is this goddamn quality, dude? Can we find one with like captions? And it's crunchy too. That's crazy. Oh hell yeah. You can always count on Right Side Broadcasting, baby. You can always count on them. 96,000 people watching. Oh, we are so back. Oh, dude, this is craziness. Next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Well, thank you very much, and a very big hello, Arizona. Hello, Phoenix. I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. You built our country. 74 days from now, can you imagine? 74 days. Then we gently move into that beautiful White House and we take over our country and we make it great again. We're going to win Arizona. We're going to defeat Comrade Kamala Harris. And we're going to win back our beautiful White House. We're going to win it back. We're going to win it back in record force. Everyone here tonight is part of the greatest political movement in the history of our country. You know, this is the greatest political movement. It's called Make America Great Again. And it's right now bigger and better and stronger than it ever was before. You know, we won in 2016, and we did much better in 2020. A lot of people don't understand that, but we understand it. Millions and millions more votes. But those two are nothing like the spirit that we have now. It's amazing. And that's because we've seen how bad government can be. That's why it's a combination.
Do you think it's good Trump is great for the world because he will destroy the USA?
Destroying our country is unbelievable, and people have seen it.
Because I don't think you understand, dude. Empires don't just like fucking quietly crumble, okay? They don't just like perish on their own without little harm to others.
You have a common sense with a party of common sense. You say what you want. Nice to say conservative, but really with a party of common sense. We want fair elections, free elections. We want strong borders. We want a great military. We want great education. We want a nice home and low interest rates or low taxes and no regulations. That's why we're welcoming support from millions and millions of disaffected Democrats, and they are joining like wildfire. Now, it's a little different than it was. You know, we had somebody, I was up 18 points, and they said, Joe, you can't win. You're getting out of the race. No, I want to go and give it a shot. No, Joe, you're getting out of the race, Joe. And if you don't do it the nice way, we'll do it the tough way, Joe. And he said, okay, and now I have a new opponent. This never happened before. We spent $100 million and a lot of time on defeating him. And as soon as he was gonzo, it all started with the debate. All that time, all that effort. A friend of mine said, you did a terrible job in the debate. I said, why do you say that? Everybody said I was brilliant. They said, no, you got him out of the race with that debate. It's all right. We have to do what we have to do, right? We have to do what we have to do. And now we have somebody that, in theory, should be easier to beat. In theory, because she's a radical left Marxist, and everybody knows it. But we're welcoming the support from millions of disaffected Democrats, independents, moderates, old-fashioned liberals who still believe in things like, little things like borders. I was there yesterday. That's a scary place. Sir, it's about time that you get out of the sun, sir. We're going to have to get you out of here, sir. Let's get the hell out of here. She was the border czar. She presided over the worst border in history, not American history, world history. Democracy, liberty, and, of course, always the right of free speech. We don't really have free speech right now. The press, look at all of them. Look at all of them. Look at that. Wow. Man, that's a lot of press. That's a lot of fake news.
The thing is, like, all of those people in Arizona who are radicalized towards the fucking border are never going to vote for Kamala Harris. They're primed, right? But there are probably young Hispanic voters, especially, but young voters in general, that would very likely think about the Kamala Harris campaign in a different way if she communicated in a different fucking way.
A while ago, she changed, didn't she, huh?
Arizona also happens to have a lot of independents, and people think that
changes for minor
people think that you have to have an aggressive stance on the border in Arizona. I disagree.
Consent. How about that one? How would you like that? Without parental consent, can you imagine your kid comes home without parental consent? What happened to my baby? What happened? The true divide in American politics today is between these far-left fascists, led by Harris and her group, and you know who her group is, and citizens of all political backgrounds who love our country, share traditional American values, the values that you have right here in this great state, and look past our differences to unite around a thing called...
They're showing the entire rally because you know Trump was like, we're packing the fucking halls, and I want you to show the entire rally. Like, this is a rally flex now. Why does he keep saying borders are when there is none? It is a non-official term that simply means that you were tasked with handling the border. It is correct. People have called Kamala Harris the border czar because that was her job. She was tasked with dealing with the border under the Biden administration.
You burn the American flag, you go to jail for 1 year. Nobody's going to be burning the American flag anymore.
Wait, that's against the First Amendment.
Our opponents worship the deep state. We want to obliterate the deep state. Slight difference. Our opponents, thank you. Our opponents join with warmongers and neocons to wage endless wars, these wars that never end. We don't even know who the hell the country is that we're fighting. We believe that America is strongest when America is at peace. We want peace through strength. That's what we want. Like we had 4 years ago. We didn't have any wars, except we wiped out ISIS very quickly. It was supposed to take 5 years to beat ISIS. I did it in 3 weeks.
See, Mr. Peace Candidate, peace through strength.
They support coercive COVID vaccine mandates and want to fire you. If you don't obey, you get fired. We oppose these mandates as a fundamental violation of our God-given rights. We don't want the mandates. We don't want the mandates. They want to arrest their political opponents and silence those who disagree. We reject censorship in all forms, and we believe in freedom, open debate, and fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. Our opponents slander us as a threat to democracy. Trump is a threat to democracy. No, they're a threat to democracy. How many times have you heard? You know, it's a talking point for them, right, Deb? It's a talking point. Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. And those guys say it too, because they're the same thing. They're like a part. They're a subsidiary of the Democrat Party. Meanwhile, they rig their primaries. They force out Joe Biden. They force him out of the party. Joe Biden got 14 million votes in an unconstitutional coup, and they appoint a nominee who never got a single vote. And when she ran against this guy, and I'm no fan, he was the worst president in the history of our country, he let in millions and millions of people through her. Let in millions of people would destroy our country. But we're going to get those people out, the people that came in here from jails and prisons and mental institutions. But they threw them out. You know, they ran against each other for the primary, and she never even made it to the first state, the great state of Iowa, never made it. And now she's the one running. A little strange, isn't it? You see, that's really a threat to democracy if you get right down to it, right? In our movement, we know that democracy does not mean rule by the Democrat establishment. It means rule by the American people.
You missed the ad? The Ivermectin ad? I'm a right side broadcaster watcher, like a permanent watcher. You think I miss those ads? I've seen them every day, a million times a day.
So many of these values that we all share, and we've shared them for a long time.
I've bought all the Ivermectin.
I don't think too many of you people have heard of him. He's very low-key. He's a very low-key person, but he's highly respected. He is a great person. I've known him for so long. For the past 16 months, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
I think that there's something to be said about how fucking... There goes my hero. There's something to be said about how fucking... They're just leaning into the weird shit, by the way. There's something to be said about, like, how unimaginably invested they are in being as weird as possible. Because here's a guy who somehow was way weirder than the Republicans.
And he deserves it. He deserves it. For the past 16 months, Bobby has run an extraordinary campaign for President of the United States. I know, because he also went after me a couple of times. I didn't like it.
I didn't like it.
And I mean this sincerely. Had he been allowed to enter the Democrat primary, he would have easily beaten Joe Biden, but they wouldn't let him in. They put up rules. I've never seen rules like he had to have 65% of the vote in order to run, you know, little things like that. His candidacy has inspired millions and millions of Americans, raised critical issues that have been too long ignored in this country, and brought together people from across the political spectrum in a positive campaign grounded in the American values of his father, Robert Kennedy, a great man, and his uncle, President John F. Kennedy. And I know that they are looking down right now, and they are very, very proud of Bobby. I'm proud of Bobby, you want to know the truth. And I don't think I've ever introduced anyone that got applause like he just got. I must tell you, I don't think it's true. I don't think I've ever introduced anybody that got applause like that.
Dude, Robert Kennedy Jr. described Trump before getting promised an admin job. A terrible human being, the worst president ever, and barely human. He probably is a sociopath.
It's true. Amazing. Soon after I can't even believe I have to say this, nearly assassinated in Pennsylvania last month, Bobby called me to express his best wishes. He knows firsthand the risks incurred by leaders who stand up to the corrupt political establishment. When you stand up, you bring on some trouble for yourself, but you have to do what's right. You have to do what's right for the country. I will tell you, we are both in this to do what's right for the country. That's one thing I can tell you. He lost his father and uncle in service to our country, and Bobby himself was subject to repeated threats to his safety during the course of his campaign while being denied protection by the Harris-Biden administration. And this is a tribute in honor of Bobby. I am announcing tonight that upon my election, I will establish a new independent Presidential Commission on Assassination Attempts, and they will be tasked with releasing all of the remaining documents pertaining to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, and they will also conduct a rigorous review of the attack last month. But I tell you, I have never had more people ask me, please, sir, release the documents on the Kennedy assassination. And we're going to do that. And I also want to salute Bobby's decades of work as an advocate for the health of our families and our children. Nobody's done more. Millions and millions of Americans who want clean air, clean water, and a healthy nation have concerns about toxins in our environment and pesticides in our food. That's why today I'm repeating my pledge to establish a panel of top experts working with Bobby to investigate what is causing the decades-long increase in chronic health problems and childhood diseases, including autoimmune disorders, autism, obesity, infertility, and many more. We want every child in America.
Bro, we're going to get so much weirder. This campaign is going to get even fucking weirder, dude. It's awesome.
So I just
this is so sick.
Want to ask Bobby to speak for a little while. I'll stand aside. I'm going to stand aside.
Did he say he's going to reveal the truth of the JFK assassination?
But I can only tell you, I've known him a long time.
Please tell me he said that.
We've been a little bit on the opposite side of the equation, but I will say this. He is a brilliant, I still think of him as young. He's not that young. I always call him young, but he's not that young. But he is a phenomenal person, a phenomenal man who loves the people of this country as much as anybody can love the people of this country. So, Bobby, please say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know Kamala Harris declined to speak to him. Why would they?
Thank
Are you kidding
President
me?
Trump.
Yeah, it makes the most sense. Like, fuck off, dude. What are you talking about? You're insane.
Thank you. A few hours after the assassination attempt at Butler, I got a call from a safe food advocate named Kelly Means, who's been fighting for many years to try to end the corruption at CDC and FDA and USDA. And these institutions, these regulatory agencies are actually run by the big food processing companies, the big ag and the chemical companies that they're supposed to regulate. And he said to me that he'd been advising me for many years and on my campaign. And he told me that night that he was also advising President Trump. And he asked if I would talk to President Trump. And I said, of course. And about a few minutes later, I got a call from the president. And we talked. We had a very good talk. And then he invited me to come see him the next day. And I went to Minneapolis and saw him. We met again a couple of weeks later in Florida. And we talked about, not about the things that separate us because we don't agree on everything, but on the values and the issues that bind us together. And one of the issues that he talked about was having safe food and ending the chronic disease epidemic. Our children are now the unhealthiest, sickest children in the world. Don't you want healthy children? And don't you want the chemicals out of our food? And don't
I'm not kidding. For a very specific type of voter, this is like the greatest move. Like, there are so many Americans who don't mind all the fucking forever chemicals and everything. They don't think about it at all. But they also simultaneously hate modern medicine and think that, like, as long as, you know, you eat like a weird diet, everything will be fixed in your life. And there are a lot of people like that.
Use that money back here
And
in the
for
United
them,
States.
this man is the God, okay? He's speaking God's honest truth.
And the safest, the best way to build a safe America is to rebuild our industrial base and rebuild the middle class in this country. And don't you want a president who's going to get us out of the wars and who's going to rebuild the middle class in this country? And he told me that he wanted to end the censorship because the whole basis of American democracy is the free flow of information. And we know that a government that can silence its opponents has license for any kind of atrocity. And can you think of any time that you can look back in history and say that the people who were censoring were the good guys? They're always the bad guys, because it's always the first step down that slippery slope to totalitarianism. And don't you want a president who's going to protect America's freedoms and who is going to protect us against totalitarianism? And I want to ask you again, don't you want a safe environment for your children? Don't you want to know that the food that you're feeding them is not filled with chemicals that are going to give them cancer and chronic disease? And don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy
Why does
again?
RFK Jr. sound like he got stuck in a vibrating chair and doesn't know how to get out?
Thank you all very, very much, and God bless you, and God bless America.
I think there's, I don't know. Look. You know, not to be too much of an optics guy, but like, it is funny that he's just like talking about, don't you want your children to be free of cancer? And it's like, bro, you look like you have all of the cancer. You look like you captured the essence of cancer. Like you sucked it out of everyone else in the room. I think there's also something really funny about RFK. There's so much. I love RFK so much. Fuck, man. I should have stolen the RFK Jr. hat that Brace had. God damn it. Okay. I fucked up. Like, he gave it to me. He let me wear it for a little bit, and I was just like, I should have just kept it. Great DNC rally, this one. Honestly, dude, what he's saying is pretty reasonable. Shut up. Don't even fucking start, okay? No, it is not fucking reasonable at all. Okay, give me a goddamn break. This man is anti-medicine, dude. He's anti-medicine. There is nothing reasonable about what he's saying.
But if he were in a regular system, there are a lot of people that maybe liked him the best, but they said we can't.
Okay, I love RFK Jr. because he is such a contradictory character, right? He has the capacity to, like, he's a crank magnet. He's what I like to call a crank magnet, right? Isn't this bad for Trump overall? Aren't most independents really repelled by this shit? A few pieces on his insane takes on medicine and CNN boosts his weird narrative a fuck ton. No. Yes. Trump did this because he's desperate. He did this because he wanted to either A, take out RFK from the ballots completely, or B, take out RFK from the ballots and get a fucking, get some kind of endorsement from him, because RFK was eating away at Trump's base. All of the polls showed, all of the triple polls that showed in swing states where the direct doubleheader matchup between Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris looked a lot closer, and even in some instances Donald Trump winning, versus with RFK Jr. on the ticket, all of a sudden he would take some from the Democratic Party, but he would take a shit ton more from Donald Trump. Okay? So he had to get him out because obviously this race for Trump is in the margins now. Like, that's a big boost. He'll get a big boost. Problem is, it will also probably scare away some of the more like moderate voters, if he even has moderate fucking voters at all, like Trump at this point in his base of support. The thing is, what I want to talk about is how RFK is a crank magnet, but also incredibly contradictory as a figure. Because as a crank magnet, he presents himself as anti-establishment, despite the fact that he is from a literal political dynasty, the Kennedys, right? They are politics, okay? This is an American political dynasty. That's number one. Number two, he is literally, he was friends with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, okay? So, like, while he is the guy who's like, yeah, you know, I want to take out the deep state. He's like, bro, you literally were homies with Jeffrey Epstein. Self-admitted homies with Jeffrey fucking Epstein. Okay? That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, and on top of that, he is one of the, just like Donald Trump, biggest dick riders of Israel. So, like, it makes no sense that these crank guys who almost always are like, yeah, Jews are in control of American media and everything else, literally are also simultaneously like going for two guys that are somehow more ultra-Zionist than fucking Kamala Harris is. Like, that's crazy. So it makes no damn sense, even in the fucking weird worldview that they've cultivated, you know? What's up? You want to come inside? Oh, you miss Daddy? Okay.
Who they are that just pour into our country by the millions and millions and millions. We need to turn the page of 4 years of calamity and failure. They have had calamity and failure and say, Kamala, you've done a horrible job. You've been the worst vice president in the history of our country. Kamala, you're fired. You're fired. Get out. Get out. Get out, Kamala. She's the only person ever to get a nomination. Get out, Kamala. She's the only person ever to get a nomination of a party without getting one vote. She didn't get one vote. Hey, maybe she's smarter than we think. You know, you could look at it that way. As vice president, Kamala cast the deciding votes, causing the worst inflation in decades, costing the typical American household $28,000. Think of this, higher prices. It was inflation, $28,000. As border czar, she flooded America with savage illegal alien criminals who have been raping, pillaging, and killing our cities and our towns. 3 years ago this week, she was the final vote on the catastrophic Afghanistan withdrawal. And we were withdrawing, but we were going to withdraw with dignity, with grace, and with strength. We would have been out faster, but we were going to keep Bagram. But that was the most embarrassing event in the history of our country, leading to horrific war and humiliation all over the world. When Putin saw that, he invaded Ukraine. It brought a lot of people back because they said the United States is run by incompetent people. The United States is no longer respected. It's no longer strong. That's what they said. A lot of these things that you're seeing now wouldn't have happened except for the horrible, horrible event of Afghanistan. You know, I was dealing with the leader of Afghanistan, Abdul, and I said, Abdul, you can't kill our people. He was killing our people. I had a strong talk with him. I'm not
he's
gonna get
hella
into
low
it
energy, dude. God damn, his heart is not in it.
Without one soldier being sniped at or shot at. Not one soldier injured or killed. And then we had a tremendous election where we did probably 10 or 12 million more votes than we got the first time. You know, most presidents don't get as many votes the second time because people get bored, but they don't get bored with me. They get bored. No, they get bored. Like Barack Hussein Obama got far fewer votes the second time, and he won. He won. Have you heard of him, Barack Hussein Obama? Remember Rush Limbaugh? Barack Hussein Obama. He was nasty to me. You know,
he
was nasty. Michelle was nasty. They're all nasty. Nasty people. They were very nasty. I was surprised. I thought he was, and I was sort of nice to him. I said, no, you know, I like him. Good. It didn't matter. They were nasty to me. And, of course, Last night, Kamala mentioned my name, I think, 21 times. She didn't mention the border. She didn't mention inflation. She didn't mention anything but my name over and over and over again. She blamed me for the border. I haven't been there in 4 years. You saw it. I had the safest border, the best border we've ever had. She blamed me for the border. They lied so much. They lied about everything. She said I was involved with something called Project 25. I don't even know what the hell it is.
He doesn't even know it.
No, they really were nasty. And then they say to me, sir, please stick to policy. Don't stick to personality. You should be nice to people, sir. You have to be nice. I call them up. My geniuses, they get paid a fortune. Actually,
They're
not
booing.
that much.
They're booing
But I
his
call up my
staffers.
people. I say, they're knocking the hell out of me, and you say I shouldn't get personal. I have to get personal, don't I? I have to get personal.
Yeah, obviously these guys love that shit.
They get personal, but I'm going to do my best. So they're allowed to get personal with me, but I'm not allowed to get personal to them. They call me names that are so bad. Our great First Lady says, but you're not that way, darling. They love our great First Lady, I will tell you that. They do. They do. But, darling, you're not that way. I said, I know that. And if I say something just slightly out of order, like, she didn't do a very good job last night, please never, ever mention look or
Great
anything
meeting
like that.
Tuesday.
If you ever
Much love,
say,
chat.
"She
Disrespecting
didn't
me with
look
that lib
really
German.
great,"
Don't call me
that's
lib
the end of your
Lamau.
political career, so I wouldn't say a thing like that. How about her opening where she said, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, he's
Thank you,
coming after Kamala.
Thank you, thank you. I said, what the hell is wrong with her, Deb? Debbie Lesko, she's a winner.
What's your view of down ballot voting? I love voting. I love down ballot voting. I'm a big advocate for down ballot voting. You should do it. You should also avoid seeing the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Those are the two consistent policies at the Hassan broadcast.
Is that Sheriff Joe?
Sheriff Joe Arpaio? He's not dead? How is this motherfucker not dead yet? One of the most racist men in Arizona.
Sheriff Joe. Look at that. A legend.
Cam Grants, thank you for the 5 gifted.
You know,
Allowing
Sheriff
5 different
Joe's
alarms
looking
to
at
the
these
top of the hour.
clowns where they have no idea what they're doing, where people come in by the millions. He had nobody come in. Remember, he dressed everybody in pink. Remember that, right? Is that right, Joe? They had to dress in pink.
Joe Arpaio literally did like Israel-style prisons in Arizona. Like, he had straight-up concentration camps that he was running.
Because he didn't want them coming into our country. Do you remember Arizona when Sheriff Joe was at the border? You didn't have people coming in.
What? Joe Arpaio
I think for the
literally
1
had
year
American
he had
concentration
one
camps.
person come in, but they got him. Now we have 3 million people coming in through your border. Your border. Oh, through the whole thing, it's ridiculous. It's not. Joe, it's an honor. And I'll tell you, people didn't treat you right. You are a legend, and you did a job like nobody else. True. Great going, Joe. And we love your wife. He lost his wife a few years ago, and she was a hell of a woman, right, Joe? But she's looking down at you, and she's proud of you. She's saying, you did very well with this group of people. But I've known you for a long time, and there was nobody like him. He understood the border better than anybody, and he ran it fairly. He ran very fair, but he ran it strong, and they respected him. They didn't even try. So thank you very much, Joe. And your wife she's proud of you. She's proud of you. Very proud of you. We're grateful to be joined tonight by the founder of Turning Point Action, a gentleman named Charlie Kirk. Thank you, Charlie. What a job he does. I said, Charlie, do me a favor. We got this thing won, but do me a favor, make sure they don't cheat. The only way they can do anything is if they cheat like hell, and we've been victims of that. Make sure they don't cheat, Charlie. We don't need the votes. We just want to make sure that they don't cheat. Hello, Sheriff. How are we doing? How are you guys doing? Good. Thank you. We need every sheriff to get over there, every law enforcement official, because we got the votes. We got to make sure everything's on the up and up. Charlie and his team of people, I mean, he's got hundreds of thousands of young people. It's actually quite discriminatory. Charlie, have you ever been sued by old people for not accepting them? He's got the youngest looking group of people, and they're warriors. They're unbelievable. The job Charlie has done is incredible. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Charlie. The job he's done is really incredible. Also with us is an incredible congresswoman who has decided to go onto a certain board. Do you know what I'm talking about? The most important board maybe in the whole country. And she's going to make sure everything's on the up and up. Debbie Lesko. Debbie, thank you. Congresswoman. Thank you, Debbie. You make sure, Debbie. She just won a big election by a massive... Well, you won that election easy, didn't you? She won it pretty easy. Another person who's a friend of mine, he's a warrior for a long time. He's great. He loves his state, loves our country. Andy Biggs, Congressman Andy Biggs. Thank you, Andy. Thank you. And two other warriors, a young one and a little bit older one, but boy, they are tough. You don't get tougher than Eli Crane and Paul Gosar. Paul Gosar. Great. Thank you, Eli. Great.
Paul Gosar, the Groyper candidate.
Great people. And the next congressman from Arizona's 8th district.
Paul Gosar is a literal Nazi, Chad.
Wow. He's going to be good for a long time. He's a young gentleman.
This is Arizona's finest. Like this lineup right here are some of the most racist people that Arizona has to offer. Like Arizona's Hitlerites.
Gina.
All in one corner here.
She is doing a job. And a very good friend of mine, the next senator from Arizona. I really believe this. Look, she's running against, we don't have to do a big, I was going to bring her up. I was going to say, come on, Carrie, speak. But she just spoke for half an hour. What the hell am I going to do here?
Dude.
But I will tell you, she's running against a guy who's a rubber stamp for, it used to be Biden. Now, who the hell knows? I don't even know. Do we know who it is? Who a rubber stamp for somebody. But Ruben Gallejo is horrible. He's an open borders maniac. He's a defund the police maniac. He shouldn't be allowed to even run in this election against her. Because Carrie Lake is incredible. She's incredible.
Nick Fuentes.
She's tough. She's smart. She's got heart. And she should be your next senator. I hope you win this sucker.
Carrie Lake is also a nut job. Again, not going to win. No fucking shot.
Carry your shoes. I mean, nice. You know the expression, can't carry her shoes. And you're going to have a big victory. And we're going to work together. And we're going to make sure we win this state. I say this presidentially, if we win this state, which we're expected to, we're leading and all of that, we win the presidency, and we have to take Carrie Lake with us. Go get him. Go get him, Carrie. Go get him, Carrie.
There ain't no way Carrie Lake's winning.
Very important.
Oh, no, the crowd shots are definitely Trump's request.
And
absolutely.
Honestly,
He slammed this fucking, he slammed this meetup. 100 P.
Not a problem. She's solid as a rock. This guy is a frickin' loser. He's a loser. So with that, we'll go on. But good luck, Carrie. We love you. Special.
If Carrie Lake wins this race, it is entirely due to Democratic Party incompetence on like dropping the fucking or trying to angle the border issue from the perspective of like right-wing reactionary sentiment.
Let's do a poll. I love
and the
these
down ballot consequences of like a Trump victory in Arizona that comes from that.
To a pollster that doesn't even poll. You know what they do? They take your money. They say, let's see, all right, 49 to 51. All right. It's one of the greatest businesses in history.
I don't think she'll win, but
do you like the name? She's a radical left lunatic, okay? She's a defunder of the police. She wants to defund all the things that we talk about.
Yeah, no.
Do I call her Comrade
goes up 5.
Kamala Harris, or do I not?
Up 9, up
Ready?
8.
Ready? What do I do there? You tell me.
I don't think people understand, bro.
Okay, ready?
Trump's
I'll say
issue
yes or
is
no.
that like
Yes.
he sticks to these fucking losers. Like Republicans before Trump, okay, Republicans before Trump at least would like cut losers out. Like there would never be a moment like a Jamie Harrison getting to the top of the fucking being in charge of the Democratic Party, right? Like Democrats love losers. Republicans historically used to cut losers, right? You lose, you're done. You snooze, you lose, you're out. Trump, on the other hand, values sycophants and loyalty more than anything else. So he fucking literally will stick to them and will just like keep pushing them through, even if it genuinely is, even if they're genuinely unelectable people. He also has a tendency to put loyalty over like electoral prowess when he'll run unaccomplished first-time Republican picks as well. Like that guy with the fucking the troop who got exploded. Like wasn't that guy has no if I'm not mistaken, the guy in Nevada, like that's a first time candidate, right?
He's allowed at least 20 million illegal aliens into our country, including
dude, you know who I'm talking about. The guy who's like he's a massive burn victim, dude.
From 159 countries.
How much do you miss Blake Masters from Arizona? I do not miss the fucking school shooter.
Africa, the
yeah,
Congo.
Sam Brown, this guy.
A lot of coming from jails in the Congo. Let me tell you, these people, the nice thing, they make our criminals look like the nicest people on earth. That's how tough they are. They come from the Middle East. They come from areas that we're fighting. They come from...
He finished in third in 2014, launched his campaign to become a U.S. Senator from Nevada. In 2021, he raised over $1 million every quarter of his campaign, challenged Adam Laxalt, a Republican who was endorsed by Donald Trump. Brown received the support and endorsement of local state political party leaders, but lost in the primary.
She's been in office. She has set an
and now he's doing another Senate campaign,
border crossings record, triple and quadruple,
challenging Jackie Rosen,
where I'd have like 150,000 and she'd have 2.5 million. What she has done to this country, nobody can tell you. You know, she destroyed San Francisco as the district attorney. She destroyed California. You know that. This is a woman that's going to take...
Do I think RFK Jr. dropping out will have any major effects? No.
She had a policy.
It will have a minor effect. It will uncuck the polls a little bit for Trump in favor of Donald Trump. It'll make it a closer race for Donald Trump.
So criminals are walking into stores, mean, nasty guys.
Your Unk is on one regarding RFK Jr. I know, I saw it. Don't show me Unk posting right now.
I want to get up. They walk out, then they walk back in. The whole thing, this is who we're going to have running our country? I don't think so. And nobody lies like her. She's a liar. She makes up crap. She's the one going to raise. You know, she said, Donald Trump is going to raise. You know why? She said I was going to raise it. Because I'm going to put tariffs on other countries coming into our country. And that has nothing to do with taxes to us. That's a tax on another country. And I did it with China, and we had no inflation. You know, I had no inflation. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China, and not one other president took in 10 cents. They were all, oh, China, we're afraid of China. We're afraid of China. According to a new DHS report, Kamala Harris also lost, and this is impossible to believe. Listen to this, 325,000 migrant children are gone. They're missing. She allowed them to be trafficked into our country. Many of these children are now in sex slavery or they're dead, probably mostly dead. They will never see their homes or their parents again. They were swiped out of their homes. They were taken out of their homes. 300, this is a government number, 325,000 children. Sex slaves, or they're dead. Many are dead. Hamas has so little respect for Kamala and Joe Biden, crooked Joe Biden, that the hostages that they're talking about all the time, I believe they're largely gone. I believe they're largely gone. So sad. When you look at what happened, when you look at that attack on October 7th, I believe they're gone. And the reason they're not negotiating, you know, it says Hamas has decided not to negotiate because what they want back are the hostages. And I think those hostages, for the most part, aren't around anymore. And so they said, oh, boy, we can't really negotiate.
Who killed them?
Because we don't have the hostages. The hostages are largely gone. How sad, how terribly sad. If they feared and respected Joe Biden and Kamala, they would never have killed those hostages. They would have never attacked. They would never have attacked when I was president. Iran was broke. Iran was broke. I told China, if you spend any money on buying oil from Iran, you'll never do business in the United States again, and we're going to put a 200% tariff on you. And Iran was broke, and they had no money for Hamas, and they had no money for Hezbollah. You can check your numbers. Look at it. When my last year, they had no money. We had no terrorism. You know, for 4 years, I didn't have any terrorism. Do you notice that? None. And when they asked Viktor Orban, the prime minister of Hungary, very strong guy, what is the reason that things are so bad now? The Middle East is blowing up. Russia's blowing up with Ukraine. There's wars starting all over the place. Looks like bad things could happen in Taiwan with China. What's the reason? He says, you got to get Donald Trump back as president. You won't have any problems. That's what he said. It's true. It's true. They respected your country. They respected your leader, but they respected our country. Now they laugh at our country. Our country has become a joke. She's provided deportation immunity to the vast majority of criminal aliens living inside the United States and is importing MS-13 gang members, known as the most violent gang of them all, into our cities and into our high school. Think of it, they're coming into our high schools. Kamala has set loose thousands of Venezuelan gang members who, according to law enforcement bulletins, have been given a license to shoot American police officers. You know that, right? Under Harris, ICE deportations are at the lowest level in history, the history of our country. She supports deadly sanctuary cities. Now, of course, she's flip-flopping on everything. You do know that, right? You know that, Joe? She's flip-flopping on everything. Debbie, right? She's a flip-flopper. Andy, she's a flip-flopper. She flip-flops on everything. Because she was polled, she said she didn't do too well. That's probably why she was the first out of 22 people. I can't get over it. She was the first failure. And now she's running. Oh, we're going to beat her. I look forward to the debate, too. I do look forward to the debate. Look forward to it.
Oh.
She called for abolishing ICE. These are great patriots who are tough as hell. You need tough people. She's compared ICE agents to the KKK. She wants to repeal the federal law that makes illegal immigration a crime, making illegal immigration totally legal. It's okay to come into our country. She wants to release all of the thousands of criminal illegal aliens that are locked up in detention centers, and these are the toughest of them all. She wants to release them into our country. We have detention centers for the toughest of them all. She says, we're going to release them. Now, maybe they'll ask her tonight, oh, no, I would never do that. She might change. She's changing on everything. But don't forget, if the election ever went haywire, if they can find a way to cheat enough and she wins, in quote, she wins, she's going to do everything that you wouldn't dream of, including no fracking. She didn't discuss fracking last night. No fracking in Pennsylvania. I can't imagine she could do well in Pennsylvania. 500,000 jobs are involved with fracking, and a huge amount of their budget, everything's involved with fracking, and she's against it. In her speech last night, she lied about almost everything. She lied when she said, I was going to raise taxes. No, I'm lowering taxes. She's the one. She lied and said that, oh, this is the best. I'm going to be the one. And I was already there. I didn't touch your Social Security, and a lot of Democrats wanted me to. She lied when she said that I want to cut Social Security and Medicare. No, she wants to cut it because she wants to have the illegal immigrants coming into our country to go on Social Security and Medicare, which will destroy Social Security and Medicare. It's Kamala Harris who cast a tie-breaking vote to cut Medicare by $266 billion. She cut your Medicare, remember this, by $266 billion, and then promised mass amnesty last night to 20 million illegal aliens and make them American citizens, which will absolutely obliterate your Social Security and your Medicare, ultimately leaving those programs bankrupt and our seniors desperate and poor. And remember, when You talk about all of those hundreds of billions of dollars. You know what she's putting that money into? The Green New Scam. She took it out of your Medicare. She's putting it into one of the greatest ever, one of the great voices of sport. Stand up. Let's see if anybody knows who the hell you are. Good job. You're a good man. He's done a good job. But she took it out and she wants to put it in. She put it into the Green New Scam. She said the border was safe under her direction. You know, they're the party of disinformation and misinformation. They'll say something 100 times. The border was safe. Did you see last night? The border's safe. The first time she said that was about 2 months ago, and she went like this. The border was safe. She started choking. Horrible. They are the misinformation, disinformation. They lie. They keep saying the same untruth over and over again. And you know, you're not like in my business. You're not in this political business like these people. You're in other things. You're lawyers and you're carpenters and you're electricians and you're drivers and you're doing a lot of things. By the way, no tax on tips. Remember that? No tax on tips. No tax on tips. She tried that one, and yet in Congress right now they have bills to destroy people that don't. Do you see what's going on? It'll never happen with her. It's guaranteed to happen with me. No tax on tips. But actually, it's the most dangerous and unsafe border anywhere in the world. There's never been a border like it. No country ever. If a country had a border like that, they would fight with sticks and stones if they had to keep the people out. She believes that if you say things enough over and over again, even if they're stone-cold lies, like Project 25, he believes in... I don't even know what the hell it is. I know it's a group of people that got together, and they're slightly on the conservative side. And it's unbelievable what they do. It's really unbelievable. She would destroy our country if she was ever elected. Our country will go down the tubes. We'll be in a depression like 1929. We will not have a country any longer. Yesterday, I was at the border with the victims of Kamala's migrant crime wave. One of them is here with us tonight. Michael Morin is the brother of Rachel Morin, who you know about. Rachel was a cherished 37-year-old mom of 5 absolutely incredible children, beautiful woman. Last summer, Rachel was out on a run when she was brutally raped and murdered by an illegal alien who was led into America by Kamala Harris. Let her in. Said, let her in. The animal who committed this heinous crime first killed another woman in El Salvador before walking across the open border. Just walked right in, no problem. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in cold blood.
Yeah, they are parading around the same few of the 23 people, like the most high-profile cases, because emotional anecdotes are very hard to combat, okay? They're very, very, very hard to combat. And obviously Trump knows this. I mean, it's the easiest way to get dumb people on your side. Just use emotional anecdotes and make it seem like they are responsible for a much larger percentage of the fucking share. It's ridiculous. Like your uncle, yeah. I mean, he got duped by that shit too.
43% increase in violent crime. These are government numbers, by the way. Including 58% increase in rape, 89% increase in aggravated assault, and 56% increase in robbery. During the riots of 2020, she encouraged her followers to donate to bail criminals, looters, and arsonists and killers. People died, including Sean Michael Tillman, a dangerous repeat offender who went on to shoot and kill a Minnesota man 6 times in the head. He shot him 6 times in the head and torso. Repeat offender who went on to shoot and kill a Minnesota man 6 times in the head. He shot him 6 times in the head and torso. And Kamala, let him out, let him go. While Kamala Harris was DA of Sanctuary City, San Francisco, 20 years ago, maybe the greatest city in the world. Today it's unlivable. She ignored the pleas of victims' family. Please, please let us do, please don't do this to us. And refused to seek the death penalty against an illegal alien MS-13 gang member, one of the worst murderers they've seen in years, who murdered an innocent man and his 2 sons and didn't even remember he did it. As California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking. assault with a deadly weapon and rape of an unconscious person as a non-violent crime. Comrade Kamala Harris.
It's pretty crazy that he can like remember every single instance where like an undocumented migrant has committed a heinous act of violence.
Both San Francisco and California itself. He's a terrible governor. What a governor. For years, but you know, she might have picked a worse one. If you look at the numbers in Minnesota, we hope we're going to win Minnesota. You know, it hasn't been won since 1972, Richard Nixon. But we're doing well there, too. But the governor is horrible. You know what he did? He approved a bill to give tampons in every young man's bathroom. Right?
Yeah. Every time he calls Kamala Harris Comrade Kamala.
Our potential president.
I suspect that the Democrats move further to the middle,
bathrooms.
cucking their messaging.
Kamala Harris has pushed legislation to strip police officers of protection, trying to bankrupt them and ruin their lives for doing their jobs. No protection, no immunity, no nothing. She even endorsed defund the police. I will never defund the police. I will only fund the police and fund them.
They're going to move further and further to the right.
Of money
yes, not middle,
and
middle
pride.
right.
I will always back our law enforcement heroes in blue. We are pleased to be joined tonight by the president of the Arizona Police Association, Justin Harris. Oh, no, he's not a relation. Justin, are you a relation? Last name is Harris, spelled the same. I'm very concerned about this. I'm not really. But Justin Harris is a great gentleman who has a special announcement. Justin, would you please come up? Thank you. It's an interesting. I'm not worried about it. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm a little concerned about that illegal immigration chart you put up there. Was that a spike in immigration or the inflation?
Sort of both.
Kind of both, right? Wonderful job those Democrats are doing. My name is Justin Harris. I'm a veteran police sergeant here in Arizona with 25 years of experience in service. And I also have the privilege and the honor to serve as the state president of the Arizona Police Officers Association. The Arizona Police Officers Association is the largest
is the
law
camera
enforcement
guy
association in
vaping?
the state of Arizona. And we represent
Is the camera guy vaping, dude? I think he is, right?
men and women that currently serve in our communities each and every day at the local,
What the
county,
fuck is
state,
going on?
and federal law enforcement levels. We cover the entire state. And on behalf of the Arizona Police Association, we are proud to welcome President Trump to the great state of Arizona and to the wonderful city of Glendale, home of Luke Air Force Base. Folks, these men and women in Luke fly those beautiful F-16 Fighting Falcons of the 309th Fighter Squadron and those beautiful, beautiful F-35 Lightnings. Nothing like hearing those jets flying overhead, which that's the sound of freedom and American ingenuity. Also a special thank you to the Glendale Mayor, Jerry Wires, and the entire City Council for their unwavering support and advocacy for our police officers, active duty military, and our veterans. You're not going to find stronger advocates for our military, our veterans, and our police officers anywhere in the world other than Glendale. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Also, I wanted to give a special thanks to the men and women of the Glendale Police Department, the best and most professional police department in the country. Thank you. With a special thanks to Police Chief Chris Briggs and the other 8 West Valley Coalition departments that allowed us to use their law enforcement officers here today to keep us all safe. Thank you, gentlemen and women. Law enforcement today is perhaps the most complex occupation on earth.
What's the purpose of this guy? The most thumb-looking guy you can possibly get on stage so that Trump looks pro-cop. I mean, he is pro-cop. He's probably going to fucking talk about how he's, you know, how cops are not respected enough, even though our job is the hardest.
Uncontrolled, chaotic, and stressful situations, often at great risk to their own personal safety.
Yeah, there you go. Classic.
Given the literally millions of contacts between officers and the communities annually, with a few exceptions, officers make those decisions correctly as trained and in accordance with the law. But high profile does not mean high frequency. Currently, in this day and age of instant information, social media, and videos, there's an unrealistic expectation of absolute perfection. It is not possible to be perfect every time because we hire from the human race. People are not perfect. Good people can make mistakes. However, the constant orchestrated villainization of police officers has eroded the public's trust. It has encouraged an air of obstinance, disrespect, and assaultive attitudes and behavior towards police officers. What was that name we called her? Was that Comrade Kamala? Was that what it was? Kamala, Comrade. Well, what we do know is she supported defunding the police, and the best term is they wanted to reimagine policing. I don't know what that means. She is part of the radicalized movement to degrade public safety and make our communities less safe. In contrast, under President Trump's first term in office, he always had our backs. Thank you for that. He never rushed to judgment, and he never, ever in a lifetime called to defund the police, ever. And we owe him a debt of gratitude for that. Let's also forget, when President Donald Trump was president, he closed the borders and locked the door. Border czar Kamala Harris opened the door and let everybody in.
Boo.
Border czar Kamala Harris is allowing millions of illegal immigrants into this country, turning each and every state into a border state and flooding American streets with drugs and crime. The Democrats haven't quite figured this out yet, but it's not rocket science. But open borders equals more crime. Close the...
Bro, it doesn't make sense. It like is not reflected in the crime data. You should go back to the fucking drawing board and talk to your cop friends on why they're like cooking the crime data to make it seem like it's actually lower than ever. You know? Like, what's going on? Is it because the FBI's in the pocket? Like, what's happening? Dumb motherfucker. It's like immigration is up. Okay, fine. Not anymore, but was. But crime went down in that process. So what are we supposed to make of this data? Well, that actually corresponds to the reality that undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than, you know, natural-born U.S. citizens. So I guess more immigration equals less crime. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. You know, all data is lies, Hassan, and what I think is the actual data. Yeah. Anyway, all right, I'm gonna move on because that shit is objectively boring as fuck. Okay.
NBC Steve Kornacki's here to break down.
Let's see what the RFK tightening looks like with our boy Steve Kornacki.
With just 74 days until Election Day.
All right, well, we know, obviously, expecting a close election in November, so a development like Kennedy dropping out of this race could be significant. Look, he was polling. Let's take.
If you're an illegal immigrant, that's the crime on its own. No, does that not count? Brother, they're not talking about someone crossing over the fucking border, which used to be a misdemeanor, okay? Like, crime ultimately is malleable. It's just what you write in the fucking books. Sometimes unjust things can be considered crimes. Like, you know, slavery was not a crime, but freeing a slave was, right? Immigration crime has turned into a larger crime under the Trump administration. Ultimately, it's still a border crossing. It's nothing. It's not really a fucking serious offense. And that's precisely the reason why they don't talk about it like it's a serious offense. They talk about all these fake crimes that undocumented migrants are supposedly, what the fuck? Bro, how do I have a 2-month subscriber? Just, how did that get through the fucking, how did that actually get through the auto mod? Auto mod is lacking.
Get through the history of this. We're going to start here. This is when Biden was still the candidate, pre-Harris as the Democratic candidate. And this is an average of all the national polls. So just before Joe Biden dropped out, on average, in a three-way race that included RFK, you see Trump was leading Biden. Kennedy was sitting there at 9.2% on average. And it was a lead there of 3.5 points. Donald Trump was leading Joe Biden. Now, Biden gets out of the race. Harris gets in the race. And that's been a little bit more than a month now. But you see Harris, Trump, Kennedy. A couple things you notice. Number one, in the month since Harris replaced Biden, the Kennedy support's dropped almost in half, now just over 5% on the average. And that Harris support relative to Biden, look at that. That's gone up significantly, almost 7.5 points. The Trump support is more level, only up about a point right there. So you could see Harris actually pulling into the lead here over Trump in the three-way now since he became the candidate. And here's where it gets interesting. What if, you know, the polling's been out there without Kennedy?
What if RFK voters are just anti-Trump and they go Harris? No. RFK RFK was eating more Trump voters than Kamala Harris voters, because they would do dual matchups, Harris versus Trump, and they would do triple matchups with Kennedy on the ticket. And in every single one, in almost every single state race, Kennedy was eating more Trump supporters than Harris supporters.
What does it look like, Harris versus Trump? And here you can see it. Harris still leads, but it gets tighter. Look, in a three-way race with Kennedy, Harris's margin over Trump is 2.7 points. Without Kennedy, Harris's margin over Trump is 1.6. It's a little bit.
Also, I mean, this is just the average of national polls, so that doesn't really mean anything because we don't have a fucking popular vote. Like, the popular vote doesn't matter in the Electoral College, obviously. But if you were to look at the averages, the averages, like, Harris needs to, in order to win, Harris needs to reliably have like 5 points above. Like, the Democrat always needs to have at least 5 points above the Republican in the national averages. In the way that the Electoral College works, Republicans haven't won the popular vote in quite some time.
A little bit more than a 1 point tightening of the race with Kennedy out, according to the polls. And like you know it, these swing states, we talk about them, it's 10,000 votes here, 20,000 votes there. When you're talking about potentially the difference of 1 point, that could be massive, that could be enormous. So certainly that's why the Trump folks are excited to have Kennedy dropping out and getting on board with them. Now, the other thing, again, you notice here, we showed Kennedy support dropping. We see Harris rising relative to Biden. There's a relationship there. I want to show you two groups here. Two major groups where Kennedy has lost the most support since Harris got in the race. Latinos. Kennedy's
last time Republican won a popular vote was Bush. Second time around,
support has dropped by 9 points with Latinos. Meanwhile, Harris's relative to Biden is up 12 with Latinos and younger voters. Kennedy's support has dropped 8 points with them since Harris became the Democratic candidate. Meanwhile, her support relative to Biden's up 17%.
Why is that? 9/11. He didn't even win the popular vote in the first time. The Republicans have won the popular vote since the 90s. The Republicans have won the popular vote one fucking time, dude. In 30 years. Republicans have won the popular vote once in 30 fucking years, dude. Isn't that crazy?
So there's been a relationship there. Harris has surged in part because she's taken votes that Kennedy had been getting. Now some of those remaining Kennedy votes may be a little more Trump friendly. We'll see if they transfer over.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news.
Why are the Dems so confident they'll win if they don't even have enough margins in the popular votes? I don't know. I've been saying that they shouldn't be. I've been saying that they should not be. If it helps, the Electoral College bias isn't that high anymore. Florida, New York, and Cali are all going right trending, and so the EC bias will be closer to 2 to 3 estimated this year. Also in the swing states, it is estimated that if everyone voting RFK still vote, Trump gains 0.4 to 0.7%. If most don't vote or go to another third party, Harris could even gain. Do you think there will ever be a time when we get rid of the Electoral College? Yes, there could be, but it would be entirely dependent on like if the Democrats kept like gaining major victories in like college educated whites, okay, and then they started winning the Electoral College despite having like less votes than the Republicans somehow, only then would the Republicans advocate to abolish the Electoral College and would successfully destroy the Electoral College, as a matter of fact. Nothing will ever fundamentally change in this country unless it benefits the Republicans' chances of winning elections. As long as the Electoral College still benefits the Republicans by 1 point, 2 point, 3 point, no matter what, they will keep that shit. Because Democrats, as you've probably figured out by now, never, ever, ever make changes that are beneficial for them or beneficial for democracy.
And make our auto
They only run scared against the scary Republican Party.
and
That's all it is.
stronger than it has ever been before. And if you relied on Kamala, there would be no auto industry. Within 3 years, you'll never make another car. When I am back in the White House, we will pass large tax cuts for our workers, and there will be, as I said, no tax.
If the Dems had DC and PR as a state, then the Electoral College would start shifting in Dems' favor. That would never happen for that reason.
Hospitality worker, caddy, barber,
That would never, ever happen for that reason. The Republicans would never allow that to
Tips
happen.
will be 100% yours to keep. You will no longer be harassed by your government. And I will fight for and protect your Social Security and your Medicare with no cuts and no changes in age. We're not going to move it up. They want to move it up 5 years. We're not doing it. Darling, when do we get our Social Security? Well, they just moved it up 5 years. You're not going to happen with me. It's going to happen with them. They're going to destroy your Social Security. And we will have no tax on Social Security benefits for seniors. They destroyed our seniors and everyone else with their horrible inflation.
You only need 50 plus 1. Senate votes to add a state. Dems can do it, but they won't. Dude, I'm telling you, it'll never happen. Just like they could have passed a federal increase of minimum wage to $15 with the budget reconciliation, but the Senate parliamentarians said no. And then they could have just went back to the Senate parliamentarian and been like, yeah, you're going to say yes to this, or we're going to fire you and appoint a new Senate parliamentarian who will play ball. Republicans had done that in the past, by the way. But instead, they were like, oops, I guess we can't do anything. There's also the rotating villain in the Democratic Party as well. Democratic Party overall just doesn't have the juice. They don't have the interest in making these sorts of changes, even if it's like genuinely beneficial for
I will have the war in Ukraine
or genuinely beneficial for
as president-elect. Weaponization of government against the American people, including myself, by the way. They've weaponized the government against the political opponent. Can you imagine? But you just saw we won the big case down in Florida. Everyone said, oh. They weaponized it. They got their Justice Department to go after their political opponent, but they're not doing well. I'm the only one that ever happened to where my numbers went up. What do you think about that, Mr. Congressman? I don't think it's ever happened. They go after me and my numbers go up. Somebody's got to explain this. We will rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful once again. And we will keep the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency, because right now it is under siege. And this is how we will end the era of inflation, mayhem, and misery under Kamala and Crooked Joe, and unleash safety, prosperity, peace for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. Together we will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest costs, low inflation. And that's for everyone. We're talking about everyone. We want to make sure everyone can afford groceries, a car, and a home. We will stop the invasion, end migrant crime, support our great police, strengthen our military, build a missile defense shield around our country, keep critical race theory and transgender insanity out of our schools, and we will keep men out of women's sports. We will defend the Second Amendment, and we're going to restore. Those people don't allow it. The fake news doesn't allow it. We will restore free speech in our country, and we will secure our elections, Mr. Congressman. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with joy and opportunity and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris, a new name. We must stop her country-destroying liberal agenda once and for all. We have to put an end to it. So get your friends, get your family, register, volunteer, and get out to vote. We want a landslide that is too big, too rigged, too big, too rigged. Right? Right, Deb? On November 5th, we will save our country. We will save our economy. We will rescue our middle class. We will reclaim our sovereignty and restore our borders. We will put America first, and we will take back our country. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again, so strong. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make
How do some people not see this as pure fear-mongering? Are they just so confirmation bias called brainwashing? They don't see it? Yes.
America great again.
I mean, Democrats do this too.
God bless you all. God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Arizona.
Like if you're heavily invested, if you are heavily invested in the political process in this country, where seemingly neither party actually genuinely wants to change your material circumstances. Okay, oftentimes you're just engaging in like some level of team sportsmanship. Democrats literally use this man to fearmonger for 4 days. Yeah, which I don't think is a even solid way to fucking run a campaign. It's running into the same mistakes in 2016 as well. Like, it's worrisome. They undid the work to make him weird and made him scary again. That, yes, but also not only did they make him scary and not weird, okay? They made him scary again. But also beyond that, I swear Kamala Harris hired all of Hillary's 2016 consultants in 2020. I'm getting the same vibe now. Are you a Trump fan or a Kamala fan? I'm a fan of nobody, okay? Like, the Republicans obviously fucking hammer on like culture war narratives and engage in a steady diet of fear mongering, and it's actually fucking terrifying because once translated into legislation, it's like truly awful, horrific shit. Like, I could fearmonger about the top of the hour ad break, but then when I serve it to you and you're starting to see the 3 minutes of ads, you're like, oh fuck, you know? Like, it's one thing to fearmonger. It's an entirely other thing to be living in it. Of course, you don't have to live in the 3-minute ad break bubble. All you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Start with a couple of things that I think she did absolutely right or that are improving for her. First of all, the podium presence is really good. I didn't think much of her public speaking before, but since she's gotten into this race, she's only been behind a podium, and she did that well tonight. So from a plausibility perspective, what you expect to see out of a president, she absolutely did that.
It is a sea change from what she was in 2020.
It's a lot. Well, even what she has been during the Biden years, she's not been that steady on her feet. But behind the podium, off a prompter, in a big speech, she obviously can do it.
Trumps have your energy? No, the fact that I only slept for like...
She looks young.
The fact that I only slept for...
She seemed calm.
2 hours last night. Is that my energy?
Right? I mean, that's what was the problem with the Democratic campaign. He was none of those three things, and now she puts that on. Now, the Republican pushback, and I think there's some truth to this, is that some of this is just substanceless pablum, that there's really no specificity in it, and that they ultimately think they are going to be able to fire her as the incumbent. And I think that's the question that we're really going to be answering over the next couple of months. How far can she run away from Joe Biden to prevent the Republicans from portraying her as the incumbent and then firing her as the incumbent? The country is off on the wrong track. People believe it. They still have economic anxiety. Can she shake off those vibes and replace them with this sort of esoteric unity vibe that they've been portraying at the convention?
But I think when you said that last night, you were on very solid ground. I don't think today you're on solid ground. This was substantive all night long. The policy on immigration, policy on foreign policy, policy on gun violence.
Van Jones wearing a Return Our Hostages pin, also advocating for Kamala Harris's foreign policy that he liked, also right-wing border bill that he also liked.
On climate, on the care economy. This was not all sizzle. This was sizzle plus real steak. And by the way, I think we both
liked.
On climate, on the care economy. This was not all sizzle. This was sizzle plus real steak. And by the way, I think we both.
Did he not even mention abortion? That's like the one thing. Like that.
I have to say, the way she dealt with Israel and the way she dealt with Gaza, tough in defense of Israel, but also compassionate to the Palestinians. There's sizzle and there's steak tonight.
Agree with you on Israel. I thought that paragraph was good. The issue you didn't list in your bullets, the economy and inflation, I still think at the end of the day, the people are so upset with Biden and Harris on the economy. If the Republicans tie her to it, all of the other stuff falls away because it's the most important issue.
We heard things from her that we don't normally hear from a Democratic candidate in a speech like this. She talked about maintaining the strongest and most lethal fighting force in the world. and went on to say, about never disparaging their sacrifices, obviously reference to the many reports about what Donald Trump has said.
Yeah,
but just even talking about the lethality of our fighting forces is language you don't normally hear.
Right. No, this was a very muscular speech. And look, the whole hallmark of the Trump candidacy, when you lay it bare, is he's strong. He's strong, and that was the advantage he had over Joe Biden. She showed strength on that stage tonight, and I think that she has cut his advantage there. She looked like a president on that stage. I also wanted to mention Audie's point was so important. To me, having done this for a while,
Van Jones is one of the only few notable figures that went to the Zionist AF party. Just a fun fact.
Biography is really, really important because it's the way in which people take the measure of whether they can believe what you're saying. And the way she told the story of her own life and her own choices gives people some confidence that the commitments she's making are genuine commitments. And then the last point I wanted, Scott, your point about Biden and the strategy of the Republicans, which I understand it to be reasonable strategy, to try and saddle her with some of the negatives that Biden has. It is really interesting how little she mentioned Joe Biden in this speech. In certain ways, this was her declaration of independence.
I agree with that.
And she became her own person in this speech. And I've told you before, we'll see how this turns out. I think you're going to have a hard time saddling her in the way that you guys are hopeful that you can.
Well, she still flies around on Air Force Two. I mean, but that's the race, and it's going to take place in a truncated period of time. Can she get away from him, or can Donald Trump and his campaign apparatus drive home the point that there's no blank slate here, that this is a person who's been right next to Joe Biden, executing on the policies that you say have driven you crazy over the last 4 years? And there's really just a simple question for Trump to ask. If you're upset about the direction of the country, maybe you don't put the people in charge who are already in the White House. I don't know who's going to win that race, but to me, between now and the debate on September 10th, that is the argument that's going to be had between these two juggernaut campaigns.
I think that Kamala Harris has done something. She's not just going to get away from Biden, which I think that she can do now, penalty-free. She has this party behind her, but she's doing something. She's fixing some problems on the left. This whole thing has been an implicit critique of problems that we've had on the left. The left before we walked in here was about justice, diversity, trigger warnings, reparations for the past, and a bunch of party poopers and scolds. That was the knock on the left. We have gone from talking about justice, which is wonderful, but now it's about freedom. It's not just about diversity, it's about patriotism. It's not just about trigger warnings. In fact, that's gone. It's tough, tough, tough. Reparations for the past? No. Fight for the future. Party poopers? No. We legalize fun. We legalize fun. We put the party back in the Democratic
God, Van Jones is so bad.
Party. And so this is a remolding of the genetic makeup of what the progressive movement is. These guys want to fight not just Biden in the past, they want to fight this sort of anti-woke war against a left that just died in here and something new just got born. The Kamala Harris Democrats are a different thing for you guys to fight.
I'm not sure the left is going to go down as easy as you think, but I agree with your chart, and I did want to pick up on one word that you wrote, and that's patriotism.
Yes, sir.
I do think that Republicans should pay attention to what happened in this hall tonight and the power of patriotism. It is a powerful thing. I made a snarky quip about it earlier, but what I was noticing was the American flags, the number of them, everybody had one. Towards the end of the speech, they had large American flags. There is something very symbolic about a waving American flag, the red, white, and blue, especially when you consider what we've seen out of the left on the streets of America and on the campuses of America.
Oh, my God. Of course, the Republican strategist on the CNN panel is like, that's right. At least we can all get together and talk about what we actually hate. Fucking pussy-ass goddamn leftists who hate America. Okay? All right, let's all get together, man. No counterforce whatsoever, dude. Fuck it. 2 patriot parties, 2 nationalist parties. Fuck it. YOLO. Nazi Germany time. Okay? Great. Wonderful. I know that this kind of sentiment that I'm expressing will obviously piss off a lot of people. Okay? I'm sure that this will be like, what do you mean, dude? It's just like you're loving your country, whatever. It's like, no, it's great. We need to have a muscular military, you know? We need to have a lethal military, more lethal military. Fuck it. I mean, how can I see this as anything but like the Democratic Party actively trying to push aside the left and pick up votes from what they believe is the center and center right and Republicans in general? Like, and they're celebrating it. They're literally celebrating it over here. They're like, it's almost like a sigh of relief. They're like worried. It's like they were worried that Kamala Harris was going to be, it's like they're worried that Kamala Harris was going to be like somewhat radical. And by radical, I mean like the way that Republicans use that term. But now she showed everybody that she's not that person. She's going to be moderate. She's going to be right wing on a lot of shit. And it's just like, we're just creeping towards fascism.
America over the last several months. You didn't really pick that up in the hall, but there is something interesting about it, and it was powerful.
Vice President Harris stuck almost completely to script. She spoke exactly on time.
No, it's not Obama 2.0. Obama 1.0 was literally way more progressive on his messaging. What are you talking about? Obama, a very powerful orator, was able to fucking tie together a progressive message of change and hope while simultaneously saying, I'm doing this for everybody. Okay, not for red America, blue America. I'm doing this for all America. That was a phenomenal way to message a radical agenda, an agenda that would be considered radical. Also, he did that as a black man. Okay, that's insane. Like the level of charisma that he got from that is insane. Nate Silver saying Kamala's already getting a quantifiable convention bounce. Yeah, of course she will. She will get a bounce from it. The Republicans are also falling apart. Okay, what is frustrating about this is like, it's basically, this is like the Labor victory in the UK. Okay, you have a good opportunity because you are against an objectively weak candidate. You have a good opportunity to actually move the needle, to actually permanently solidify the Democratic Party as the party of progress, as the party of labor, as the anti-war party, right? I mean, it's like a laughable notion to even put those words together because, like, I don't believe that there's even anyone remotely interested ideologically in being committed to such a message, okay? But there is an opportunity here. There's an opportunity to also bring forward voters that have completely checked out, okay? That have completely checked out of the process because they're like, yeah, neither party represents my interests. I don't give a fuck. I just want to be able to eat, okay? I just want to be able to eat. I want to be able to fucking eat food. I want a roof over my head. And I don't want my landlord to fuck me, right? And these are normal things that most people are worried about. Overwhelming majority of Americans are worried about, okay? Problem is, if the Democratic Party took advantage of the situation right now with how objectively weak the Republicans are, okay, and put forward like a FDR-style, Obama-style message of change and hope, FDR-style policies, they could run the table for the next fucking multiple decades. Obviously, they don't want to do that because that goes against the interests of their corporate donors. They're still completely captive to their corporate donors. There's no better representation of that reality than what took place. Hassan's a landlord. Yeah, I'm my own landlord. I fuck myself every night. So you are right. Point is, this is not just about winning this election, okay? This is about generational change. And the Democratic Party has the capacity to do that. They just don't have the willingness and the interest to do that. And they're too worried about their corporate donors that they will leave aside the easiest gimmies, like the Israel stuff, okay? That's the easy one. Only wins, no negatives there. The only negative is like maybe you're a little worried about your corporate donors, okay? You might be a little worried about that, and that's the reason why you don't want to move in that direction. But ultimately, if they cared about like winning over every constituency they can, that's what they would do. Anyway.
There's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. But most of all, that instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future. I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message. Here's a few things.
Dems were promoting a ton of progressive policy before the convention. They still are. There is no demonstrated attack to the right besides immigration and foreign. Bro, did you not listen to the fucking DNC speeches? Did you not listen to Kamala Harris's DNC speech? Like, why the fuck is she coming out with that then? Like, you think that also those are the major attacks to the right? I did. They're still on the same policies. Oh my God. Dude, you need to understand something. Okay? No mention of trans people. It's not even that. Like, protecting trans people is a given. Okay? Like, if they drop that, then there's no division between them and the Republican Party, even on a fucking culture war front. Like, holy shit. It's just that the economic proposals they were talking about before the DNC, I know. That's why I'm frustrated. Because leading up to the DNC, they were like, no, we're going to do fucking price caps. Dude, look at my videos before the DNC and then look at my videos after the DNC. Okay? Let's look. Getting kicked out of the DNC. This is very, very bad. Democrats need to listen to them. Uncommitted delegates. Cringe at the DNC. Okay? This is all like DNC shit. Now look before. Kamala unveils economy plan. I'm soy facing. Do you want to know why I'm soy facing? Conservatives are afraid of walls. I'm laughing. There's laughter in these thumbnails. JD Vance is pathetic. Okay? There's one brief moment. Kamala Harris fucked up. Kamala Harris's VP pick is perfect. Look at that. Look at that. Ben is panicking after Tim Walz's VP pick. Look at that. All positive. Why? Because the policies were sound. Okay? The policies were sound. And they were relatively progressive. Look at that. There's joy. There's joy in a lot of these. There's joy in a lot of these fucking videos. I'm noticing you get more views the more libbed up you seem. Of course, dude. I would be a fucking killer liberal commentator as well. And I'd be an even better Republican. I'd be probably a better liberal commentator than a Republican one. But like, still, I know. That's probably why there's more people in here recently in the chat. And that's probably why there's more people in here that are angry nowadays. Okay? The problem is, the problem is that they didn't highlight any of those policies at the fucking DNC, bro. They didn't highlight anything. They didn't focus on any of that. The only time people talked about policies was when Bernie Sanders was up there. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just like, I know it doesn't need saying, but stay true to your convictions due to so valuable. Yeah, I mean, obviously I will. But I'd rather just have truth and joy not directed at you a lot of the speeches. My point is, I think that they should stick to progressive policies. This way, I believe that they will be able to actually open up a serious gap between themselves and the patently unlikable Trump. People have already made up their fucking minds on Trump. Okay? They already know. This presents a unique opportunity. If you run with the nothing will fundamentally change campaign, which is what the DNC and what Kamala Harris was showcasing last night, that's not good. Okay? That's not good at all. That's very bad. You also are leaving the race up to chance. If you go out there and hit the fucking Obama, not the Obama nostalgia, okay? It's Sorkin again in America. Not the Obama nostalgia, but like the Obama kind of campaigning. You can win over Obama constituencies. Like, keep building on the momentum that you got. But we are too used to sedating ourselves with this notion that like the average American is actually genuinely allergic to progressive campaigns, progressive policies, that they fucking hate it. And I'm not even talking about like social progressivism. I'm talking about just like straight up economic policies that put dollars in pockets. Okay? Let's see.
A few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. But most of all, that instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future. I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Do you think Kennedy voters will tip the scale? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. If you're curious, Dems got $100 million donated during the convention's 4 days. This is 2x as much as Trump raised in all of July, including his convention in the end. Hold on. Including the convention in the middle. Dems also running ads like this, one in every swing state, 2x the rate of Trump camp, including North Carolina and potentially ads running in Florida and Texas now. Are those small donors or big donors? What is this? Kamala came to slay by Maureen Dowd. If anything, most Americans are socially more conservative, but very progressive economically. My parents are hogs. We'll agree to nationalizing oil. Yeah, that's it. Like, Jason from Vancouver, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gift to subs. It's actually insane how our average favorability went from 36 to 45% in a month. Do you think it will go down after the DNC? No, it won't. Because this is a media backed campaign. Going to the middle is a media play. You can keep riding the wave and the momentum. They will not fuck up the bag. Okay? They will not fuck your bag up. They hate Trump. If Kamala Harris keeps like to a moderate message, then she does not get any of those attacks. That's why all of the conversations from these people are like, it's so wonderful that she's tacking to the middle. This is like basically Joe Biden's agenda, but like with a more refreshing perspective because it's being delivered by someone who's not dead. So I'm not saying her attacking in the middle in this regard is specifically going to be a campaign killer. Okay? I'm stating that there are a lot more votes being left aside and a long-term prospect for the Democratic Party to basically run the table every fucking election. But they're not doing that because they don't care about that. They care more about the direct, that would put them at odds with their corporate donors. And they care more about that.
Time, 37 minutes. And something that's very interesting about her presentation, she obviously would be a trailblazing candidate. She would be the first woman president. She would be the first black president who is a woman. She would be the first at least half Indian president. She didn't mention any of that at all. I mean, I guess
yeah, that's a good thing, man, because she's already wearing it. Like, everybody knows that already. Just there's no, like, that doesn't matter. What the fuck?
Believes that it speaks for itself, and that's not how she's running. She's running as a candidate to represent all of the American people, even those people with whom she disagrees and who disagree with her. Just kind of an interesting fact that she really didn't note it.
This also, in my opinion, is 100% a demonstration of the fraudulence of liberal media with those kinds of narratives. Ain't nobody fucking likes that shit. Okay? You have to vote for me or else you hate women type shit. The media did that with Hillary Clinton because that's what Hillary Clinton was doing. But nobody liked that. Liberals didn't like that either. Nobody votes like that. It's so stupid. Nobody cares. Nobody cares what someone's background is. Maybe Republicans do to a certain degree so they can like deploy the minority shield to be like, I can't believe you're calling me racist. Look at this black guy that's in my party, you know? But it's just like that appeals to nobody, in my opinion. It's just not a very appealing prospect. People care about policies, dude. At the end of the day, people want things, okay? Money in their pockets, financial security. These are the things that they care about. You have to show them what you're going to give them. And you have to demonstrate that you are going to fight for them.
At all, she talked about her mom facing discrimination, but not her.
And that, it was so subtle, but that was the way that she sort of wove it in, talking about, I just pulled up that part of her speech, talking about the way people would she watched the way people would treat her mother. But her mother just kind of said, move on and focus on other things. And I thought that was her way of saying, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm focusing on what I'm here for, what I'm going to do, not who I am, whether that is her gender or her race and her ethnicity. And that it was powerful in and of itself. Now, this is a campaign where you have all of these, everything that has been going on online for 4 weeks has been white guys for Kamala, black men for Kamala, so on and so forth. So people have been kind of dividing up in order to prove that she has different demographics behind her. But when it comes to her and the historic nature of her candidacy, she just let it speak for itself exactly as you said, and that is really interesting.
Yeah, I think it's also because she knows that is not where she needs to grow. It's not where she needs to expand her support. The people in this room are the faithful. You know, The black women don't need a whole lot of convincing. Maybe black men need a little bit more convincing than black women, but these are not the groups that need to be convinced to vote for Kamala Harris. She was speaking today for a broader swath of the electorate who wants to understand whether she's prepared to be commander-in-chief. They want to understand experience and the skills, the values, all of that. And it felt to me like a speech that was written for them. And as somebody who's talked to her about her race and her gender and her upbringing, she doesn't spend a lot of time on it when you talk to her about it. She understands the role that it's played in how she's come up in the political world and in her and how she understands the world, but she does not spend a lot of time talking about it. I think by this point, many people are familiar with her mother's saying, which is, you may be the first, but don't let yourself be the last. And I think that it really is, the reason she repeats that so much is because she doesn't really want to focus as much on the first part of that saying. She wants to focus on the other part of it, which is about what comes after her and what she actually does with the power that she's been able to accumulate.
The Democratic National Convention has made major waves on social media.
It is the first time that social media influencers have gotten access similar to other members of the media. ABC's Christiane Cordero takes us behind the iPhone with some of the roughly 200 credentialed influencers in the arena.
We've already seen how social media is influencing the 2024 campaign.
Here we go. It says, welcome to the DNC 2024.
But now it's official. DNC organizers say hundreds applied for this first of its kind credential for influencers, granting access to roughly 200. Including Elizabeth Booker Houston, a comedian and lawyer.
What up, y'all? I'm getting ready to head to Chicago to cover the DNC. Just got my hair done. Hey.
And Melinda Hale, whose advocacy for social justice turned this into a full-time job.
I'm getting ready to go to my first caucus meeting.
This week, both have a front row seat in the political arena.
I'll give you guys a little sneak of what that looks like.
Being used as a voice to reach our audiences, it's an honor.
Melinda was advised to apply for the DNC credential by an agency she partners with.
What's been great about the DNC is that there are so many events and there are so many opportunities to...
Would you go back to the DNC if you were invited again? Fuck yeah. I go to the RNC too.
Get involved.
In certain cases, PACs and nonprofits that support the Democratic ticket helped fund some of the influencers' trips to the DNC. Booker says being funded independently allows her to stay authentic on her platform.
I participated in a protest for Palestine on Michigan Avenue on Sunday when I was here. I don't at all feel like I'm silenced in speaking about those issues still just because I'm here at the DNC. And, you know, just being able to engage in all parts of the political process.
The DNC isn't just granting access, it's also creating space. Right now, we're standing in an area specifically built for influencers, on the convention floor and feet from the stage.
I never got to this area.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Do you feel like you have access to the places you want to be in here?
I think they're still getting used to figuring out how to bring influencers and creators into the fold.
They're letting us put out the creators platform that is in the main arena.
It's the latest evolution of the marriage between politics and the internet. From Donald Trump's return to Twitter, or X, in an interview with Elon Musk, to Vice President Kamala Harris's viral memes, the presidential hopefuls are battling online to engage voters, especially.
Thoughts on the fact that you're just a cog in the machine? I mean, yeah, no shit. Yeah, we all are, dude. What? Who isn't a fucking cog in the machine? What an own, dude. I know.
Younger ones.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
The fact that they are being credentialed, being allowed in now in both conventions tells you that we are at a pivot point in history. I don't think there's any going back or thinking that suddenly you're not going to have a convention where influencers are invited into the tent.
Last month, about 70 content creators were credentialed at the Republican National Convention.
Or thinking that suddenly you're not going to have a convention where influencers are invited into the tent.
Last month, about 70 content creators were credentialed at the Republican National Convention.
We're on the floor of the RNC's Convention 2024. President Trump is right over here in his box. We're going to give you a little tour.
The idea to bring them in belonged to 18-year-old Brylan Hollyhand, the convention's Youth Advisory Council chair.
My message to the RNC after the 2022 midterms was that the Republican Party is an endangered species at risk of extinction. So I went into this meeting thinking that it would be a really hard sell, and they immediately went for it.
The Biden administration has been courting influencers for years. Last week, more than 100 content creators packed into a room on the White House complex for a first-of-its-kind creator economy conference.
You are the source of their news, and you are the new possibilities. You are the new breakthrough in how we communicate.
Last month, about 70 content creators were credentialed at the Republican National Convention, and tonight here at the DNC, hundreds of influencers are expected to pack the convention floor ahead of Vice President Harris's speech, guys, all of them hoping to catch that viral moment.
Talk about
I miss Brandon. How Gen Z's meme culture may impact 2024 election. Oh my God. These articles are so crazy, dude. I cannot stress this enough. The most popular political candidate in a primary, because he never won the primary, but in a primary, historically, happened to be the oldest fucking political candidate who didn't know a single goddamn thing about social media. The reason for why he was that popular is because he spoke to the issues that all Americans cared about. It was refreshing. Okay? His name was Bernie Sanders. Is Bernie Sanders. He's not dead yet. Okay? It is not about what platform you are on. It is about what your platform is.
Fell out of a coconut tree?
What is going on with American politics?
Y'all know how I'm a registered voter? That's very cutesy, very demure.
Are all these memes just for fun and maybe a distraction?
And I said, well...
Like, this is the liberal version. I miss when the youth hated when corporations and politicians started adopting our memes, officially ruining them. Okay, so I need to explain something. This is the liberal version of like 4chan memes won Trump the presidency. Okay? This is not how this works. Like, I know this is actually against my best interest. I should just be sitting here and fucking lying and being like, no, you have to come on my Twitch stream. You have to do memes. You have to do social media, please. Like, yeah, social media is a really good way to fucking reach a new audience. Okay? Like, what matters is policy. What still matters is what you will do for people. Democrats should simply not talk about immigration. Notable how poorly all of the immigration ads did here. Yeah, no shit. I thought you said American voters only care about who they can have a beer with. Do normal Americans care about policy too, or is it just nerds like us? Dude, it's not policy in the nerdy way, okay? It's policy as in, what will you give me, okay? Like, no matter how checked out the average American is, okay? If you turn around and you, for example, tomorrow, if you turn around and you were like, if I'm president, I'm going to give everybody $5,000. People would fucking check into that. They'd be like, what's that about? What's going on? Well, I like that. Obviously, that's ridiculous. I'm not saying that that's what you should run on. But, like, people still understand that politicians should give them things. Okay? No, don't say Andrew Yang. That's not the point I'm making at all. Okay? Obviously, there's other factors at play here. You need to be a part of the duopoly, and it needs to be within the confines of, like, acceptability. It's not just about policy. Bernie makes policy accessible and actually explains shit without slogans and sound bites. Normal people crave that shit too. Exactly. The fact that anyone who knows Andrew Yang proves your point, though, I mean, yeah, I guess that is part of it. Oh, anyway. This thing in particular seems like an illustration of how Harris is not at all different as a candidate and a campaigner that she was in 2019, 2020, but the dynamics of running a general election as a major party nominee are obviously very different. When asked the Harris campaign for clarity, a senior campaign official told me that Harris was not supporting price controls, nor would her proposal to go after price gougers apply beyond food and grocery stores. After some prodding, the official confirmed that this meant Harris had not endorsed the Warren Casey bill, but didn't rule out that someone on the campaign had told the senators otherwise. The official also echoed Schatz's argument that adding in too much detail could be deceptive, given that the real policymaking process requires time, effort, and negotiation. Enough of this policy stuff. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty. When are we invading Iran? That's right. That's the real question. That's what Americans care about. When are we going to fucking nuke Iran? That's what I care about. I need a firm commitment from Kamala Harris on exactly what time frame she will glass Iran in, okay?
How hard can it be? Boys do it.
Or do they actually signify real political engagement of young voters? And will they make an impact on the election results?
I don't know. These edits are doing it for me. They're doing it for me.
With 2/3 of Gen Z getting their news from social media, what could this mean for the future of political engagement?
Like, we're literally devolving. We're devolving. Like, memes are an even like more reductive way of communicating a message than like fucking a 30-second ad. You know what I mean? Oh, the power of memes, dude.
These are weird. These are weird people. These are weird.
So who are the people spending their free time dancing in their bedrooms, editing beats, and making fan videos for political candidates? And, well, why are they doing it?
6, 7, 8. C-O-C-O-N-T. You think you fell out a tree?
I did not consider myself a political person, but I feel like after this video, I've kind of been thrown into it because of, you know, Kamala's impact. That's kind of how you can appeal to a younger generation, is if you're naturally funny.
This is really who Donald Trump chose as his running mate?
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
This was the first time that we kind of delved into this realm of political memes. The moment that Barack Obama won the presidency, I think that's what the moment kind of feels like, in a sense.
Again, I think with what we're doing, when you add a good beat behind something, a good melody behind something, they want to dance. They want to dance to the pose.
You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
Look what you made me do.
Like, yes, I'm American. I'm proud to be an American. I'm proud to be here in this country. But I feel like sometimes, especially as a woman in America, I don't feel like I'm represented. Definitely living in a conservative state, I have never really been too vocal about it outside of online presences. The memes and the sounds online gave me a way that I can do it because I never felt educated enough to talk about politics, just straight up talk about politics online.
And while it's not as popular as Kamala's Brat Summer, Trump supporters are having fun memeing their own candidate.
Oh my God, they're so fucking lame, dude. They're so goddamn lame. Oh God, he's doing the double dick suck. He's doing the double jerk.
Too.
This new generation, they're actually very unserious, which is great, but also, like, if your memes are funny or like edgy, they will.
Dog, why is every fucking young Republican never seemingly their age? This is such a consistent meta. Why? I don't know what it is. It's like motherfuckers would be like 25, but then they look like they're 55. How is that possible?
Flock to you. Trump was great at that in 2016. I think it's the inverse now. It's like looking on social, I'm like, who's smiling more right now? Who feels like the momentum is there? I'm like, it's them.
Memes are clearly engaging young voters, but the question remains, is any of this actually going to make a difference in the election? Let's look at the numbers. Gen Z is a big voting bloc, with over 40 million Gen Zers eligible to vote in 2024. 1 week after Biden's exit from the race, 100,000 people registered to vote through vote.org. That's over 2 times more than the normal rate that month. 85% of those voters were Gen Z or millennials, including more registrations of 18-year-old voters at this point in the presidential cycle than any other election. Also, since Biden dropped out, Harris's favorability has increased by 20 percentage points amongst 18 to 34-year-olds. An August 2024 poll showed that for 18 to 29-year-olds in battleground states, Harris is favored over Donald Trump by 32 percentage points. Of course, we can't credit these bumps in Harris's favorability directly to the memes, but it would be foolish to assume that they have nothing to do with it.
So a lot of these Kamala memes have been about this sort of rowdy, enthusiastic, feminine vibe. And if the memes sort of help place that more at the center of the media narrative about this election, I think that can be something beneficial to the Kamala campaign. And the other part of it would be the deeper messages that memes hold, which maybe won't convince someone to say, oh, I was going to vote Republican, now I've seen this dank meme, I'm going to vote for a Democrat. But maybe after you see 1,000, your worldview might shift in a way that kind of shifts your values.
Even if Brat Summer starts to wind down,
none of those memes actually show anything. None of these dank memes show anything. Like they're not actually attached to anything. Like, bro just said dank meme out loud. I'm Brian, kill me. I'm Brian, kill me.
For Harris. Gen Z-led voter advocacy groups like Voters of Tomorrow say the online enthusiasm has already made lasting impacts on the election.
The engagement isn't staying online. It's not. We saw more people sign up to join or start chapters of Voters of Tomorrow in the 48 hours after Vice President Harris announced than in the 2 months before combined.
The power of the meme is a collective one, a playful one, an invitation to join the conversation and see that through the power of humor and your phone, you can reach the eyes of some of the most powerful people in the world.
The more we're talking about memes, the less we're talking about policy. But what people really want long-term is solutions for
This guy kind of looks like PewDiePie a little bit.
the problems they're facing in their lives. So I think the ultimate test of whether this meme marketing campaign succeeds is going to be whether it's reflected in policies that sort of live up to that promise of listening to Gen Z.
Ironically,
I feel like you're not giving memes the credit of getting people out to vote who might not otherwise. I'm gonna be honest with you. I fucking hope that people are not being motivated to go out to vote in either direction off of just memes.
many of these memes are playing out on TikTok, the same platform that the Biden-Harris administration has tried to ban, and Trump has said he would protect. With the success of Kamala's campaign account and its reception amongst the youngest voting demographic, it brings into question if the Harris Walls ticket would still support its ban, and if the success of her campaign and engagement will change the way politicians communicate with an increasingly chronically online America.
As recent polls show Vice President Harris gaining momentum in her bid for the presidency, they also show her winning over more support from a key voting bloc, black voters. According to data this week from Pew Research Center, 77% of black voters support Harris compared to 64% who backed Biden in July. Trump's support among black voters is unchanged at around 13%. Now, this comes as the former president is trying to appeal more to the black community, a group that has long and overwhelmingly backed Democrats. CNN's Ellie Reeves spent time recently in Virginia at a shop selling Trump merchandise that's run by a black woman.
Every woman ought to have one of these. It's one of those things that when people see one, then they want one.
Fuck?
Same thing with the Confederate hat. You know why? Because people don't think you have the nerve to do it.
Joanne Price runs a Trump store in Christiansburg, Virginia. When Joe Biden announced he wouldn't run for president.
What the fuck? Bro, what is going... Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no, dude. That is... Oh, my God.
Again, was there any part of you who felt a pull to vote for Harris?
No, absolutely not. I would not vote for either one of them. I would not vote Democrat ticket. No way.
This is a white privilege card. And this is just a play. It just says this card trumps everything, and it gives a barrier, happiness and success because of the color of the skin.
And who buys that?
White people.
Okay.
It's funny.
And then when you give it to a state trooper, they'll let you go. Won't write you a ticket.
You think so?
I've experienced it. Yeah.
Wait, really?
And then he said, okay, he laughed at it and gave it back to me and did not write me a ticket.
This actually happened at least once elsewhere. In 2022, a woman claimed Alaska police let her go without a ticket when she flashed a white privilege card instead of a driver's license.
It's humorous to us, you know. It really is. It's humorous to the average American.
Oh my God!
2 to 1, he was a Republican too.
Trump has been working to appeal to black voters, and polls showed some success when Biden was still in.
There's a bunch of those Trump shops opening up. There's one a few minutes away from my place. They're popping up like Spirit Halloweens. I mean, yeah, they're fucking. They're just grifters, you know. They're taking
advantage. Since gone down. The Trump campaign this year has made a big effort to reach out to black voters. What do you think of their efforts?
I think their efforts are succeeding tremendously. All the things that have happened to President Trump, the attacks on him, have done nothing more than strengthen black people's connection to him. Because now he's someone who is...
Bro, a black woman saying this is so funny because it's literally like 2%. This is not even like the minority of the demographic. We're talking like literally 2% of black women vote for the Republican Party. Like, it's not a joke. Like, it's not like it's so crazy. Like, you are within the margin of error. Like, you are within the margin of error, dude. That's nuts.
The target of a struggle, and they have always felt that they've been a target. I did prison ministries for 5 years, so, you know, if you're a convicted felon and then somebody else is a convicted felon, there's a camaraderie there.
Donald Trump attacked Kamala Harris, questioning her racial identity. She's black.
Promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black.
He's acknowledged his commentary has provoked mixed reactions. Price is just one person and not a swing voter. But we were curious what she made of his comments, given that she's a black woman and fervent Trump supporter and former local Republican Party chair.
How do you make sense of how Trump talks about Vice President Kamala Harris? That he sort of suggests that he doesn't understand her biracial background, that first she was Indian and then she was black. What do
I
you
don't
make
understand it either. She's Indian and she's Jamaican.
Yeah.
Is she black?
I mean, do you not think she's black?
Is she? Was she born here?
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, what? Yeah, in Oakland. Like, what the fuck? Yo, what? Was she born here? What the fuck? Yo, she's doing birtherism.
Were her parents citizens? No.
Okay. But we have birthright citizenship in America.
Mm-hmm. We call that anchor.
People can't immigrate here and not be citizens, but have green cards and work permits.
Yeah, that's true. However, she
said that like a slur, dude. That's crazy. This is actually definitely, I mean, this is not good. Okay. It's not good at all that we got people like openly questioning the legitimacy and the validity of like the American citizenship of like people who were born on US soil. That's definitely a Trump era. That got mainstreamed under Trump for sure.
can claim to be black because of her Jamaican father. You know, that's her right. We're a melting pot, you know, because I basically have a combination in my family as well.
How do you reconcile that? Like, you have a history of blended families in your family. How do you reconcile that with Trump seeming to not understand how Kamala Harris could have a blended family herself?
She could have a blended family. What I'm saying is his comments about that, I think he's making a point. And, you know, I'm not so disturbed by that.
But what is the point he's making?
The point he's making simply is that she is not a black person.
There were some mixed.
Yo, what the fuck does Trump know about a black person? The level of copium she's on is crazy.
Views on the idea of a woman president.
What do you think about Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris, may I say this, and hopefully that you ladies won't get offended, but because of what happened in the Garden of Eden, there will never be an elected woman, whether she's black or white, that would occupy the White House that God would ever stand behind.
I'm not sure America's quite ready for female leadership. It would be wonderful to have a female president if and when one arises that has conservative values that are going to lead the nation in prosperity.
Did Joe Biden dropping out change your view of the election at all?
Oh, it certainly did. I think she's going to be worse.
I don't think these people represent like a broad majority of the overall electorate. Like we're in the fucking craziest part of the crazy. Okay, like this is not normal.
To Joe, I just don't think she has the experience. I think she was only chosen because she was a woman.
He has been mocked, scrutinized, slandered, dragged into court.
These people represent the broad majority of the South? No, man. Even in the fucking South, these people are still, like, they're still definitely out there. Come on.
This man is still standing, and he's standing strong because he knows that he was chosen. He's our David.
And Ella Reeve joins me now. I'm wondering what you heard from other customers in the store.
Well, as much as identity politics was rebuked by the merchandise there, identity was still really important to the people I spoke to. For example, one younger man told me that he didn't like Harris because she was for city people who had off.
To be fair, I didn't mean that like this isn't representative broadly of like a solid 30%, because unfortunately it is. Okay? Unfortunately, that is the case. Like Trump's Trump's constituency is fucking insane and gross and cultish, and they absolutely are like this. Okay, but I do think that like most people are not like this. Even Republican voters are not like this across the board. Does that make sense? Like, there are still plenty of people. They're all around us, and because they're so fucking, so are Dems. No, dude, the Dem equivalent of this is like I don't know, fucking people at the DNC that you saw. Some of the people at the DNC that were like crazy, and even then, I don't think they go this far. Like, that's nuts. I don't know who would be like this is the peak of the peak.
Office jobs, whereas Trump was for blue collar people like him.
And how did you meet the woman who runs the store?
I met her about 6 months ago in Virginia. She told me this story of wearing a Confederate flag swimsuit on the beach
I'm gonna pee.
and how so
I'll be
many
back.
people had come up to her. She realized she'd missed a marketing opportunity. Obviously, I wanted to talk to her about what she thought about Harris's nomination, but she wasn't going to budge on that. And of course, polls show that she is not in the majority among Black women. Even a Black woman who was our taxi driver on the story could not stop raving about how much she loved Kamala Harris.
Ellie Reed, fascinating. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Black conservatives are everywhere.
That's why I'm here to show my support as a black man for Trump.
Pollsters can't get enough of them.
The historic levels of support the Republicans are getting from black folk under Trump.
Donald Trump is cozying up to them.
Come here, let me give you a hug.
And the RNC was full of them.
President Trump, we have the greatest economy in our lifetime.
America is not a racist country.
Can you imagine President Donald Trump coming to a city and calling a pastor like me?
You've probably heard a lot of people talking about Black Republicans, but I spent all of the RNC talking to Black Republicans.
So it is with being a black conservative. I equate it to being gay back in the 50s or 60s. You didn't come out the closet then.
And so you look at the people who really saying that about Trump. It's not.
I think there's something really funny about saying that, like, being a black conservative means you have to stay in the closet and like hide that you're a black conservative. I've literally never met a black conservative that doesn't fucking telegraph that they are a black conservative. Like, that is straight up, I'm sorry, no disrespect, but like, that statement right there is the funniest fucking thing you could say. There's never a moment, like, first of all, just immediately off the top dome, worst fade you've ever seen, not even a fade at all, okay? The fits are out of control. It's just like, even from a judging a book by its cover standpoint, you just immediately know, okay? And if you don't know, much like a vegan, a black conservative will tell you that they are a black conservative, okay? So it's not like even if you miss the mark on the aesthetic front, you will hear it. Okay? It is ridiculous. What a ridiculous statement to make. It's like thinking that there's not a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. There is one, okay? Get used to it. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
No uppity Negroes. It's Negroes out the real hood.
And that's one reason why I'm pro-Trump and I'm a conservative, is because I truly believe in the individualistic approach to
First of all, every single black Republican that is on camera is literally screaming with their fits that they are black Republicans, okay? Again, hilarious. Bro is 3'8". God damn.
to the problems that we see within the black community or in America.
Yeah, I mean, here, this guy. This is my favorite guy. This is the guy. I love this guy. He's always at the airports. I don't know why. Where is he flying? He's like Tom Hanks in that movie of the guy who got stuck in the airport. But at least he's on the plane all the time. He also has like a very annoying vibe. Like, he's so fucking annoying. He also has like a very annoying vibe. Like, he's so fucking annoying.
Like that? I'm voting for it. Make the felon. Yeah, let's hope. Exactly. That's right. Gotta save this country. Yeah. Yeah. Percent. Oh, dude. Like that? Nice. It is.
he's so he's so smug. He's so fucking smug. It's just
as a whole. Black Republicans specifically are some of the most disliked and unpopular political figures within the black community for a reason. I'm pissed. Of the 4 black Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives, zero represent majority black districts. I am royally pissed. In fact, they all represent majority white districts, something they seem to be very proud of.
South Carolina is majority white, correct? Yeah, it's Scotia. My district is majority white district. Your Utah is majority white district, correct? Michigan, really. Florida, is your district majority white district? Well, how do we get here?
Like, a lot of white people had to vote for it.
There is an obvious disconnect, and that's what I want to explore today. I wanted to know what draws a black person to identify with this Republican Party.
Trump has been for black people.
How'd that happen? Makes you think.
Regardless of what the media say for a long time.
The Bible say we perish through a lack of knowledge, right? So until you teach the people, that's the only way they're gonna learn. So it's our job, me especially as a black conservative, to get out there, get on the ground, and teach these people all about the black conservative movement. And when you look at the movement now, especially right now, we speaking, baby.
I learned a lot about black Republicans in these conversations. Their motivations, their stories, their goals. These are real people with genuinely held beliefs. Beliefs that I largely disagree with, and I told them as much.
It wasn't policy. It was white people.
It wasn't white people. It was
no. Let's be very clear. It was white people. No.
I tried to have respectful dialogue with them. So in this video, I want to share these people with you, but I'll also share some of my reflections on the experience of listening to, fact-checking, and disagreeing with black Republicans. I learned a lot about black Republicans, and I think you will too. So with that, let's dig in. In talking to black Republicans, I found that their most consistent ideological North Star was an emphasis on personal responsibility. For those I spoke to, there was a real value for rigid individualism as opposed to collective progress and identity. Take Topher, for example. He's a Christian rapper, has millions of followers online, and believes, according to him, in an individualistic approach to progress for black people.
And that's one reason why I'm pro-Trump and I'm a conservative, is because I truly believe in the individualistic approach to the problems that we see within the black community or in America as a whole. And you can think about it, Black Wall Street, Harlem Renaissance, all that time, we was doing great. But when the policies came in and started destroying the black community slowly and slowly. Matter of fact, it was supposed to get rid of poverty or at least lessen it, but we have more poverty now than we had back then.
I think you'll notice a theme of dissonance present in these interviews. On the one hand, for example, Topher endorses an individualistic approach to solving the problems we face as a community. But on the other hand, he points to Black Wall Street or the Harlem Renaissance, communities that I would consider on the Mount Rushmore of black collective power. And he points to them as times we should look back on with admiration. And the question is, which one is it? Is it rigid individualism where we get it out of the mud on our own? Or is it about creating communities where we work together to build our collective resource?
Okay, don't dig that far, you know what I mean? It's just like the moment that you interrogate the opinion of like any American voter, it doesn't have to be like a black Republican, just like any American voter whatsoever. You dig one layer deep and it's just going to immediately implode, okay? There's no rhyme or reason. Once again, that's just like pure American politics in general, okay?
What's also interesting is that somehow for him, these communities no longer exist because of liberal or progressive policy decisions.
But when the policies came in and started destroying the black community slowly and slowly. Matter of fact, it was supposed to get rid of poverty or at least lessen it, but we have more poverty now than we had back then.
I think it's worth pointing out that this more poverty now than back then line is verifiably false. It falls in line with a theme that people like Byron Donalds have advanced continuously throughout this election cycle. The idea that we were better off in any way during the Jim Crow era.
During Jim Crow, the black family was together.
Yeah, that's right.
During Jim Crow, more black people were not just conservative, because black people always have been conservative-minded, but more black people voted conservatively.
It's worth noting that the black poverty rate has been falling ever since black people started receiving civil rights protections. It's almost as if these progressive policies worked.
Now, you mentioned Black Wall Street, brother, and I want to be very real with you.
Yeah.
Black Wall Street was Tulsa, Oklahoma, the Greenwood District, where black people built their own community, had their own self-sustained community, beautiful economy, making it for themselves.
and white people destroyed it.
Yeah.
It wasn't policy. It was white people.
It wasn't white people. It was
no. Let's be very.
Yeah, no, it was policies. Like, for example, the policy of taking prop airplanes with like Looney Tunes style TNT dynamite and dropping that Looney Tunes style TNT dynamite from airplanes, okay, directly on top of Black Wall Street, this black neighborhood. That was policy and not white terror. Okay, that was policy and not white terror. That was just a terror of white policy. What the fuck?
Let's be very clear. It was white people. No.
It was those white people.
It was white people.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, it's
in that
different.
community.
He said bad apples. White supremacy is not real. It's just bad apples.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
And let me just say this: Elaine, Arkansas. Rosewood in Florida, Atlanta, Georgia, the Sweet Auburn district, North Nashville, and Nashville, Tennessee. Each one of these communities were booming black economies where white people, not in the same place, but it was the same group of people every time, destroyed those communities. So you can't say it's policy when when black people do what they need to do and build for themselves and white people destroy it. Yeah. So why is it that you would frame it as a policy thing?
I didn't frame it as a policy thing.
We can rewind it.
You said it was white people.
You mentioned.
I said it wasn't white people. It was those white people. And the reason why I'm saying that is because now we're trying to categorize all white people as evil.
No.
And what I'm trying to say is, back then, because a lot of people don't know this, I'm gonna put this on record. Black Wall Street rebuilt themselves after that. 4 years after that, Black Wall Street rebuilt everything they had, and they prospered for the next 40 years until policy came in and destroyed it because they decided to build a freeway over their town, and that destroyed. So what I'm saying is, if we look at policy and the cultural essence of most things,
oh my God, he literally wait, he just described. Okay, he's not wrong. It is policy. He's talking about a deliberate white supremacist, racist fucking policy that regularly, like, why did the highway have to go through that location? Like, why? Who made this deliberate decision? Okay? Who made this deliberate decision? What the fuck was that about?
It's not just policy, it's culture.
I was trying to draw a distinction between the nature of progressive policy, like the Civil Rights Act, or Supreme Court decisions to overturn segregation, and white supremacist policy, like destroying black communities. But the subject kept changing. Lucky for you, I actually made a video about Tulsa, Oklahoma's Greenwood district. It was definitely white racism that destroyed Black Wall Street and other black communities through explicitly racist acts of state-sanctioned violence. This is why an accurate, full telling of his.
Not a big deal, but you got the two events confused. The airplane bombing was the Africa family. No, you're wrong. Airplane bombings were used in Tulsa. It was a helicopter for the Africa family in the MOVE bombing in 1985. They did use, I'm right, they did use airplanes in Tulsa. It was one of I think they didn't even use that in Blair, right? I think it was literally the first ever instance of an airplane being used on a bombing campaign on U.S. soil. I am correct. It was also one of the earlier airplanes in general. Numerous eyewitnesses described airplanes carrying white assailants who fired rifles and dropped firebombs on buildings, homes, and fleeing families. The privately owned aircraft had been dispatched from the nearby Curtis Southwest Field outside Tulsa. Law enforcement officials later said that the planes were to provide reconnaissance and protect against a uprising. Law enforcement personnel were thought to be aboard at least some of the flights. Eyewitness accounts such as testimony from the survivors during commission hearings and a manuscript by eyewitness and attorney Buck Colbert Franklin, discovered in 2015, said that on the morning of June 1st, at least a dozen or more planes circled the neighborhood and dropped burning turpentine balls on an office building, a hotel, a filing station, and multiple other buildings. Yeah. The Africa family was a helicopter with C4 in a bag. The MOVE bombing is what you're talking about. That's when the Philadelphia Police Department took out a helicopter and dropped C4 on top of a family that was bunkered in 1985. Okay. And if I remember, the mayor said, let it burn, right? Wasn't it the mayor? They did not put the fire out. They wiped out a city block.
history is so important. Black oppression and Black progress have always had a collective quality to them. Black people have been throughout American history targeted as a group, from slavery to Black codes to Jim Crow to mass incarceration to anti-inclusion efforts today. But we've also made progress by harnessing the power of collective action during Reconstruction and the Civil Rights Movement, and even today during the Black-owned business boom.
From LBJ, that's why you say we have these Negroes voting Democrat for the next 200 years. But all those policies have not done what they promised. Would you agree?
I would not agree.
So you think we're better off as Black people now than we were before LBJ passed those policies?
Yo, that's such an embarrassing thing to say. Like that, yeah, no shit. Like, yes, dude. What the fuck? Bro, I mean, it's another inherent contradiction when you see a Black Republican wear like a t-shirt that has like 1776 on it, which is like, dude, what are you doing? Like, what do you think Black people were doing back then? You know what I mean? Like, it makes no damn sense.
Yes, brother, we can vote without the threat of violence. Are you talking about the Civil Rights Act of 1964? Is that what you're describing as a negative thing?
I'm not saying the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was, I'm talking about...
That's LBJ. I just want to be clear. That's LBJ, who you said, were we better off before LBJ? LBJ signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
I'm talking about the war on poverty.
I just want to answer that one. I want to answer that specific one first. Was the Civil Rights Act of 1964 a bad thing?
I agree with the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
Thank you.
But at the same time, I'm also, put like this, I prefer dangerous freedom over peaceful slavery.
I don't know what that means. Explain.
What it means is I would rather, given the fact that even back then we still had our families together, communities were stronger back then, I would rather deal with...
That's not even true, though. Like, what the fuck? Like, dude, people were getting lynched. Like, what the fuck? You did not have access to the same, like you couldn't eat at the same restaurant. Like, what the fuck? Like, the craziest part about it is that, like, obviously the criminal justice system has basically repackaged slavery and you know, kept it legal. But this time under the criminal justice system, right? So it still turns out like similar results in general. Obviously, is a multifaceted approach. There's a million different reasons why Black communities are underserved on top of that. But like, I mean, these were, I don't know how I'm, like, this is such an insane conversation to have. Like the notion that like Black communities in the United States of America were better off before the civil rights era is nutty.
With the dangerous free...
Thomas Sowell has destroyed entire generations.
Freedom of not knowing and controlling people with policies as much as possible versus the peaceful slavery of being married and tied to the government.
Given Trump's well-documented history of saying and doing racist things...
No, he's doing Thomas Sowell. Like, no, he is. You're saying he didn't read that? He 100% is doing Thomas Sowell. Every single part of this argument comes from Thomas Sowell, okay? 100%. That's where it is. The welfare state separated Black families, okay? The welfare state was bad. It separated Black families. It incentivized Black mothers to stay away from their Black fathers. All this shit is Thomas Sowell.
I wanted to know how these Black people could be drawn into Trump's political orbit. So I talked to Pastor Lorenzo Sewell.
Yeah, so anyone that wants to come to church, they're able to come. So when President Trump called, I thought about it like you calling me and say, hey, Pastor, I want to invite a friend to church who has 34 felonies. Hey, Pastor, I want to invite a friend to church who is a womanizer. Hey, Pastor, I want to invite a friend to church.
I was on that Thomas Sowell when I was younger, lol. Oh my God. How the fuck? That's even crazier when you're younger. Like, it just makes no sense to me. Like, you're going to be a nerd. You're going to be a nerd about, like, you're going to be a nerd in the weirdest way possible, where you're just, like, reading a Black dude defend white supremacy. How the fuck does that even happen? Is the question I would like to ask Clarence fucking Thomas. So I can't even shit on you, chatter, because guess who also got radicalized by Thomas fucking Sowell? Supreme Court of the United States Justice Clarence fucking the horse porn Thomas. Okay? So, you know, that's real. That's real. That's a real thing, which is insane.
Who could be a racist.
He's the lead pastor at a Black church in Detroit that Trump visited earlier this year.
Like they did, Black church, the air quotes. Look at the church.
And he was also a featured speaker at the RNC.
To all my friends back in Detroit who are Democrats, I want to ask you just one simple question. You can't deny the power of God on this man's life. You can't.
What? Being raised in a hyper-Christian school does something to your brain? Yeah, but like, what do you mean? There's a lot of like very religious black folk. They don't fucking operate like this at all. If you've ever been to a black church, actually, not this one, not the one that he's leading, you will notice that like black churches, at least the ones I've seen and the ones I've been to, are very political. Okay, they are a organizing ground, especially in the South, for the Democratic Party specifically. The Democratic Party takes advantage of that quite a bit. Okay, and black churches in general are incredibly political, and also their politics are pretty fucking awesome. Usually, I guess all churches are pretty political when you think about it, especially in the United States of America. But specifically, black churches are political in a pretty solid way, usually.
And deny that God protected him. Could it be that Jesus Christ preserved him for such a time as this? Could it be?
Why should black people support the Republican ticket and Donald Trump specifically?
That's a good question. You know, what I would say to any black person is this, specifically about the Republican platform. I would say, look, do your research, right? I would say, look back to 170 years ago in this state, where a group of patriots stood up and they started that grand old party to stop the expansion of slavery. If a black person said, well, Pastor, Donald Trump is racist, the Republican Party is racist, well, let's play that theme out throughout history. Let's look at who was the party of...
Yeah, also, the Republican Party in its inception was like the closest that American major parties have gotten to Marxism. Obviously, it's not the same Republican Party. I hate this argument so much. Oh my God. If the Republican Party is the anti-slavery party still, then why is it that the Republicans are the ones rocking the Confederate garb, man? Why is it that Republicans are the ones who are propping up Confederate statues? Why is it that the Republicans are the ones who are defending Confederate generals and monuments? Why is it that it's the Republicans that are going out to vote and they're wearing the fucking stars and bars proudly while they're doing that? How the fuck does that still work? Like, that makes no sense. It's like, yeah, look no further than Abe Lincoln. That's it. Like, just don't worry about it afterward. It's so crazy because, like, fuck, what was it? Was it welfare? I think, like, there are a lot of black Republican legislators early on that wrote incredible legislation. I think literally welfare as a concept was originally, I think it was a black Republican, if I'm not mistaken. I don't want to fuck it up. I don't know if it was welfare. Oh, no, it was not affirmative action. I wasn't even thinking about that. But anyway, it doesn't matter anymore because obviously it's very different. Southern Democrats led the charge to secede from the Union and establish a Confederate States, though. Yeah, the point is, do you think that post-civil rights, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party abide by the same exact values? Like, especially saying it nowadays when, so in the past, parties were more, like, the parties were not as polarized, right? Like, they weren't as firmly committed to a almost universal platform. Back then, you had Southern Democrats and Southern Republicans that sometimes would be aligned on similar interests, and Northern Democrats and Northern Republicans that aligned on similar interests, because a lot of the party interests, or rather a lot of the political interests, came from regional economic interests. Okay, whereas now in the modern era, it's just like Democrats are one thing across the board, across the entire country, and Republicans are one thing across the board in the entire country. Like, it is no longer a regional split, more so just a simple party split.
Slavery. Who was the party of Jim Crow, right? Who's the party of the slave codes? Well, those are Democrats. Let's have that conversation.
Yeah, political parties being based along ideological lines are a more recent phenomena. They used to be more regional, with interests representing their various constituencies, such as yeomen, farmers, or industrialists. Yes.
And when you look at when the Senate was integrated, those were black Republicans. When we look at Frederick Douglass, black Republican. So that's on the political side, why I believe that a black American should be willing to look at the Republican platform. In terms of my political convictions as a pastor, my conviction in my heart. A black woman's womb is the most dangerous place for a black child to be.
Oh,
So,
God.
if a black American specifically,
Wait, does he mean like infant mortality rates or something? Like, is he talking about like pregnancy, like maternal mortality rates for black women being like disproportionately much higher than any other race in the country? I don't think he's talking about that. I think he's talking about abortion, right? I don't know why I'm being charitable to this man. He's
a black woman, my conversation would be, give our black babies a chance. Look at the Republican Party in terms of President Donald J. Trump. This is what I would say. Don't look at the container, look at the content, right? Don't look at the man, look at the mission, right? Don't look at his past. Look at where your agenda is for your community in the future.
Conservatives are leading the charge to remove protections for voting rights, protections for maternal mortality, interventions in California, affirmative action, diversity, equity, and inclusion. These are all issues that pertain directly to the people that I know that you serve in your community. Why should they support the party behind the hindrance, the advancement of the very things that I know you stand for?
Sure. Black people that I know, that I represent, that I've had these conversations with, they don't want to be put in a position because they're black. There's not one black person I know that will say to me, Lorenzo, I deserve this position because I'm black.
But I want to. You know that that's not what DEI is. DEI is about fair hiring practices, opening up opportunity, like creating pathways, like.
But you're smart. You're an intelligent man, and those that would say this, I believe they're very intelligent. It costs more money not to hire the person who's the best than to be racist. It actually costs more money. So if you're the best at what you do, right? And let's just say.
This is the coolest, silliest way to argue at the behest of white supremacy, because the entire reason for why these sorts of policies, including like affirmative action and shit, exist is so that you, by force at certain points, try to get like the majority white population in positions of power to not make racist exclusionary decisions in hiring practices, which has been the standard throughout American history and still continues to this day through a form of implicit biases that people don't even know they have. You're white, you're more predisposed to hiring a white guy. You're a white man, you're going to most likely want to hire a white man. That's just how it works statistically. You have the capacity to overlook other races regardless of their qualifications. The anti-DEI narrative literally is built around this faulty assumption that a black person is never as good as a white person when they are hired for that job. That means like if a black person is in a position of power, that means that they automatically disqualified a more qualified white person that should have gotten that position. It's ridiculous. What percentage of the average workplace should be white? I don't know, man. What kind of fucking stupid question is that? And that's not how this works anyway. Yeah, 0%. When I'm president, no more white people.
Say I'm a racist. So let's just say that, let's play that out, right? And let's just say, hey, there are 20 white guys that are not as competent as you, but I'm not going to pick you because you're black. It's going to cost me more money.
They don't even know that this qualified person exists, right?
Sure, I hear you.
The pathways are the problem. And a lot of what diversity, equity, and inclusion is doing is creating those and helping to clarify those pathways.
One of the funniest parts about this is that, like, you know, black people have disposable income as well. They also participate in the economy. So do brown people. So do women. So these DEI initiatives, as a matter of fact, are conducted in an effort to elevate people from different backgrounds to higher positions, hopefully to not overlook them when they are qualified, right? And the reason for why they do it is because corporate boards that have more diversity end up having more profitable corporations. So the real reason for DEI in general is that it's good to have a black dude on the board, okay? Because they have an entirely different world experience than the 8 other white dudes that are on that board that might be able to see certain things that the 8 other white dudes will miss because of their, you know, their privilege, their biases. That's it. And it turns out it helps profitability in corporations in general. That's why there's always like that thing where we'll look at something and we'll be like, was there not like a single black person in the company at any point that like looked at this and went like, well, this is kind of weird. We probably shouldn't do it. Company at any point that like looked at this and went like, well, this is kind of weird. We probably shouldn't do it.
And so framing it as an unqualified person getting the job, when we know, you and I both know, that there are plenty of qualified black people or Latino people or women who don't end up with jobs.
100%. And I agree with you. I do think relationships and proximity matter.
In his book, The Grift, Clay Cane details the history of how black conservatives have thrown black people under the bus to get ahead personally. From black Republicans like Isaiah Montgomery and Booker T. Washington to modern black Republicans like Clarence Thomas. Clay Cane makes the case that the modern black Republican is likely, if not assuredly, a grifter, a person who is doing that which is politically expedient rather than doing what is right, doing whatever they need to do to get that all expenses paid trip to.
I think it also stems from like a cynicism that like white supremacy is so ever present and like impossible to combat, so that you're just like, at least I'll get mine. Like I'd rather, you know. Because Clarence Thomas is a really interesting person because he's like also kind of a black nationalist too at the same time. Even though he's all like he has, I mean, that's how he started off as originally. And he still has some of these like black separatist opinions. Very weird. Also has a white wife. So it's like odd in every way. Truly a unique figure.
Fancy places. I couldn't help but wonder if some of the folks I was talking to fit that description. So I asked Pastor Lorenzo whether or not he was a grifter.
In my reporting, I've spoken to Clay Cane, who wrote a book about grifters, how sometimes black Republicans will align themselves with political power for their own personal advantage.
Sure.
What do you say to a person who says, hey, like, you're a talented, gifted person, but we didn't necessarily know who you were, but now you're speaking on one of the biggest platforms in the world tonight?
Quite frankly, I don't need another opportunity to speak. Has the Republican Party said, Lorenzo, we're going to write you a big check? No. If they did, it's just going to go right to the community anyway, right at the end of the day, because that's where my salary goes.
You've mentioned Frederick Douglass and others from the 1800s, early 1900s. In those times, black Republicans were elected by black people.
Sure.
Today, black Republicans, they're elected in majority white districts.
Agreed.
Why is it difficult, maybe even some would say impossible for a black Republican to be elected in a black
That's a good question. You know what? I'll wrestle with that. I think the biggest problem is the Republican Party, in my opinion, they have, I believe, drifted from their roots in terms of black people having authority within that party. I don't believe the Republican Party has learned well how to support financially those who are black Republicans that want to come out the closet. I equate it to being gay back in the 50s or 60s, right? Or even 70s. You didn't come out the closet then. Like the movie Philadelphia, right? Because you could be ostracized. So it is with being a black conservative. We have been, the Lord has blessed our church. He's been very kind to us to really serve our community. However, me just having President Trump at our church, if I could play the voicemail, sir, these are the ones I haven't had time to delete. If I could send you the emails where it's like, really? I mean, people that I thought loved me, they're like calling me everything but a child of God. I'm like, hold on for a second. Can we have a conversation? Why are you like, not?
How has that made you feel?
You know, I was a drug dealer. I was a street pharmacist, right? Former. So people that you love are hurts. I have to be frank with you, you know. But other people that don't know you, don't understand your motives, I get it. When tensions are high, motives are questions. And tensions have been high in our country as it pertains to politics. So people question my motives. I understand that. But for the people that love you, it hurts. It really does. And that's the reason why black people won't come out the closet.
A relatively small percentage of black people will vote for Trump this November. But I have a take and I want to share it with you. A more inclusive and racially diverse Republican Party could be a good thing. American conservatives and Republicans have made the lives of black people difficult on purpose. From the Southern strategy to welfare queens to anti-woke, anti-DEI stuff today, American conservatives have galvanized their white base by making the lives of Black people harder. It could be a good thing to see more Black Republicans if it means that the Republican Party is becoming actively hostile to the racists who have called that party their home for the last 60 years at least. Make American politics inhospitable to racists. I'm all in on that platform. But the reality is that racists, or at least racism enablers, were present and accounted for at the RNC. They were given stage time, had exclusive access.
It also happens to be the entire platform of the Republican Party still to this day. Like, that's just it. It is the party. It is the platform. Like, you have two racist parties. At least one is like doing its very best to mask its racism, in the endless continuation of white supremacy and policing in the criminal justice system that is baked into American existence in general. And I'm of course talking about the Democratic Party in that circumstance. But the other one is actively running on the racism because it looks at the white supremacist criminal justice system and it says, this is good and we need more of it. We need to do so much more of that, actually. You are so wrong. Explain the racism better than just saying everything is racist. Whew. Oh, buddy. Where do I begin? Okay, we got two people in the chat. One said, you are so wrong. No follow-up whatsoever. The other said, explain the racism better than just saying everything is racist. Okay. The American criminal justice system disproportionately targets Black people. The American financial system has historically also underserved Black communities through legal processes and illegal ways, segregation in the South, Jim Crow laws in the South, redlining in the North and everywhere else. Okay. And this has led to Black people having worse outcomes overall on healthcare, education, job opportunities, and, more importantly than that, having a criminal record. Okay. This is what we mean when we say America's a white supremacist nation. Obviously, I'm not even talking about like the long history. I'm just saying last night you blamed white supremacy for the No Palestine speaker. Yeah, that is a different form of white excellence, white supremacy, America's hegemonic superpower status that comes from destroying the global South, which is comprised predominantly of non-white people, brown people, Black people. That is true. That is also still white supremacy. This is foreign policy, though. We're talking about domestic policy, which is like similar to foreign policy in that regard. You can see Black communities as like internal colonies, like interior colonies. It's in every part of the system, and it manifests itself in ways that you oftentimes don't even recognize. Like, for example, we now that like the Watchmen and shit talked about it extensively, it's a little bit different. But back in the day when I used to talk about like the Tulsa massacre, there were Black people in this community that didn't even know about it. Why is it that a Turkish white guy is talking about a important part of Black American history to Black people that grew up in the United States of America? How is it that that's the first time that they heard about it? It's because in a lot of the curriculum, they don't teach it. It's like an afterthought. It's rarely discussed. Now, I think it's a little bit different now, but I'm talking like, 6-7 years ago. That's because American education is still firmly a whitewash version of events. This is one of the unique ways that you don't even recognize where you are, even as a Black person, growing up in a white supremacist system. I teach U.S. history. We do teach it now, but it's not a major focus in our standards. Anyway, this guy that said you are so wrong didn't respond. Does this help you understand it a little bit? All right, let's continue.
Yes, and seemed central to the whole operation. And I'll tell you what did not feel central. Black people. I actually attended the Black delegate event during the RNC, and something really interesting happened. The event was taking place away from the main convention center. And in the middle of it, unexpectedly, former President Donald Trump's motorcade could be heard approaching the event from a distance. People have been having a great time before that moment, but you should have seen the excitement on people's faces when they realized it was Trump approaching their event. It really felt like this big moment of acknowledgement, the perfect punctuation in a banner year for Black Republicans. Journalists and news crews were scrambling to get into position to make sure they captured that moment when he comes to this event. But then his motorcade just drove by. It turned out he wasn't coming to the event. It wasn't on his schedule. It just happened to be along his route.
He waved at us.
The disappointment for this group of Black Republicans was tangible and kind of poetic. And I think that's my big concern with the future of the Republican Party. The RNC had quite a few drive-by acknowledgments that Black people exist, but little to no substantive action plans for how they...
Also, the formative role that Black Republicans play at the RNC historically is literally to stand there and say whoever the president is not actually racist. Sometimes going beyond that and even denying that systemic racism doesn't exist as well. That's it. Like, I watch this shit every fucking time. I CPAC convention, like I watch CPAC, I watch RNC, I watch all this shit. And that's precisely the role that every Black Republican plays. That's it. Roll them out as human props to talk about how I'm Black. And as a Black man, Donald Trump is not racist. That's all Black Republicans are there to do, which is crazy. And it has not changed in like the decade that I've been covering politics professionally.
They would show up and be present with and for this community. And if I'm honest with you, I think that's on purpose. The only way the Republican Party becomes this ideologically conservative but racially inclusive big tent party is if there is a fundamental rejection of the people and policy and practice they currently hold as sacred, near and dear to their political vision. As long as the GOP makes racial justice a political issue worth fighting against, a majority of Black people will never vote for the party. As long as teaching Black history is woke, as long as race-conscious solutions to race-conscious problems are demonized, as long as they commit to denying racism's impact on society, Black people, by and large, are not going to vote for them. But these guys may. And that might be good enough for them.
Yeah, that's a good one. I think that's very valid criticism that could reason a Black person becoming conservative. At least it happens here a lot in Brazil. I don't know if he's going to address it because he's very lib-coded. What is it? Okay, don't tell me. Someone posted your chipmunk voice and it's got 16K likes.
The 2020 Kamala Harris by Satch K-Hive song. Experience it in all of its glory. We're live, folks. We're back in the Stop Recording broadcast. You already know what it is.
I'm glad that you guys are enjoying my demise. Okay, glad that you're enjoying it. All right. I'm done. I'm tired. Okay, listen, folks. I'm tired. I did a 9-hour stream. I don't even know how the fuck I did a 9-hour stream. Like, it's pretty crazy. 9-hour stream after fucking back-to-back DNC. Anyway.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan.
Phenomenal week of content. We're still going to continue. I might have Abby Martin on tomorrow, potentially. Love you guys. And I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Peace.
Again, her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at Chip Prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again. Her son is streaming. Her son is streaming. There he is again. Her son is streaming. Her son is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again. Her son is streaming. Her son is streaming. There he is again. Her son is streaming. Her son is streaming.